Lays out Senate Bill 17 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 17 by Colkhorst, relating to the purchase of or acquisition of title to real property by certain aliens or foreign entities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 17 is the strongest, most comprehensive, and broad law in the nation that protects us from hostile foreign ownership of our land. We have an obligation to protect our people, our food supply, and our supply chain. Members, Senate Bill 17 is about securing Texas land and natural resources and making sure that this precious resource does not fall prey to adversarial nations and oppressive regimes that wish to do us harm. Our adversaries speak loudly and often about their ambitions and motivations to break our country and its citizens, and the many strategies they will employ in an effort to do so. My constituents, your constituents, and the state of Texas will not allow this to happen. My primary motivation for bringing this bill forward are my constituents. Like many of you, I've had numerous conversations with the folks from my district and heard their rightful concerns about hostile adversaries controlling our land, our food supply, and our supply chains. Ceding control of Texas land, crops, energy deposits, rare earth materials, and water to our adversaries would bring about grave consequences for America's national security. Senate Bill 17 provides thoughtful and common sense protections that will preserve and protect these resources. Senate Bill 17 enacts a prohibition on purchasing or acquiring interest in real property for entities or individuals affiliated with countries designated as hostile adversarial nations. Designated countries are those countries that appear in at least one of the three most recent annual threat assessment lists that is produced by the United States Director of National Intelligence. Countries on this list have demonstrated their desire to harm this country and present a significant national security risk. In the 2025 annual threat assessment, only 4 state actors are named as threats: Russia, North Korea, China, and Iran. It is important to note that in North Korea and China, all land is owned by the state or communist collectives. In Russia and Iran, private property rights are curtailed and subject to seizure by the state. In all 4 named countries, Americans cannot buy land, and only in Russia can Americans buy residences in specific regions. United States citizens and legal permanent residents and companies or organizations under the control of United States citizens or legal permanent residents are not subject to the prohibition articulated in this bill. Senate Bill 17 prohibits governments of designated countries and companies with direct ties to these countries from purchasing or acquiring property in our state. It also prohibits individuals who ally themselves with these hostile countries from purchasing property. Under this bill, an individual will be prohibited from purchasing property in our state if they continue to associate themselves with a country that is hostile to our interest. Senate Bill 17 gives the Attorney General the authority to conduct investigations into prohibited purchases, and if the office finds that a violation has occurred, to take those findings to district court. If the court finds that a prohibited purchase has occurred, the ownership interest of the prohibited party will be divested. I want to take a moment to make something very clear. Senate Bill 17 does not base a property acquisition prohibition on any immutable characteristics, but rather on an entity or individual's action or inaction to sever ties with oppressive regimes or their affiliations to those who wish to do us harm. This bill is carefully crafted to ensure that the rights of Texans and lawful permanent residents of the United States are not infringed. A legislative effort of this nature must be made in good faith, and I'm proud of the work that we have done to ensure that in this case. Private property rights are a foundational cornerstone of the American dream. We have to be careful how we craft legislation when limiting those rights. Senate Bill 17 thoughtfully strikes a balance by exercising appropriate police powers reserved for the state within the bounds of the Texas and United States constitutions. It prevents entities and individuals with a direct line to governments that are hostile to the United States from purchasing property in this state. There should be no questions about the due process provided to persons subject to this bill. Whether civil or criminal, the bill provides for notice and a neutral hearing before a judge. Due process is crucial to our constitutional republic and must be part of this solution. Members, the safety of our fellow Texans and the sovereignty of our state are the foundation of what we do. We must not allow oppressive regimes who actively seek to do us harm to seize control and dictate their terms over our economy, supply chain, and our daily lives. I believe that this should not be an issue that divides us politically, but instead unites us as Texans. I appreciate your concerns, your consideration.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Would you yield, Mr. Hefner?
Yes, I yield.
He will.
Mr. Hefner, I appreciate your intent in this bill in dealing with national security and dealing with the actions of hostile foreign governments. And that is your intent, to deal with the hostile foreign governments, correct?
It's the hostile foreign governments and those that affiliate themselves with those hostile foreign governments.
What does affiliate mean? What is your
Well-
definition of that in this bill?
Well, those that would,
I'm sorry, go ahead. Is affiliate defined in your bill?
yes.
Can you tell me where? Your definitions start on page 2. Is there a term that is defined in your bill that is, quote, affiliates, affiliated?
Well, it would be, I'm looking for, where's my questions? So it'd be, I mean, there's, golly, where is that thing?
Take your time.
Let me see what that. Affiliation is defined in the prohibitions. Persons who are agents of hostile governments or affiliated.
Okay. Again, what does affiliated mean?
I don't have the dictionary
No, in your
definition
bill.
of affiliated in front of me.
I'm sorry, this is, I mean, we're writing law here that is going to be enforced by the Attorney General. And you're saying that these people are affiliated with this country. I understand what agent means. Registered agents are defined in federal statute and in state statute. What is affiliated?
Well, the bill applies to an individual who is domiciled in a designated country, a citizen of a designated country who is domiciled outside of the United States in a country.
Is that what affiliated means?
I don't know that affiliated is specifically defined in the bill, but I think it would be the general definition of affiliated. Just read that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so the undefined terms that are unambiguous will be given their plain and ordinary meaning.
Well,
So-
that's kind of the problem is affiliated could be anything.
Well, and what we've done is we've given the Attorney General pretty broad authority and freedom to investigate these
But
possible
I'm sorry,
possible
but
deals.
Before
So
we even get to the Attorney General, there is a restriction, right? This bill creates a restriction of people's rights that they can exercise. Is that correct?
if If the bill applies to them, yes.
And that's what we're trying to get to. So this bill has a restriction on their rights before it even gets to the Attorney General. They're restrained from
No.
exercising their rights.
No. It would be determined after a purchase has been made. If it is suspected that that purchase is not a legal purchase, then there would be a process by which that a complaint would be brought, an investigation would ensue, and then they would take it from there of how far, depending on the facts of the case and where that would lead them.
And so your intent is that people should be encouraged to purchase whatever property they want, and then the Attorney General investigates them, and then if the Attorney General decides that they can't have it, then the state is going to take the land from them. Or would you believe that your bill should say, if you fall into this class, you are prohibited from buying land, because if you do buy land, we will take it from you?
If you are subject to this bill, and it's spelled out on page 4, the individuals and the companies who are subject to this bill, and you purchase land in this state under these provisions, then you have made an illegal purchase. And there will be a process that will begin with an intake portal and an investigation and a hearing in district court,
Now-
appointment of a receiver, and a divestiture process.
So just as a thought exercise, if you have something that's illegal in your pocket, is that illegal when you have it, or is it only illegal after you're prosecuted?
I don't know how that has anything to do with this bill.
Well, see, the problem is your bill says that these people that fall under this class are restrained from exercising a right that they currently have. And if you exercise that right anyways, then the Attorney General will come take it back from you. Fair?
If you are prohibited under this bill,
Correct.
yes.
So this is a prohibition. Before the Attorney General even gets involved, it is a prohibition, correct?
No.
So are you saying right now that this bill, if people go purchase property that fall into that class, they're perfectly fine, even if the Attorney General does not investigate them?
The whole way the bill works, Representative Wu, is that a complaint has to be brought to the Attorney General, and then the process is followed from there. So there would have to be a complaint, there would have to be probable cause, there would have to be evidence, and the whole due process system would play out.
So right now, I think you're like splitting hairs a little bit here, but this bill says point blank that if you fall into this class, you are prohibited from purchasing land of any class that's listed, or any property that's listed. It's not just land, it's also mineral rights and water rights and timber rights. You are prohibited from doing those things, and if you take a prohibited action, such as purchasing these things, the Attorney General will act, or under investigation, or somebody will
If
report
you
it.
are subject to this bill, as outlined in the bill, and you make an illegal purchase under this bill, the purchase would be illegal, then yes, there will be a investigation and a complaint and a divestiture process, and the land will be divested.
Now, when you said you used the DNI list, the Director of National Intelligence Annual Threat Assessment, why that list?
Well, it's just, it's a common list that's referred to by the federal government as countries that have been designated as hostile to the United States and the well-being of our citizens. I mean, it's just well established.
Now, of the 16 states who have passed a law similar to Texas, there are only 2 other states that use this list. Most other states, including Indiana, most other states use the ITAR list, the International Trafficking in Arms Regulation list that the federal government carries, which would include countries like Belarus, Burma, Cuba, Syria, and Venezuela. Why not that list? That's the actual sanctions list.
We felt this was the best, most accurate list to refer to.
Why not a list that's used by Wisconsin, Oklahoma, North Dakota, Iowa, Idaho?
Because Texas is better.
Sorry,
We're going to do it our way.
That all foreign entities are prohibited. Why not prohibit all foreign entities from purchasing land in our state, like those states?
Well, no countries are singled out in the bill.
The bill does not single out, but you understand the
But you're saying
application
why
of the
not
DNI
ban all
list
countries?
lists countries, right? But just like when this legislature passed these same laws 100 years ago, they did not list out Japanese Americans and Chinese Americans. They just said people who are ineligible for citizenship, because the United States government only passed one law that banned two groups of people from becoming citizens: Chinese people and Japanese people. This bill is doing the same thing, is it not?
No, it has nothing to do with your immutable characteristics. None.
Is your place of birth an immutable characteristic?
This bill is based on people's actions or inactions and their affiliations,
And where
not
they
their
were,
national origin.
where they were born, where they live, where they're a citizen of,
Where
has
they're a
nothing.
citizen of, and where they may be domiciled, yes, but that has nothing to do with their nationality or their immutable characteristics. It has to do with whether or not they have severed ties with these hostile regimes.
If someone is born in a country, do they have a choice about whether they are a citizen of that country?
Yes, once they're an adult, they can start the process to become a citizen of another country, to become a naturalized citizen. Happens all the time.
Yeah. Most people would come to the United States to start that process, right?
Correct.
Okay. Except that those people now would be banned from buying land under your bill.
Not if they come here the right way, and they have severed ties with a hostile foreign government
How do they sever ties?
by beginning the citizenship process.
But you understand they
Or a
can't
work
begin.
visa, or a way to come here legally, a way to show that they're disassociating with a hostile government.
Do you understand that your bill also affects lawful immigrants? It says it in your bill.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Your bill affects the rights of lawful immigrants. Not undocumented, not illegal, but lawful immigrants approved by the United States government to be here. In fact, invited here to the United States often.
No, I don't believe that's correct, Representative Wu.
Mr. Hefner, I'm not sure if you understand your own bill, but you understand that the way this bill is written, while you have carved out green card holders and citizens, you have left the entire class of visa holders.
This bill does not apply to lawful permanent residents.
It does not. I just said that. But it does apply to visa holders, including people who are studying, people who here have coming for work and have been here for decades, including people who are invited here under the EB-5 visa program to invest in our state. You understand that, right?
To my understanding, if they are here lawfully, then this bill would not apply.
You understand that your bill does not do that, right? Do you understand what your bill does?
Yes?
But you understand, like, lawyers after lawyers have looked at this and say, at most, absolutely 100% affects visa holders.
I don't believe it does.
Okay. If you're not open to these other assortments, Montana and Tennessee, they use the active sanctions list kept by the Office of Foreign Assets Control in the federal government. Literally, the list of countries that we are currently sanctioning for being hostile to us. Why not use that list?
I'm not really concerned with what Tennessee and other states do. I'm concerned with what Texas is going to do.
This is what the federal government is doing. The list, called the Federal Active Sanctions List, is held and maintained by the United States government in relation to other countries, dealing with countries that are actively hostile to us, and the United States feels the need to actively sanction them.
Representative Wu, we felt the National Threat Assessment List established by the Director of National Intelligence was the appropriate list of countries that we needed to refer to.
So is there any specific reason why that list and not any of these other
I
lists?
just answered the question.
Okay. If a person is prohibited from buying land, They're afraid the Attorney General is going to come get them because they have purchased it against this bill, against this law that you're trying to pass. And do they have to do anything before that? Do they have to commit any kind of crime? Do they have to commit any violations? Do they have to be convicted of anything?
If they purchase land in violation of this bill, then there is a process by which an investigation will take place, and if the facts so prove, divestiture will take place.
And the basis of that divestiture is that A, they are a citizen of one of the countries that you have listed. I think that's it. Right? They are a citizen of that country, they're domiciled in that country, and that is the reason why their land is now being taken from them. Is that correct?
Their land has been taken from them because they have not disassociated or unaffiliated with a hostile foreign government, and they have bought property in this state in violation of this law.
Do you understand that one of the key markers of whether or not you're granted a green card to be allowed to be a permanent resident, which you need to be in order to become a citizen?
The gentleman's time has expired.
Speaker, I move to extend the time.
There is a motion to extend time. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The time is extended.
In your bill, the requirements to have the Attorney General come and take land away, the requirement is that this person purchase it against this law. And this law says you could not have purchased land because you are domiciled in one of these countries. And you're a citizen, you're domiciled in one of these countries, correct?
Correct.
That is the entirety of it. That is
No,
the entirety.
that is not the entirety of it. There's a whole section here, Representative Wu. An individual who is domiciled in a designated country is a citizen of a designated country who is domiciled outside of the United States in a country other than a designated country, and for which the individual has not completed the naturalization process for becoming a citizen of that country. It applies to a person who is a citizen of a designated country who is unlawfully present in the United States.
You understand that definition, that very definition that you just read, would include every single visa holder in the United States.
Are visa holders in the United States lawfully or unlawfully?
Lawfully.
This
That's
says
what a visa is.
unlawfully present in the United States.
That's what a visa is. It is lawful permission to be here.
It does not apply to them if they are a lawful legal permanent resident.
In the definition you just read, an individual who is domiciled, who is a citizen of a designated country, who is domiciled outside the United States, where does the word lawfully present appear in there?
In the exceptions section of the bill, it says an individual who is a citizen or lawful permanent resident of the United States.
Yes, visa holders are neither permanent residents.
I believe they are.
I'm sorry? Visa holders are permanent residents? Is that correct?
Is this right here? This bill exempts lawful permanent residents.
Explain to me visa holders.
Visa holders? I don't have that term in the bill.
And I am telling you right now, your definition, I understand you're not an attorney, okay? I'm telling you that an individual who is domiciled in a designated country, who is domiciled somewhere else, that is every single visa holder. People who have been here, people who were invited here to come work for UT, to be in the labs, to be teaching, to do all these different things, all of them are F1 visa holders. Many of them have been here for decades. They are domiciled legally in another country because as a visa holder, you are not allowed to legally say you are domiciled in the United States.
Are they not a legal permanent resident?
Those are
they've
not
been here
permanent
for
residents. You have
decades?
to apply for permanent residency. In fact, that's the problem, because in order to apply for permanent residency, you have to buy a house. You have to have a permanent home. And you're saying to the people, we want you to become a citizen, but you can't even get on the pathway to become a citizen because we're banning you from the thing that's going to allow you to get on the pathway. Do you understand that?
Look,
Do you want to pull your bill down and let me explain
no,
all this
sir,
stuff?
I do not.
Okay. I mean, I would just assume that you knew it because you never came and talked to me or anything. Let me ask you, do you believe that just because someone is domiciled in that other country, in one of the listed countries, that the fact that their domicile is listed there, that is where their originating home is, does that make them?
Mr. Wu, we have a whole stack of amendments that are going to be considered here today.
Can I finish
So,
my question?
Why don't we have those conversations and see how these amendments work
Because
out?
I would like to ask you these questions right now.
Fire away.
Okay. Does the fact that someone is domiciled, they were born in that country, they have a home in that country, then they came to the United States, does the very fact that they are domiciled in that country make them a hostile foreign actor?
The way things work in these hostile foreign countries is they have a way of controlling their citizens. They don't live in a free society like we do here. The people who suffer the most under the heavy boot of the evil communist dictators are the people in those countries.
Absolutely.
And they use tactics to control those people. They hold their families ransom and hostage back home so that those people that are here will perform certain duties, collect evidence or information, espionage and other things, and go back to them.
Absolutely. And that, just like my family and just like Hubert Vaux's family, we fled those places and came here, often
Yes.
as refugees, often as visa holders.
Yes.
And we had to earn our way into a green card. Then we had to earn our way into a citizenship.
And
The
we want what we want to do here, represent my heart, my goal in this bill, and hopefully by the end of the day, we'll have a good bill that works for everybody. We have amendments and things to discuss. That's how this process works. We want people who want to escape the heavy boot of the communists, these evil
Absolutely.
dictators, and we want them to
100%.
be able to come here the right way, to come through the front door, through the legal process, and live the American dream.
Yep.
We absolutely do.
So let me ask you one more time. Given that there were refugees like me and many other people who came here to escape those conditions, do you believe that every immigrant who has a domicile back in that home country, do you believe that everyone who's coming over is a hostile foreign actor?
No.
No? Okay. That's what I want. That's all I want. That's all I wanted to say, that not every single person is not a hostile foreign actor. There's good people who come here, right? Okay.
Sure. If you could ask that question at the beginning, it
But-
would save a lot of time. Go ahead. I don't mean to be disrespectful. Please go ahead.
But your bill, because they're arriving as visa holders, whether they have temporary protected status, whether they're granted immigration visas, they are all visa holders until they become permanent residents.
I believe there may be an amendment to address that issue.
Okay. Now, as visa holders, they are now prohibited under your bill. Let's go moving time forward. They're prohibited under your bill from purchasing land.
I'm not sure that they are, but we do have an amendment that
Would you
may
take my
address
word
that
that
and
they
clarify
are?
that.
Please. Like in your bill, it's point blank. Right? And this law would restrict them from purchasing land because they are domiciled in another country and they have not had the time and the opportunity to undo that domicile, because they have not had a chance to become a permanent resident, because they have not had a chance to become a citizen yet. They are now restricted from buying a home, a commercial property, a business, farmland, or even owning mineral interest or water interest.
Again, we have some amendments to consider that may address some of your concerns.
those restrictions, do they happen with any evidence that they've done something wrong? That like you think that they're a spy or a traitor? Does your bill require that?
This bill states plainly how this bill would apply to someone and what happens if it applies to them.
So just take the four corners of the bill as evidence. Right? The bill spells out everything we need, right?
We're not finished with the bill, Mr. Wu. We have amendments to
That's fair.
consider.
Does your bill talk about CFIUS at all? CFIUS.
I don't believe so.
Okay. Do you know that CFIUS is the the Federal Committee on Foreign Investments in the United States, literally the group and agency that is tasked with figuring out whether land purchases by foreign actors are appropriate or not?
I'm fully aware of CFIUS, and I'm also aware that it's largely a volunteer process, and it lacks teeth, and it doesn't work. And so it's very slow, it's very tedious, there's holes in it. There are folks that have gotten by that process, and so instead of waiting on the federal government to fix anything, where Texas is going to do it. CFIUS is not sufficient.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of CSSB 17 under Rule 4, Section 32, on the grounds that the background and purpose statement in the bill analysis is substantially and materially misleading.
Please bring your point of order forward, Mr. Wu. The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
SB number 29, SB number 305, SB number 326, SB number 463, SB number 494, SB number 530, SB number 769, SB number 783, SB number 856, SB number 1169, SB number 1238, SB number 1967, SB number 2196, SB number 2312, SCR number 29,
Please excuse Mr. Hunter because of important business in the district. Excuse me. Please excuse Mr. Hunter to attend a meeting of the Calendars Committee on the motion of Dr. Oliverson. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the gentleman still on his layout, so he's available to answer questions on the bill?
The layout time has ended.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
amendment by Little.
The chair recognizes Mr. Little to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an amendment that is designed to communicate in the bill what Texas is doing in exercising its police powers and to lay out the rational basis for legislative findings concerning China, Iran, Russia, and North Korea. I move adoption.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Mr. Little, would you yield for a question?
I certainly will.
He
Can
will,
you
Mr.
explain
Christian.
that one more time? I couldn't really hear. You said it's doing what with these countries?
Yeah, I'm happy to articulate this. So the purpose for this amendment is to yield legislative findings to articulate the rational basis for the inclusion of China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea in this bill. And there are a series of findings by the legislature that are being articulated in pages 1 through 3.
So this is just clarifying why these countries are the ones that are technically on the list of who we're saying are foreign adversaries.
Yes, Representative Manuel.
Okay, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
the gentleman yield for some questions.
Would you yield, Mr. Little?
I do.
He will.
Thank you, Representative Little. So you gave a pretty brief description of your amendment. Looking at it, it's a 3-page amendment,
It is.
so it's pretty detailed. So I'd like to just kind of walk through. It seems like you're laying out several findings country by country as a rationale for the bill. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So do you feel like the rationale for the bill as it comes to the floor is inadequate?
I don't think I would put it that way, Representative Turner.
Then what is the purpose of the amendment?
The purpose of the amendment is to articulate the basis for the exercise of police power by the state of Texas.
Okay, so you feel like the bill, as it comes to the floor, doesn't have that rationale?
No, I don't think that's accurate. I think this is providing some clarity and additional information.
Okay. So these are, I won't go through all of them. There's a lot here, but you have a lot of different findings: Russia's advanced cyber capabilities, Russia intentionally stokes political discord in the West, which I completely agree that is the case. We've seen that in the interference in our elections. But you have a lot of findings here. Did you consult with officials at the State Department or other foreign policy experts in our country to put this together?
The United States State Department, Department of State?
Yes, the U.S. Department of State.
Certainly not. This is an exercise of police power by the state of Texas.
Okay, but I understand that, but you are drawing conclusions related to foreign policy, and
No.
well, respectfully, I think you are. That you are you are talking about other countries, and you are making statements of fact in this amendment with respect to other countries. And so I think when we pass something that says this is the finding of the Texas legislature, I just want to make sure it's accurate. Like I said, just glancing at this, I haven't been able to read the whole thing, but glancing at it, I think there's certainly some things in here I agree with. There may be some things I don't necessarily agree
Well,
with.
take your time.
I just would, well, my question is, I'd like to know what foreign policy experts informed the composition of this amendment.
What foreign policy expert? This did not come from the United States Department of State. I think these are a series of indisputable facts, and maybe, or perhaps, Representative Turner, you feel that you can dispute them, but these findings are based upon primarily threat assessment from the United States intelligence community, but not the Department of State. And I think most of them are relatively uncontroversial. If you want to take issue with any of them, I'm happy to discuss them with you.
Again, for the third time, I'm not taking issue with any of them individually, but I am trying to understand how you settled on these. So you mentioned the threat assessment from, I didn't catch the agency.
Sure. If you take a look at Section A at the top of the amendment, it kind of gives you the point of origins. The legislature finds the following as informed by the determination of the United States Director of National Intelligence in the 2025 Annual Threat Assessment of the U.S. Intelligence Community.
Okay, that helps answer my question.
I
Thank
hope
you. So all of these facts with respect to each country, those are contained in the 2025 Annual Threat Assessment?
I wouldn't say facts. These are the findings that were issued by the U.S. Director of National Intelligence.
But they were all included in that Annual Threat Assessment?
It's my understanding.
Okay. But you haven't read the threat assessment?
I don't have it in front of me, but this is a point of origin.
Okay.
I don't have the complete assessment. An annual threat assessment produced by the U.S. Department, or I'm sorry, by the Director of National Intelligence is going to be far more detailed and voluminous than just related to these countries.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman yield for questions.
Would you yield, Mr. Little?
I will yield
He
for
will,
questions.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Little. Couple things. I know that you've referenced the DNI threat assessment. You also mentioned that this was an exercise of state power. So for the purposes of legislative intent, you and I are both lawyers. Findings are very critical parts of our record. Did you, in your exercise of state power, consult with any other member of the House when you composed these findings by way of this amendment?
I'm not sure I understand the question. I certainly haven't exercised any state power. I'm one representative here in the chamber, but I did not confer with any particular member in the House.
Yeah, and I'll clarify. I think in your exchange with Chair Turner asked you if you had relied on anything from the State Department. I believe your answer was, well, absolutely not. This is a exercise of our state power, state authority. I thought you said that. Did I mishear you?
I did say that, but the origin of the threat assessment is not the United States Department of State.
I understand, but I think it's your response that I was curious. I mean, if this is a state-derived finding, now what you've now clarified is findings from the DNI, which I can read on page 1, but I want to know that since these are being purported to be findings of our legislature, and you're conferring with other members of this body, either those standing with you, those sitting in their chairs, I just want to know that you run these findings by anybody to get their opinion as to whether they needed to be supplemented, or are they right, or did you just file them?
I just filed them.
Okay, and you recognize that when you do that arbitrarily, these findings, if adopted by the body, I guess become findings of this House, but as they've been introduced, these are findings as it relates to your crafting and filing and submitting this amendment. So these are your findings.
No, I would disagree with you.
Well, whose are they?
Well, as is explained at the top of page 1 of the bill,
Yes, sir.
the legislature finds the following as informed by the determination of the United States Director of National Intelligence in the 2025 Annual Threat Assessment. The Annual Threat Assessment is approximately 30 single-space pages, and it relates to a number of other things just besides these individual countries. So the findings that are indicated in the amendment are severely truncated compared to that voluminous document.
And I guess, the magic word for me is at page 1, line 5, where the word informed is there, which means they help shape these findings. Are these verbatim extractions from the threat assessment report?
There may be some, thank you, Representative Martinez-Fisher. There may be some portions of them that are verbatim, but I think they're more done in summary than verbatim.
So it's a summation, or is it your summation? Is it Ledge Council's summation? Who summarized these findings?
It has, I would say it has several authors, and I couldn't tell you all of them.
Okay, well, and I asked you if you conferred with anybody, and you said you hadn't, so...
You asked me if I conferred with anyone in the House, and I have not.
Okay, well, then as to those authors, who are those authors?
My understanding is this is informed by at least me, Ledge Counsel. There may have been representatives in the Senate that are legal counsel as well. So it's really the product of a number of people coming together.
Okay, and I guess because we are presenting them now as an amendment that will, if adopted, will become findings of the House on the Senate bill, and you're going to represent to this body that the informed, the ability, the fact that this was informed and shaped by the DNI threat assessment report.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to just extend to finish my question.
Is there objection to the extension of time? Chair hears none. The time is extended. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Martinez.
And just to make sure that I heard you correctly, the folks that helped shape this and summarize this were either members of the Senate or Ledge Council, but not any one of the 150 members of this House,
Other than me?
other than you.
No.
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Martinez-Fisher, for what
Mr.
purpose?
Speaker, I'd like to have the exchange between Representative Little and I for the purposes of legislative intent be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection?
I object.
There's an objection. Members vote aye, vote no. It's a division vote. Record vote's been requested, or record vote's granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Please vote from your desk. Show Mr. Little voting no, Mr. Martinez-Fisher voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 64 ayes and 74 nays, the motion to extend has failed. The remarks will not be printed in the journal. Mr. Martinez-Fisher, for what
Mr.
purpose?
Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, the vote that we had was just a motion to reduce the exchange Representative Little and I had to place them in writing in the journal for the purposes of legislative intent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
It sounds like there's some confusion as to this. What is the proper vehicle to bring this vote back before the House?
Someone on the winning side must make the motion to reconsider, Mr. Martinez-Fisher.
Okay, and that would be somebody who voted nay, Mr. Speaker?
Someone voting nay must make the motion to reconsider, Mr. Martinez-Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Mr. Little for a motion.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Little.
I make a motion to reconsider the vote concerning placing the discussion between myself and Representative Martinez Fisher in the Journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The motion, the question occurs on the motion to print the remarks in the Journal. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. Thank you, Mr. Little. The chair recognizes Mr. Wu to speak on the amendment.
Members, this is a performative amendment on a performative bill. It does, adding this amendment onto this bill does nothing. It changes no law, has no effect on this bill. It's just for people to feel good. I would ask Oliver, if you're following me, vote 3, vote present, not voting.
Mr. Little to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'll just communicate to you, there's nothing performative about this amendment. I think this will be useful to the state of Texas should this bill ever be challenged for any reason. And I ask you to vote in favor of the amendment. I move adoption.
The question's on the adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Little voting aye. Show Mr. McQueenie, Mr. Hunter, Mr. Hefner voting aye. Mr. Vasuit voting aye. Have all members, this is a record vote. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 91 ayes, 0 nays, and 54 present not voting, the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Wally for an announcement. Chair recognizes Mr. Wally for an announcement.
I got an announcement. Y'all might want to listen to this. At 5:45 for purchase, Gabe has a taquiza. For you folks that are Spanish illiterate, taquiza is street tacos for purchase by Gabe at 5:45. Go get some food.
Thank you, Mr. Wally. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Turner.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Federal Fair Housing Act explicitly prohibits discrimination in the sale or rental of housing based on several factors, including national origin. But this bill, as written currently, conflicts with that federal law, broadly including residential property in its ban on land ownership for individuals from designated countries. So this amendment is simple. It states that this bill cannot be interpreted or applied in a way that violates the Federal Fair Housing Act. Not only does this protect the rights of lawful residents, students, and families to purchase a home in Texas, it will also protect against future litigation about this bill. Future litigation against this state, which is currently written, undermines federal anti-discrimination protections for something as simple as putting a roof over your family's head. Members, a vote for this amendment is a vote to uphold federal civil rights law and is a vote to ensure our housing market is never used as a tool for discrimination. I urge you to join me in supporting the necessary protection for all Texans.
Mr. Wiley, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would Chairman Turner
Mr.
yield for
Turner,
the
would you
questions?
yield for
Yes,
questions?
I will.
He will.
Chairman Turner, many of the federal fair housing pieces of legislation, they were passed because we had a history of denying people access, particularly based on religion, based on national origin, based on many other factors, access to financing the purchase of new homes. Is that correct?
That's absolutely right, and including, importantly, discrimination based on race, at which all of those factors led to the Federal Housing Act, which was known as the Civil Rights Act of 1968.
Correct, and it was those civil rights acts that tried to stem the tide of racial discrimination in housing so that folks that look like me, look like Mr. Wu, look like Mrs. T had the ability to purchase the home, but because they were being denied the ability to purchase that home, these laws were passed. Is that correct?
That's absolutely right.
Unfortunately, we had redlining because we also had certain communities that were prohibited from buying in certain communities, particularly in Houston. We had a history, unfortunately, a sad history, like many urban communities that were redlined and were certain zip codes where folks of color cannot buy homes. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. As you know, I grew up in Dallas, and Dallas had the same history 100 years ago, only certain neighborhoods for certain people.
And matter of fact, they had certain specific, overt, documented prohibitions of people of color being able to purchase either via an HOA, but particular local ordinances that did this as well. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Okay, and so because this type of practice, this type of discrimination based on race was rampant all over the country, the federal government stepped in and said, yeah, we need to stop doing that. We need to open the doors of opportunity to all Americans. Is that correct?
That's absolutely right. And they said housing discrimination based on race as well as national origin is going to be illegal in this country. And they said that in 1968. And all this amendment does, we don't strike any section of the bill in this amendment. We simply add 3 lines to the bill that says nothing in this subchapter may be construed or applied in a manner inconsistent with the Fair Housing Act and the citation. So that's all this amendment does, and we just want to make sure our state law is aligned with longstanding federal law that protects all people, irrespective of national origin and other factors.
And we want to preserve that protection so that, with this amendment, so that whether this bill passes or not, we're not overstepping, preempting federal law when it comes to passing legislation at the state level. Is that correct?
Well, that's exactly right. And of course, the state doesn't have the, because of the supremacy clause of the U.S. Constitution, federal law trumps state law when there is a conflict. We just want to avoid that conflict. Let's avoid costly litigation that will cost the taxpayers of Texas money by inserting this language, so it's clear we're being consistent with federal law.
Thank you, Chairman Turner.
Thank you, Representative. I hope this amendment is acceptable to the author. Move it on.
Mr. Hefner, to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, no provision of Senate Bill 17 is inconsistent with the Fair Housing Act. The prohibitions articulated in SB 17 are based on actions or affiliations, not characteristics. So this amendment is unnecessary. I will be moving to table. So please vote yes to table.
Mr. Wu, for
Speaker.
what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Would you yield, Mr. Hefner?
Yes.
He will. Go ahead.
In your bill currently, there is no provision that says that the state of Texas will follow federal law, correct?
The bill says what it says, Mr. Wu, and it
I'm sorry.
doesn't affect people based on their immutable characteristics, just their actions or affiliations, plain and simple.
I'm sorry, I must have asked that improperly. In your bill, does your bill say this law will comport with federal law?
I'm sorry, say that again?
In your bill, anywhere in your bill, does it say that we will follow federal law?
Not to my knowledge. It doesn't say that we won't.
Do you want to check? Are you sure? Are you not sure?
Look, just because we don't accept this amendment, don't mean we're not following the law, federal law.
I'm sorry, my question is, does your bill say that we will follow federal law that's on the books?
Please confine your remarks to the amendment, Mr. Wu.
That's this amendment.
To my understanding, federal law currently does not restrict ownership, and we are restricting ownership based on certain provisions in the bill.
I'm sorry.
And so,
My English is not that great. Let me ask it one more time. Does your bill, anywhere inside of the bill,
Mr. Wu, the amendment, please, not the bill. He's speaking on the amendment.
I'm asking about the need for this amendment. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Does your bill address that if there are errors in this that conflict with federal law, that we will follow valid federal law? Does it say that in your bill?
I don't know that our bill refers to federal law.
Okay. Thank you. You understand that this amendment, all it says is that, hey, we're going to pass this law, but if it conflicts with federal law, we recognize wins.
This bill does not conflict with the Federal Fair Housing Act.
Again, I'm sorry, my mouth is really dry. Maybe I didn't say that right.
Yeah, I heard you, but this bill doesn't conflict. And so I'm going to move to table it because it's
Do
unnecessary.
you understand that the amendment says
I understand. I can read.
that if this bill conflicts with federal law, that we recognize that
I
the United
understand.
States law says federal law trumps?
I understand. I can read the amendment.
And you're saying that this amendment is not proper for your bill.
That's correct.
Okay. And so you're saying that the state of Texas, in passing this law, does not need to comport itself with federal law.
I'm not saying that or not saying that.
Thank you.
Please vote yes to table. I move to table.
Mr. Turner to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to ask you to vote no on this motion to table. I want to repeat what this amendment does and what it does not do. This amendment does not strike a single word from Mr. Hefner's bill. It adds 3 lines. Nothing in this subchapter may be construed or applied in a manner inconsistent with the Fair Housing Act. That's all it does. So all I'm asking the legislature to do, all I'm asking the Texas House to do is affirm that if we do in fact pass this bill into law, that nothing in it can be construed to violate longstanding federal law, okay? So if you go a mile north of here, you can go visit the LBJ Library. And in that library museum, you can see, you know, the incredible legislative accomplishments by our fellow Texan, President Johnson. One of those was the Fair Housing Act. It was a Texan who signed this act into law in 1968. 1 week, I would add, 1 week after the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King. Dr. King fought hard to end housing discrimination in this country. Yes, on the basis of race, and yes, also on the basis of national origin. And that is what is threatened by this bill. That is why this amendment is so important, that we do not undo these long-standing protections that we have enshrined in this country in 1968 by a fellow Texan. So I would ask that you vote no on the motion to table.
Members, The question comes on the motion to table. Vote aye if you're in favor of the motion to table. Vote no if you are not in favor. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Little voting aye, Mr. Wu voting no. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 84 ayes, 59 nays, the motion to table passes. Members, when laying out a bill or an amendment at the front mic, please do not use the switch at the lectern to turn the mic on and off. Doing so interferes with the master controls for the sound system. Thank you. Mr. Christian, for what purpose?
Yes, will the author yield for a few questions on his bill, please?
We do not have anyone presently speaking. We have amendments that are about to come up, Mr. Christian.
Okay.
The bill author will be back, but not at this time, Mr. Christian. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Anchia.
The chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I wanted to draw your attention in this bill to a provision that could be damaging. In the discussion that you heard earlier between the front mic and the back mic, the author said that it was not his intent to deal with visa holders or to cover under his bill visa holders who may be required to be domiciled in their home country by U.S. immigration law, but nonetheless live in the United States, right? And I just want to point out the importance of this amendment. And as many of you may not know, I represent, along with Venton Jones, the medical district in Dallas. And I'm not going to single out the hospital, but they contacted me and they were very, very concerned because 1,300 students and faculty are on a number of different visas. And U.S. immigration law, when you're under a visa like a J-1, an H-1B, an F-1, an F-N, says you can't say you're domiciled in the United States. You have to say you are domiciled in your own country, and instead, you are legally authorized. So if you look at this amendment closely, it says we're adding the criterion for purposes of domicile, for determining domicile. An individual is considered domiciled in the United States if the individual, number one, holds a valid visa issued by the federal government, and number two, has been legally present and continuously residing in Texas for 1 year. Okay, so we wanted to have an element of permanence. I raise this because we have researchers, doctors, PhD students in the Dallas Medical District who are subject to all of these visas. It is impossible for them to comply with this bill because they are domiciled in their country, and if it is a covered country, they are domiciled there, but they're living here. And because this bill covers single-family homes, representatives, they're unable to buy homes in the United States. This is very straightforward. It says for all those people here who are here under lawful visa categories that they are able to buy these single-family homes, and their domicile is not considered their foreign country for purposes of this bill, even though it is considered that under federal immigration law. It is very straightforward, and this, ladies and gentlemen, will deal with the concerns of the Dallas Medical District with respect to this bill. And I just want to give you some data. There are 1,300 students and faculty in the Dallas Medical District. 31% of them are under J-1s. 30% of them are under H-1Bs. 13% of them are under F-1s. 9% of them are under F-Ns. You know, for those of you who consider yourselves MAGA, it is this administration's stated priority for the United States to be a global leader in biotech and biomedical innovation, which is exactly what's happening in the Dallas Medical District. If we are unable, and they are unable, to recruit the best and brightest to the Houston Medical District, to the Dallas Medical District, to any of the top-tier medical districts throughout this state, the opportunity and dream for American preeminence in biotech and biomedical innovation will be lost. This is a simple fix in the bill that deals with people on these visas. So I would ask that the author give it favorable consideration and that it be acceptable.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield for questions?
Mr. Anchi, would you yield for questions?
I will yield.
He will, Mr. Wu. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anchia. I just want to touch on a couple of points. Visa holders, if someone has a visa, are they here legally?
Yes.
In fact, a visa is official permission from the United States to be here, correct?
Correct.
And visas can be short, like a visitor's visa may only be a few months, right?
Correct.
But there are work visas, student visas, where people can be here for years, if not decades.
Correct. And let me put a fine point on that. My amendment says you have to be under a valid visa because we don't want people buying homes on a tourist visa, right? And the second plank of my amendment covers that latter situation. It says you must have been legally present and continuously residing in this state for 1 year.
And
Okay? And so that deals with people who are here on a tourist visa.
And you heard Mr. Hefner earlier say that he's not after people here who are illegal. I mean, he's not here after people here who are lawfully here, right?
What I heard from the author of this bill, which I agree with, is if people come through the front door, they are not subject to this bill.
And visa holders would be coming through the front door.
Visa holders are under, as my amendment says, under valid visas issued by the federal government. And so we have both the requirement that you're here under the under a valid visa issued by the federal government, and you've been here at least for a year. Then you're not covered by this bill, because domicile is an important term in this bill, and we want to make sure that the author is true to his word, that people who are here legally, contributing to biomedical research and our preeminence in biotech and biomedical innovation, are not penalized, but rather rewarded, so that we can recruit them to Texas, which is the 8th largest economy in the world, and a center for biomedical innovation.
And I don't, not to put a too fine point on it, it's not just biomedical or medical, right? It's also engineering firms, it's also aerospace, it's also computing, it's also the oil and gas industry.
We could be having this discussion about a number of different sectors in this state, Mr. Wu. Because Representative Jones and I share the medical district in Dallas, it is a world-class medical district with world-class researchers and physicians who are doing cutting-edge work. We do not want this bill to be a barrier to recruitment of those people. We want places like UT Southwestern, we want places like Parkland to be able to recruit the best and brightest from all over the world to come to Texas and make us preeminent leaders in this area. But to your point, Mr. Wu, it could be any sector in the United States.
Do you believe that your amendment addresses some of the issues Mr. Heffernan and I discussed between the mics?
It certainly deals with the visa holders in this bill, and I think it makes it perfectly clear that those visa holders are considered domiciled in the United States and not caught up by the vagaries of the bill.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Raymond, for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield for a question?
Would you yield, Mr. Anchia?
Yes.
He will, Mr. Raymond. Go ahead.
Thanks, Speaker. Chairman, so I guess your amendment is that you want these folks that you're talking about to be able to purchase land, et cetera, in Texas? Is that why you want this amendment?
Candidly, I just want them to be able to purchase a single-family home, Mr.
Well,
Raymond,
but
because
that's
hold
what-
on, let me finish real quick.
Okay.
Because the bill doesn't just deal with land; it even deals with buying a single-family home. And
Right.
candidly, that's a big inhibitor to recruiting people, because if you're telling them, if they're coming from one of the covered countries and they're going to be a big-time researcher at UT Southwestern, you say, no, you really can't, you can't be here, you can't buy a home with your wife and kids in Dallas. Where are they going to go? They're going to go somewhere else. They're going to go to Carnegie Mellon. They're going to go to one of the other preeminent research institutions throughout the United States. That's what I'm trying to get at here.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify, that you want them to be able to purchase, I guess, something, land.
Real
or-
estate, yes.
Real estate,
Yeah.
right. So that's what you're trying to do, is let them be able to purchase, not rent something. That you don't want them to rent condos or whatever. You want to be able to buy a condo or a house. Is that right?
Yes, that's exactly
would
right.
Would you accept an amendment to your amendment that limits it to them buying a residence or a home that they can live in, just so that it's clear that that's what you're trying to do?
Absolutely, absolutely. I'd be happy to do that.
I'll leave that to the author of the bill. Is he, Mr. Hefner, listening? I was asking.
I mean,
let
if the author wants to bring an amendment to limit this to single-family homes or to a condo, or even to buy just a small business,
you can
a small
also-
business where they're acquiring the real estate. Yeah, let's let them do that.
Then you could do an amendment to your own amendment. Just a suggestion.
Yeah, sure.
You can do it.
Yeah.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for
Would
question?
you yield, Mr. Anchia?
I do.
Yeah,
He
thank
will.
you for this amendment. And I really hope that people are thinking about the predicament that we're putting our universities in and our hospitals. Many times these are
And our
teaching-
businesses and our oil and gas
Yeah.
sector. I mean, every sector depends on people who are our tech industry who are on these visas. Yes.
So just for my own understanding, so right now is there an opportunity for someone from these countries to rent, and rent would be the only option?
Yes, I
The
imagine that's
gentleman's
right.
time has expired.
Could I just ask a couple more questions? Extension of time, Mr. Speaker.
There's the motion to extend the time. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The time is extended.
Many times, someone that comes as a researcher becomes a valuable asset to the business or the hospital or the teaching institution, and it's actually more affordable for them to buy a single-family home than even rent in certain markets.
Certainly.
So I think that's the position that your amendment is taking, to allow them some flexibility so that they can be closer and not be restricted. So these folks, so then we don't have some of the best people in the world. Is that right?
Yeah, look, I'm being selfish here, okay? I want Texas to have the best and the brightest the world has to offer. And when we recruit them vis-a-vis another state, they should be able to buy a home here.
Yeah.
They should be able to buy a home here. And guess what? When they can go to California, to Ohio, anywhere else where they're rolling out the red carpet, but instead they're wanting to come to the medical district in Houston or in Dallas, and they're going to be here on a visa, a J1, an H1B, an F1, and an FN, a DAC, an AOS, an O1, a J2, a TN. None of that's covered by the bill.
Understood.
And so this would allow for that to occur.
Well, I hope that the author is really paying attention to your amendment. I think this is a great amendment, Chairman Anchia, and
And I'm not surprising him with it. We discussed this concept yesterday and today. This is something that he knows I'm concerned about.
okay. Thank you for your amendment.
Thank you.
Mr. Christian, for what purpose?
Will Mr. Anchia yield for a few questions?
Would you yield to Mr. Christian, Mr. Anchia?
Yes, I yield
You
to
will.
Representative Manuel.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a question looking at your amendment. It says if someone has been here legally present and continuous residing in the state for 1 year. So for instance, if we have accepted in our country a refugee from the Ukraine, which we have, and that war has been going on for over 3 years and they've been here, would this give them the ability to be able to own land, especially if they're in that part where the current president of Russia has said he will take that land and that's the only thing that he's going to accept, which means it would make them where they could currently either lose their homes or they could be able to stay here legally, work, have a family. Is that correct?
No, it's
Under
a-
your amendment, it would
Yeah,
allow them to do that.
Precisely, and that's a really interesting point. You can have, I mean, where apparently there are negotiations where part of Ukraine may be ceded to Russia, right? If you have a Ukrainian refugee here who was actually born in one of the regions that is ceded to Russia, that would be their country of origin. And they may be here on refugee status. And if we do not do this, they will be covered. They will be covered by the bill.
And lastly, do you know if all refugees are considered to be stateless or if they still have their nationality with them when they come here?
So under U.S. immigration law, you cannot say that your domicile is the United States if you're under one of these visa categories, okay? You are prohibited. It is impossible for you to declare the United States as your domicile. Instead, you must say that your domicile is your country of origin or the country that you most immediately have come from.
So without your amendment, we would be telling refugees that we legally allowed in here with our immigration laws that they could no longer own any property in the state of Texas, and if they did currently own land or business in this state, then the state can legally take that from them. Is that correct?
If you are a Christian refugee that has experienced Iranian persecution,
Thank you.
and you are here on a temporary protective status or some other visa category, you are covered by this bill, and you should not be. And that's what my amendment tries to do.
Thank you so much for
Mr.
this
Manuel,
amendment.
please excuse me for calling you Mr. Christian.
Thank you, Christian.
You're good, Mr. Charlie Garen.
Thank you. I hope it's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Hefner to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate Mr. Anchia. He always does things here and goes about it the right way, but I understand and appreciate the intent, but I do believe there may be another amendment in the queue that is more carefully crafted and could more
Mr.
tailored to achieve the
Anchia, for
best
what
outcome.
purpose?
Thank you. Will the gentleman yield for some
Would
questions?
you yield, Mr. Hefner?
Yes.
Since you used those words, I'm going to ask you, Cole, my Chairman Hefner, I'm sorry.
You're fine. My
What,
daddy
what,
gave me that
what
name.
about
I
this
like
is
it just
not?
fine.
What about this is not carefully crafted?
Well, I'd like to see the other amendment, have it laid out, and I do appreciate your concerns, and I do believe you bring a valid concern. But I just believe there's another amendment that may more adequately address it.
So you see where this amendment appears, right, in the bill? This is very, very clear, and it speaks to the issue of domicile, right? And so it speaks to the subchapter on domicile, and only that subchapter, and because that subchapter lays out criteria for determining domicile, right?
Right.
And one of those criteria is if your domicile is in one of the covered countries, correct?
Yes.
Right. And so if your domicile is in one of the covered countries, you are covered by the bill, and you're otherwise not validly here, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so, and you also would acknowledge that federal law, if you're here on a visa, requires you to list your domicile as that country of origin, right? You are unable to list the United States, correct?
That is correct.
Right. So you would acknowledge that that would be problematic for someone who is on a visa category here. And this, what this amendment tries to do is very directly and clearly say, hey, if you're here on a valid visa issued by the United States, and then I even included something for belt and suspenders. We want you to be here for at least a year, so you can't be here validly under a tourist visa, right? That's not going to work. You have to be here for a year, continuously residing. Then, for purposes of the bill, your domicile is not your covered country, but instead your domicile is here. To me, that's a very direct way to deal with the issue. Would you not agree?
Well, like I said, I guess there's more ways, more than one way to skin a cat. But respectfully, I'm going to go with the other amendment and see what it looks like when we get
Okay, but you would agree that this is speaks to your desire to have people who have come through the front door not be covered by the bill. You would acknowledge that?
To a degree, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Motion to table.
Mr. Anchia to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I appreciated the dialogue with Chairman Hefner. This is the most direct way we can deal with this issue, which he has acknowledged is an issue in his own bill. All right? We can pass any other amendment he wants to pass, and then they'll be read together. But this makes it very, very clear that if you are a legal visa holder in the United States, even if you're from one of the covered countries and you've lived here for a year, you are not prohibited from purchasing real estate. This is common sense. I did not try to sneak this on. This was discussed with him yesterday and today, and even on the mic, I believe that Representative Hefner has acknowledged this is an issue in the bill. So for those of you who are very, very proud of the Dallas Medical District, of the Houston Medical District, of the technology corridor in North Dallas, Texas Instruments, all our tech companies that we were very excited about, right? That have J1 visa holders, H1B visa holders, F1 visa holders, FN visa holders, DAC, H4, O1, J2, TN1, ASY, OTH, L2, TPS, that those people will be permitted to pursue the American dream here in this state so that we can continue to be competitive in all of those sectors we mentioned. And with that, I ask you, please, 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 adopt this amendment and make it clear for all where you stand on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Members, there's a motion to table in front of you. There's a record vote has been requested. If you are for the motion to table, vote aye. If you're against the motion to table, vote nay. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Little and Mr. Hefner voting aye. Show Mr. Wu voting no. Vote from your desk, members. We'll give you plenty of time. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 82 ayes, 62 nays, the motion to table passes. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Shaheen.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment makes it clear that an individual not lawfully present in the United States but is still domiciled in a designated country hostile to the United States cannot purchase property. I move it.
Mr.
Mr.
Speaker, I have
Christian, for
questions
what
for the
purpose?
gentleman, please. Zwiener.
Mr. Manuel, excuse me.
Can you
Mr. Manuel, for
open
what
this?
purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Would
for
you
his
yield,
amendment?
Mr. Shaheen?
Sure.
Can you explain that amendment? I couldn't hear you as
Yeah.
you were laying it out, please.
So on page 4, line 24, it inserts the words after
Wait, sorry, you said
country.
page 4
Page 4,
of your current amendment?
yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, it's not currently loaded up.
Oh, okay. Well, let me explain it to you while
Please, thank you.
you're pulling it up. So the construct of this section of the bill lists the individuals that are not permitted to purchase property.
Okay.
So the way you would read the amendment in context of the bill is the following may not purchase land if it's an individual who is domiciled in a designated country, so they're designated in the list of countries that are hostile to the United States, and is not lawfully present and residing in the United States at the time the individual purchases, acquires, or holds the interest.
Okay. And it's only in these countries that, with the former amendment and within the bill, that we're saying are adversarial countries, which is Russia, Iran, North Korea, and China. Is that correct?
It's referencing the definition on page 2, row 24, where it describes designated country, and it references the United States Director of National Intelligence as a country that poses a risk.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I move.
Mr. Little, for what
Oh,
purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Would you yield, Mr. Shaheen?
Sure.
He would.
Chairman Shaheen, I think there may be a little bit of confusion about the impact of your bill, and I just want to resolve something for the members of this chamber. If someone is properly here in the country but not a citizen of the United States, so someone who's on a visa and is properly in the United States, but they are found to be an agent of a hostile foreign government like China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, they will still fall within the scope of this bill, won't they?
You're exactly right, sir.
Thank you, Thank you, Chairman Shaheen.
Mr. Speaker, I move
Mr.
adoption.
Speaker.
Ms. Weiner, for
Will
what
the-
purpose?
Will the gentleman please yield for some questions?
Would you yield, Mr.
Sure.
Shaheen?
Sorry about that.
I'm sorry, Representative Shaheen. I know you're trying to get through your amendment, but we're trying to make sure we fully get what it does
No problem.
before we vote on it.
Sure.
So if I'm understanding correctly, the underlying bill contains certain classes around who is impacted, i.e. folks associated with certain nations who are not lawful permanent residents. And so you're effectively tightening this a little bit. Am I reading that accurately?
It's specifically what it's doing is it says if an individual is domiciled, or let's say they have a home in one of the designated countries, so again, that's a country that we've identified as poses a risk to the United States, and they're here in the United States unlawfully, they can't purchase land. So I mean, if you want to characterize that as tightening, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Representative.
Sure, you bet.
Mr. Tenderholt, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman here for
Would
question?
you yield, Mr. Shaheen?
Sure, yes,
He
sir.
will.
So are any of these people with visa, that hold a visa, could they be Chinese citizens?
If they are here legally and their visa is up to date, it would apply.
So if they're citizens of China, are all Chinese citizens, and I believe the answer is yes, members of the CCP?
No, that's an incorrect statement. Not all citizens of China are members of the CCP, because the CCP is guilty of horrific human rights violations, and I actually have constituents of mine that have suffered under communist China, and they would not associate themselves with a government.
My concern is we're creating an exception for Chinese citizens that are here on probably short-term visas to be able to buy this property. So I think the potential for people that spy on America and come here under false pretenses this exception will allow them to buy property. That's my concern.
No, so your statement said if they're here on a visa, right? So even though they might be domiciled in a country labeled as a designated country, if they're here on a visa, they're here legally. What this is saying is they're unlawfully. But I think it's important. I think the scenario that you're worried about is covered under page 5, D2, Romanet 2, where it talks about if they're acting as an agent or on behalf of a designated country. It's the item that Representative Little pointed out.
I understand that, but we don't ever know. They're very good at what they do. I did intelligence in the military for a long time. We never know who those people are. They come here on legal visas and they collect intelligence and they're spies for China. So that's my concern with this is we may not know the paragraph you're mentioning. I just saw that a couple minutes ago as well. But we don't know that they're spies. We don't know that they're bad actors. So this exception could allow or will allow some of these people to buy or lease property. Is that correct?
No, sir. It's not accurate. So again, with the amendment, the statute is very clear. So if you're domiciled from one of the countries that are designated in the bill, and you're here unlawfully, you cannot purchase land. In the other scenario, if you're here lawfully, but you're acting as an agent, which I think is the point you're trying to point out, they still can't buy land. So I think both of your scenarios.
The problem is we don't know that they're an agent, but they're here, and we're creating an exception that could create that situation.
But sir, I mean that's why we have law enforcement, right? I mean, at the end of the day, law enforcement has their responsibilities to find these individuals and then go through their prosecutorial process with the district attorney or whether attorney general or what have you.
Well, thank you for answering my questions. I respectfully disagree, but thank you for having this dialogue. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Money, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Would you yield, Mr. Shaheen?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
He will. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Shaheen, your amendment would cover any person who is here on a temporary work visa or student visa, wouldn't it?
Well, it actually calls out somebody that's not lawfully here. So if they have a student visa, it actually doesn't apply.
But if they have but your amendment is calling out anybody, or your amendment is creating a class of people who are here lawfully, if they're here lawfully in the country.
Well, let me read the amendment to you, and it might help things. So in the context of the legislation, right, the way to read the amendment is the following may not purchase, acquire interest in real property, an individual who is domiciled in a designated country, and here's where the amendment comes in, and is not lawfully present. So when you're giving me scenarios saying they're on a student visa or they're on a temporary visa or whatever, this would be an individual that maybe they were under a visa, now the visa's expired, now this applies because they're not here lawfully any longer.
Yeah, a person who is not lawfully present and residing in the United States
Yes,
is
sir.
not allowed to purchase, acquire, or hold the interest in the property. So that would also mean that a person that is lawfully present and residing in the United States is able to purchase, acquire, and hold the interest, correct?
Yes, I have a constituent that was at Tiananmen Square, and if you remember what happened there was an uprising in China against the communist government because of human rights violations or what have you, and she came to the United States legally, didn't speak any English, and she became a United citizen. And we want those individuals to be able to purchase land. And by the way, she would end up not only became a United States citizen, but she became a member of the local school board. That's
Sure.
what we want.
And U.S. citizens are going to be able to purchase property under this or any other law that we would pass, whether we have your amendment or not. What I'm concerned about is someone that is here on a temporary work visa, student visa.
The gentleman's time has expired.
May I make a motion for an extension, please?
Members, you've heard the motion to extend the time. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered.
I forgot. I just asked a brilliant question. I don't
It
remember
really
exactly
was,
what
but
it was.
I can't remember it either, but it really was brilliant.
And but the point is, we would be allowing under your amendment people here under a temporary work visa, temporary student visa, even a tourist visa. Is that correct?
Well, they
because they would
already-
be here legally.
But the bill already, I'm sorry, I think I interrupted you.
Well, they would be here legally, and if they are here legally under your amendment, they would be lawfully present and residing in the United States, and they would be able to purchase, acquire, or hold the interest.
I don't think the amendment is coming across. So I think if I read it, what it talks about is individuals that are not lawfully in the United States. And the examples you're giving me is they're actually here legally. And so what this amendment is saying is, if you're from a country that's hostile to the United States, and you're here illegally, unlawfully, you cannot purchase land. This is what we want. This is
right. But it's a double negative. So if you flip it around, it also means that if you are from a hostile country and you are here lawfully, you are lawfully present and residing, then you may purchase, acquire, and hold the interest.
If you're here lawfully.
Correct.
Yeah.
Under your amendment, if a person is here lawfully.
If somebody's here lawfully, yes, but you have to remember on page 5, line 9, it talks about if you're acting as an agent on behalf of one of the designated countries, then you can't buy the land. So
certainly that needs to be the case. But the fact is, at least my understanding of the reason why we wanted this legislation in the first place is because we don't always know who is acting on behalf of that foreign country. But there's a presumption that if you're still a citizen of that country, that you have more loyalty to that country than you do to our country.
Not necessarily, sir. If I may interrupt you, I gave you an example of a woman that has no love of China, for example. Right. She was tortured by the Chinese.
Right.
And so no, I would say she came to the United States and she's an awesome citizen. So no, I wouldn't agree with you. Now look, if there's bad actors, right? But regardless, if I can answer your question, if there's bad actors in the United States, whether they're here lawfully or unlawfully, this legislation addresses that. Because again, on page 5, it talks about if there's an individual acting as an agent or on behalf of the agent. Then I would draw you to the next section of the bill, section 5.254, where it talks about investigation enforcement by the Attorney General. And there's even a portion of the current statute that talks about law enforcement referrals. So all that to say is, I think we're covered, and quite frankly, this amendment is something that we want. We don't want people here that are unlawfully present in the United States to buy land. So to be a little transparent with you, I'm really confused why you're having an issue with this amendment.
People who are
unlawfully... Do you want people that are here unlawfully to be able to buy land?
No, it already... Okay. There's already a prohibition for people who are... Well, let me back up.
Okay. I think it's important to understand that we don't want people that are here in the United States unlawfully, that are from a country that are hostile to the United States to be able to buy land, and that's what this amendment does, and I'm puzzled over your question.
Then let me make it very clear.
Okay.
My understanding of what we were trying to accomplish with this bill, what the Republican Party of Texas is trying to accomplish, and the people who ran against me...
The Republican Party of Texas should love this.
No.
There's a problem if they don't.
Is that there is a class of people that we are concerned about buying property in Texas.
100%.
People from foreign countries that are hostile to us.
Right.
You are limiting it to only people from foreign countries who are hostile to us who are here illegally. So that anyone who is here legally, who is from a country that is foreign, hostile from us, is now no longer included. And so my question is, we have limited this bill from anyone from these countries unless they are coming here to be citizens, to, we have cut it all the way down to only people who are illegally here from those countries.
No.
Yes.
So on page,
that's what your
so on
amendment would
page-
do.
So on page 5, you have is a citizen of a designated country who is unlawfully present in the United States or is a citizen of a country other than the United States and acting as an agent or on behalf of a designated country. So again, with this amendment, what we're doing, I want to be crystal clear with you. If you're here unlawfully and you're from one of the hostile countries, you cannot buy land. If you're here lawfully, but you're acting as an agent, you can't buy land. So again, I'm confused on why that you have an issue with this
Yes,
amendment. 'Cause we do
I'm having
let
a
me,
hard time
hold on,
too.
sir. You asked me a question, and I'm
Sure.
not done answering. So at the end of the day, it should be very clear we don't want people from the hostile countries that are here breaking the law buying our land. I don't know why that's difficult.
Go ahead. The bill currently says that those people cannot buy the law. Cannot buy land. So the way the bill currently is, people here illegally from foreign countries cannot buy land, and people who are here legally from foreign countries cannot buy land. Your amendment would allow anyone who is here legally to buy land. People who are here illegally from any country should be deported. People who are here from foreign hostile countries should be deported. And people who are here legally from countries that are hostile foreign countries should not be able to buy land regardless of whether they are here legally or illegally. Your bill would your amendment would gut this bill and leave it only that illegal aliens from those countries are not allowed to buy property, or people that we can prove
your statement's inaccurate.
or people that we can prove
I'm
are
sorry.
acting as an agent or on behalf of a designated country. And so I want to limit everyone from those countries that are a citizen of that country from being able to buy land here. You want to only be able to limit illegals and people that we can prove are acting as an agent of the foreign country. That's just a difference in what we are trying to accomplish. I think it is a big mistake to accept your amendment.
Respectfully, I don't think you understand, and I've repeated myself
sure
3 times.
I'm sure that I do.
If you think it guts the bill to make an individual from a hostile country that's here unlawfully be able to buy land, I'm not sure
let
what
me
else
ask
I
you
can
this.
do.
Under the
when it
bill
talks about-
currently-
excuse me, sir. You asked me a question.
I'm going to admonish the members, the chair will admonish the members not to speak over one another.
Yeah, you asked me a question, so if you wouldn't interrupt me, it would be helpful.
Yeah.
So I've got that scenario, and then I've pointed to you, I don't know how many times on page 5, about if they're acting as an agent on behalf of a designated country, they can't buy land.
I've
and
one
then it talks
question.
about, excuse me, sir.
Mr. Speaker?
I'm going to answer your question, and you can try to interrupt me if you want. But then I
haven't asked a
explained to
question in a
you,
while.
starting on row 11, about the law enforcement piece of it.
The one question I have, under Chairman Hefner's current bill, or SB 17, under SB 17 as written without your amendment, do you believe that a person who is here unlawfully from one of these designated countries is able to purchase property?
We're on the amendment.
I know, but you're telling me that I don't understand your amendment.
You don't.
I do understand your amendment because what you told
just
me
asked
that your
me-
amendment
You just
says.
asked me a question about the bill, and we're on the amendment.
Okay. If we do not pass your amendment, because I need to understand what your amendment does.
Okay.
If
so
we do
let
not
me-
pass your amendment,
Let me just read it to you.
would an
okay?
illegal, no, I've read the amendment. If we do not pass your amendment, would an illegal alien from Iran be able to purchase property?
No, an illegal alien from Iran would not be able to purchase
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Move adoption.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to speak for the Shaheen Amendment.
Members, this amendment does not weaken the bill. On page 5, line 9, anyone acting as an agent or on behalf of a designated country is banned from owning land in this state. The next section spells out how the Attorney General's investigatory process would play out in proving if these people are hostile foreign actors. That's going to happen with every case. So if you're proven through that investigation that you're acting as an agent or on behalf of a designated country, it doesn't matter what your visa status is. You will have your land divested.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hopper to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, really simple. I ran on this issue. This was one of the most important issues door to door across my district, and people expected me, and I promised them to make sure that folks from North Korea, that citizens of communist China, the citizens of Iran would not be able to buy land in Texas. You know, who would have thought in 1836, after we won our independence, that all that Santa Anna had to do was to come and buy Texas to get it back? It's actually ridiculous that we're debating this because this amendment does actually gut this bill. I'm not a lawyer, but that's my understanding. Thank you all very much.
Chair recognizes Mr. Money to speak against the Shaheen Amendment.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for one or two questions?
Yes, I will yield for questions.
Gentleman yields for questions.
So when we first looked at this, we were looking at it thinking, hey, maybe this is okay. But the more we looked, it brings a question to mind. No matter what the intent of a member of one of these visas is when they come here, and oftentimes we don't know the intent, will this amendment allow more CCP members to buy property in Texas?
Unquestionably.
Some may be good actors, and many may not.
Absolutely.
Because we never know who the intelligence collectors are on purpose. So I want to clarify this. This amendment will allow more CCP members to purchase Texas property.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Speaking against this amendment very briefly, the bill that is before us here is a good bill. It's not perfect, but it's a good bill. And it limits any individual who is a citizen of one of these foreign countries from purchasing property here. This amendment says that anyone from one of those countries who is here legally can purchase a property. It guts what I think was the intent of the bill, and that's why I'm against it.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield?
I will yield for questions.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you. People who are lawfully here and have been vetted by the United States government to be here, vetted for background and everything else, and they're granted a visa to be here. Do you believe that even after the government vets them and gives them permission to be here, that they're still suspect?
I still do not think that they should be able to purchase property in the state of Texas.
And so let's be honest. Let's apply this to my people, to Chinese people. You're saying that every single Chinese person is a potential threat and a potential spy.
I need to know what you mean by that. So
it's what you said.
I do not think that every single person who is of Chinese origin or Iranian origin or North Korean origin or even people who were there recently are. But people who maintain I think it is, as a public policy, people that maintain their citizenship in that country and they are here temporarily, should not be able to buy land in Texas.
How do you know when someone can drop their citizenship of another country?
I do not know the circumstances that require renouncing citizenship legally.
For my family, when we became United States citizens, it's the day that you are sworn in as a citizen. Do you understand that every immigrant in this country, every single one, until the day that they are sworn in as a United States citizen, they are a citizen of another country until that moment. Do you understand that?
Yeah, and some people maintain dual citizenships. I don't know if that's possible with these
Yes.
countries, but I do know that that is possible as well.
In fact, when this bill came up the first time, we talked about Iranian Americans. Most Iranians who are here as refugees of some kind. Most of them are fleeing Iran, right? And they are considered dual citizens because Iran says, we don't care what American law is. If you're Iranian, by any amount of blood, you're our citizen. So America says, you're dual citizens. Okay? And originally, as this bill was written, would have included that. Do you think that's fair to include people who are already American citizens?
Of course not. No. Once you're citizen, and this amendment would not mean that citizens of the United States could not purchase property here, regardless of where they are from originally.
And so when we first proposed this legislation, we also included green card holders, permanent residents. Do you think they should be included?
I would be fine with a permanent resident. I mean, this is not about the amendment, but if you're just asking me, I'm fine with permanent residents that are probably working toward citizenship. Maybe they've married an American citizen and they're here. That's fine.
That's not how green cards work.
It can be, but
so you understand that this amendment will allow refugees and other people here who are here lawfully, who came the right way, as we kept saying, who came the right way, to give them a chance, because you can't become a permanent resident unless you can show the United States government, I have an ability to have a permanent home here. That if you say, I don't have any money, I can't buy a house, they say, we're not going to give you a green card. We're not going to let you be a resident. You understand that in order for those refugees who are fleeing China, fleeing Iran, fleeing North Korea, that they would be barred by this bill from purchasing land if not for this amendment.
I'd like to stick to the amendment, but anyway, I'm against the amendment. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to close on his amendment.
Members, if you oppose an individual that is here from a hostile country and is also here illegally, you need to support this amendment.
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Patterson, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a couple of questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Sure, I'd be
Gentleman
happy
yields
to.
for questions.
Okay, Mr. Sheen, with your amendment on this bill, if you are here illegally from a hostile foreign nation, can you buy land?
No, sir, you cannot.
Okay, Mr. Shaheen, if your amendment goes on this bill, if you're here legally from a hostile foreign nation, but you're acting as an agent, can you legally buy land?
No, sir.
Okay, regardless of if your amendment goes on or not, does there have to be an investigation to know whether or not you're here from one of these nations, and does that go through a whole investigation, court process, and then divestiture, regardless of if your amendment goes on or not?
That's right. This
Okay.
is a great amendment. It's going to make Texas a safer and better place. Vote yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
Will Chairman Shaheen yield for just a couple more questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Gentleman yields.
Chairman Shaheen, I'm sorry, you almost got away. As someone who wrote a similar bill to the one being offered by Chairman Hefner here, Mine was modeled on Arkansas's Act 636, which was signed into law by Sarah Huckabee Sanders, preventing foreign-controlled parties from owning real estate in this state, as well as agents and trustees of foreign governments. My understanding of your amendment is that in Texas, we will still bar foreign-controlled business entities and individual agents and trustees of hostile foreign governments, even with your amendment.
Yes, sir, that's accurate.
You concur?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Move adoption.
Mr. Shaheen sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hefner voting aye. Show Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Show Mr. Little voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Garcia Aber voting aye. Show Mr. Verdell voting aye. Show Ms. Morales Shaw voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 120 ayes and 19 nays, the amendment is adopted. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The public hearing of the Committee on Transportation, which was scheduled to reconvene upon final adjournment, is canceled.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gervin Hawkins.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gervin Hawkins to explain the amendment.
Members, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I did share this. I had a conversation with one of the bill authors and the bill authors for this. My amendment simply does this. It makes sure that our professional athletes, performers, artists, and entertainers are protected and can come to this country. We know that specifically our professional athletes carry a P1 visa. I had an opportunity to talk to a Spurs. Mr. Speaker, can I get a little order around here?
Members, please take your conversations outside of the rail.
My amendment protects professional athletes, artists, entertainers, or performers. One of the concerns in this bill, and I did speak with a Spurs executive, is concern about the professional athletes we have on this team. There's 125 foreign nationals on NBA teams that are under a P1 visa. That's a professional visa. None of them are guaranteed citizenship. They have to go through the normal process. These individuals spend tens of millions of dollars, be it on homes, be it in businesses, be it investments, developing programs in communities, all of that. I hope the author of this bill understand that all of these folks are in jeopardy with the bill in its current condition. With that, I move passage.
Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for a question?
Would you yield, Ms. Gervin
I would
Hawkins?
be happy to.
By any chance, Representative, first off, thank you so much. Do you know how much money a team would lose having to replace a player if they had to leave for a financial constraint or any reason?
Hundreds of millions of dollars. You think of Wemby Yami, who is a young man who is with the San Antonio Spurs. He wouldn't stay if he couldn't buy a home, couldn't invest his money in businesses, and we would be in jeopardy of losing him. Think of all the other athletes, Luka, who's in Dallas. So think about the amount of money that they invest. Also, what I want to share is some of our existing players, high-profile players, get foreign players that are from different countries to invest in our communities.
So we're looking at potentially a loss of investment into our own communities from people who are here working in good faith, adding to the community, and also asking this as a question. Do major league teams or minor league teams, do they put up people living in apartments or in houses? What would happen, do they do that?
They do.
What would happen if a player was to leave? What would end up happening if that's on a lease?
Well, first of all, if they don't have a place to live, they can't stay here, okay? And when you make hundreds of millions of dollars and you can't invest, we're talking tax dollars of more than 50%. You're talking about no write-offs. You're talking about no interest. But more importantly, Rep. Manu, is saying you're not wanted here.
And also, lastly, what kind of goodwill service tax dollars does having a major league team bring to a city like yours?
It's major. It's major having a big league team, as we all know. Not only that, those players bring apparel dollars, so they help businesses. Those players bring marketing dollars. Those players buy real estate. Those players do investments. So the loss to Texas would be humongous, and they will go somewhere else.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I think your amendment is wonderful.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Jones, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for
Ms.
questions?
Gervin Hawkins, would you yield?
I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Yes, you
So,
will.
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, or I'm sorry, Rep. Gervin Hawkins, it's not just professional athletes that this is going to affect, correct?
Correct.
Colleges like A&M, UT, recruit foreign athletes to compete there, don't they?
That's correct. Your student athletes will be impacted.
And I think we just passed a bill with NIL, so athletes are going to be making more money, correct?
That's correct.
And so athletes aren't living in the dorms all the time anymore, are they?
That's correct.
They want to buy a house, correct?
Correct.
They want a nice house.
Correct.
If they're here and they're contributing to the success of these institutions of higher learning, do you think this will dissuade or encourage them to come to Texas, to college?
It would dissuade them tremendously.
And so this is, but also you brought up star athletes.
Yes.
We're not just talking about star athletes, are we?
Not just star athletes, but athletes in general that are foreign nationals.
Right. So I don't know if you know this. You know, my ex-husband was Colombian, and he came here. His teammate, Carl Herrera, who played for Venezuela. Are you familiar with Carl?
I'm not.
Well, he played for the Rockets. He helped them win a world championship, and then he went to San Antonio. Are you familiar with San Antonio?
Oh yeah, quite familiar.
Okay, but you're just familiar with the Spurs of today, not the Spurs in the 90s?
Yes.
When Tim Duncan was there.
Correct.
So the Spurs right now have foreign athletes, correct?
No doubt about it. You got an ex-player is Tony Parker, who I know who invested millions of dollars in San Antonio. I mean, when we think about the athletes, let's go back to Olajuwon, who's living in Houston, and the type of money that he invests in Houston. Yao Ming, who still has a home here in Houston. So Luka Daka, I mean, there's so many, and so many millions of dollars or $100 millions to go out of the state because of this bill.
Well, I'd like to actually thank you for bringing this amendment, because as much as we love athletics in Texas, we should make sure that we don't dissuade great athletes from coming here to compete for our teams, whether they're professional athletes or whether they're collegiate athletes. And this country is great because of its diversity. This state is great because of its diversity, and we should be supportive.
No doubt about it. And you know what? And it's not just NBA. Think about soccer. Think about the hockey. Think about baseball. You know, there's many sports will be adversely impacted in Texas.
Because I know you're not from Dallas, but didn't We just had the Dallas team win the World Series, correct?
Yes, we
And
did.
they have people who aren't United States citizens, right?
That's correct.
You think they living in apartments?
I doubt it.
You think they probably got big houses?
No doubt about it. 10 million, 20 million.
That's what I thought. Thank you for bringing the amendment. I'm proud to support it.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Morales, for what purpose?
may the gentlelady yield
Would
for
you
questions.
yield, Ms. Gervin Hawkins?
I'd be happy to
She
hear
will.
questions.
Ms. Barb, are any of these players going to be subject to eminent domain?
Yes, if this bill is passed, because remember, they can take your property.
Thank you very much.
All right. I move passage. Or I hope the author accepts my friendly, wonderful amendment.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner.
I love and appreciate my classmate, but I respectfully move to table this amendment. It's not necessary under the provisions of the current bill. So please join me in moving to table.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gervin Hawkins.
I'm going to correct my wonderful classmate and let him know that without accepting this amendment, he's helping the state of Texas lose hundreds of millions of dollars through investments, through attracting high-level athletes from foreign countries. And what I'd like him to do at some point is explain to us why what he's doing will not hurt these athletes, because I truly don't understand it. With that, I look for my colleagues out here to protect the resources for Texas. I move passage.
Members, the vote is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the motion to table, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Little voting aye, Ms. Gervin Hawkins voting no, Ms. Hefner voting aye, Mr. Anchia voting no. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 86 ayes, 59 nays, the motion to table is successful. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Little.
The chair recognizes Mr. Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to let this amendment populate. Let's take our time, talk through this. So, members, there's been a modification to this bill that would permit people who fall within the scope of this bill, all of the barred foreign actors, to engage in a lease of 100 years or less. This is, to put it mildly, a loophole that you could drive a Mack truck through. For those of you who are in real estate, or you may be real estate lawyers in the room, you may be familiar with the concept of a ground lease. Oftentimes in commercial real estate development, someone who wishes to develop a piece of commercial property will enter into a ground lease that may be 99 years long, where they own the improvements, but they never purchase the dirt. They lease it for a period of 99 years. What I would submit to you is we ought to limit leasehold interests per this amendment to no longer than 2 years. And I move adoption of this amendment, but I understand there is an amendment to my amendment.
The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment to the amendment.
Amendment by Toth.
Chair recognizes Mr. Toth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this moves it to 1 year. Move adoption.
the question is on the amendment to the amendment. The amendment to the amendment is acceptable to the author. It is a record vote, however. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 89 ayes, 56 nays, the amendment to the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Wu to speak on. Chair recognizes Mr. Wu to speak on the amendment as amended.
Members, it's interesting that Mr. Little added this amendment because this is actually, remember I said earlier that this bill is very similar to the bill that we passed 100 years ago. And now with this amendment on, it's almost exactly the same. Because back then they also said you're not allowed to buy land, and if you live here, you can only live here for a little while. In fact, that was what was passed in Texas. That was passed in the first state that passed this law, California. They said the maximum was 3 years, and then you can't be renewed. So you have to go live somewhere else after that. So you say that the leases are only 1 year, and then later on they're going to change it to say once the lease is up, don't bother staying. I'm asking, please, I don't know how the bill author is going to do, but I would ask us to PNV.
Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Mr. Wu, would you yield for a question?
Yes.
He will. Go ahead, Mr. Manuel.
Passed law in California, wanting to know, did you know that we brought or invited Chinese immigrants here to work on railroads?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, when Chinese and Japanese people first came in the early 1800s, they were asked to come to do sort of the worst jobs there were, to die on the railroad, to die in mines, to do the dirtiest, nastiest jobs. And what was interesting was Asian Americans back then had a strange place in our society. In fact, in the late 1800s, they were actually even below, they were below everyone else. Because while African Americans could not live in the same neighborhoods as whites, Asian Americans were not allowed to live in a state at all. In fact, 16 states passed laws, some of them even into their own constitution, that said Chinese people, Japanese people are not allowed to purchase anything in our state.
Do you know
not
where
even lease.
the large lynching that ever happened in American history was, and what group that was affected by that?
I don't know.
It was Chinese Americans in California, because they were living there working on the railroad that we invited them to, and then a group of European and American settlers went in and massacred over 100 Chinese immigrants who they had invited into that land. Also, lastly, because I'm bringing that up to show how these kind of laws start and create negative notions about other people and how it turns to violence. Do you know why in America opium is considered illegal, as in when we had opium dens?
No, tell me.
Because they said after we had used Chinese immigrants to come here and work on the railroads and we massacred them, they started a propaganda tool that said Chinese men would smoke opium and get so horny that they had to rape white women. So we made opium illegal, which is the same reason we made cocaine illegal, because they said black men would get so horny that we would have to go out and rape white women. And the reason marijuana is illegal is because they said Mexicans would get too horny and thus rape white women. I appreciate you bringing up the history of this, because that is what it turned into when we passed laws like this
Yep.
over 100 years ago.
So this bill originally, you know, like Mr. Hefner said that
Mr. Speaker?
we want to have reciprocity and treat like other countries treat us. China and many of those other countries, nobody owns property. Everyone has a 99-year lease. And in China, if an American wants to own property or a 99-year lease, all they would have to do is be in the country for a year,
Ms.
be a
Gervin
resident.
Hawkins, for what purpose?
Representative
yield.
Wu,
Ms.
I
Gervin
want-
Hawkins, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions?
Would you
will.
yield, Mr. Wu?
I will.
He will.
Representative
Go ahead.
Wu, when we talk about foreign nationals coming and making investments, is there anything in this bill that you're aware of that protects foreign nationals' property? We were just talking about Yang Min over here, okay? And Yang Min brought $1 billion to the NBA his first year he was here in Houston.
Yeah.
Are we now talking about potentially, since that is considered an adversarial country, are we now talking about taking his property?
Yep. So it's not just that, and I think it's actually much, much worse than that. So what I don't think people will talk about is if you go up and down the Texas coast, you look at all the refineries, the petrochemical plants, many of them, if not almost all of them, have some kind of connection to this bill because most of those are international conglomerates. They're investment firms that work with multiple people. They have investors from all over the world. And this bill would touch most of them.
And so
touch
that
many
means
of them.
the attorney general could come in and say you're from an adversarial country and take all of those people's property
Absolutely.
and destroy those businesses
Yep. And sell it off.
and sell it off from under them.
And here's the other thing. These companies that are coming here, one of the first things they do is, how is life for our people who are going to come and work here, who are going to be expats here, who are going to come and work these jobs and help get this started. And we tell them, you can't own a home, and you can only rent for 1 year, and that's it?
Thank you, Representative Wu. I'm going to wait till the bill after because I need him to show me the page, the section, and the line that protects our foreign professional athletes.
This is
Mr.
now that
Speaker?
this amendment has been amended more, this is now horrific. But
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Jones, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield?
Would you
for
yield,
questions?
Mr. Wu?
I will yield for questions.
He
So
does, man.
I want to get back to this amendment in Houston, since we both represent Houston. Are you familiar with the Alief area?
Oh yes, that's part of my district.
Right, and I don't know if you know this, I went to ELSIC.
Yeah.
But do you remember a period when in Alief it was dilapidated
Yes,
and no one wanted to invest in Alief?
absolutely.
And people who were homeowners were upset because it was high crime. No, the city didn't pay any
Yup.
attention to Alief.
Yep.
And is it not true, Rep. Wu, that the Southeast Asian community, including the Chinese community, came and invested in the Alief area? Is that not true?
Absolutely. You come to Southwest Houston right now, what you will see is one of the most vibrant areas in the entire state. Non-stop growth. It generates incredible amounts of income for the city and for the county. Even when we were in recession, that area was still growing.
And let me be clear, as it relates to this amendment, it took more than a year to bring Alief back, correct?
Oh, yes.
So
It was a
people weren't
decade-long
just
process.
having 1 year, they were having multi-year leases. Is that accurate, Rep. Wu?
Yes.
And they also were buying property. Is that correct, Rep.
Yes,
Wu?
because-
Property that nobody else would buy.
Absolutely, and that's the point is many of those people, they're buying their first homes, they're buying their very first businesses, they're buying like a little donut shop, a little noodle shop, or something. And I understand people's concerns about foreign nations, but we're not talking about foreign nations, we're talking about individual people like my family, like Representative Vo's family, like Angie Chen Button's family, who we come here, we have no politics, we just want to escape the oppression and the hell of back home, of the country that we were born in, right? My parents, my family was thrown into the fields. My dad was thrown into the fields when he was 13 and left to die out there. And when almost 55 million people died, right? Our family tried to get out of there as fast as we could.
And the fact that someone like your family or someone like Rep. Vo's family can come to this country because they can try to attain the American dream.
That's it.
And even though you're born in a country does not make you hostile to the United States. Sometimes you are literally moving to this country in order to escape the oppression of those countries,
And
correct?
again, this amendment attacks the little person, the person at the bottom, at the person who has to rent. They can't even buy a home. They have to rent. We're talking about students. We're talking about workers, like bottom level workers who are just trying to scrape by.
And do you think...
And this is the way we treat them.
And I'm curious about the limiting it to a year. Do you have to like move from a different apartment, or do you have to leave the country after a year? I'd be
The
curious
gentleman's
about
time
that.
has expired.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Little to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, move adoption.
The amendment is acceptable to the author. This is a record vote on the amendment as amended. Vote aye if you're in favor of the amendment, nay if you are not. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Little voting aye, Mr. Hunter voting aye. Mr. Basut voting aye. Mr. Anchia voting no. Mr. Buckley voting aye. Members, vote from your desk, please. Ms. Kerwin voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 84 ayes, 19 nays, the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wu.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wu on the amendment to explain the amendment.
Thank you. I won't mess it up. Thank you, members. Earlier, Mr. Hefner and others talked about companies that were cozy with the Chinese government. And I would say to you that those are not just Chinese companies. There's companies all over the world who are cozy with the Chinese government and with many other of the governments that are hostile to our nation. What this amendment says is, without worrying about where the company is from, if they are on, I'm going to just say, use an example, if they are one of China's preferred vendors, preferred companies, that they should fall under this too. Because if we're worried about Chinese companies who are too close to the Chinese government, we shouldn't worry about all companies from all over the world who are too close to them.
Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for a question?
Would you yield,
I will.
Mr. Wu?
Do foreign adversarial countries, do they use proxy countries or proxy companies to actually do the things that people are saying they're trying to protect us from?
You know, I do not have firsthand knowledge of it, but I've heard many members in here say that. And
So-
this is an amendment to address that concern.
That's another question, is if the author of the bill and other people are saying it's adversarial countries and proxies, why are they not addressing proxies in this, but only you are? I appreciate your amendment, and thank you for actually standing up for the liberty this bill is saying and not just picking 4 people in a room.
Absolutely. So just want to make it even, just want to make it fair. If we're saying we're concerned about companies that are too cozy to the listed countries, then it should include all companies that are too cozy with the listed countries. Move adoption.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to oppose this amendment. It would actually reverse this bill and criminalize non-hostile actors. Move to table.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wu.
I don't know what to say. I thought this was an amendment that would be acceptable. So if you read it, it just says a company, an NGO, or other entity that is a direct vendor to the government of one of these nations. A direct vendor to one of these nations, not like sell them like a piece of one thing, but like you are a listed direct vendor. And you hold a direct contract with that government or service agreement with that government, that you should be included in that list. Why should it be limited to just companies that are headquartered there? Why can it not be companies that are headquartered in UK but are a very close partner with a government that's in one of these listed governments? Why not? Why should that not also be included? If you're saying we care about national security and we're worried about these companies, what they might do because they're so cozy, because they have all these direct contracts, because of economic pressures on them, that they're going to do what they're told to do. Why would you not have this in the bill? That's the whole point of the bill, isn't it? You're protecting the state because of companies and people that are too close and may be coerced into doing things they may not want to do. That's this group right here, regardless of where they're headquartered. Is the motion tabled? I ask you to vote no on the motion to table.
Members, the vote in front of us now is on the motion to table the Wu amendment. A vote yes is in favor of the motion to table. A vote no is to kill the motion to table. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 86 ayes, 59 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Little.
Chair recognizes Mr. Little to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this should be a very straightforward and uncontroversial amendment. This is to pull within the scope of the bill members of the ruling political party or any subdivision of the ruling political party in a designated country, and more pointedly, members of the Chinese Communist Party. I move adoption.
The amendment is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. This is on the amendment. Show Mr. Little voting aye, Mr. Jones voting no, Mr. Hefner voting aye. I've already. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting nay. Have all members voted? Being 85 ayes, 9 nays, 50 present not voting, the amendment is adopted. The following amendment. Members, we're going to have to shut down for just a couple of minutes to reboot the amendment system. It'll just be a couple of minutes. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Anchia.
Chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to talk about a part of this bill that you might not be paying attention to. We have investments that come to the state of Texas
Members, please take your conversations out to the rail.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Texas is the #1 state in the country for foreign direct investment. Okay, we have more foreign direct investment than even California. It's really important to all of our business climate that there is regulatory predictability when people make investments in the state of Texas. Okay, there's a piece of this bill that empowers the Attorney General to investigate when land is purchased, right? My amendment is very simple. It says that if you have gone through the very rigorous federal process at CFIUS, which is the Committee on Foreign Investment in the U.S., that you do not then get an Attorney General investigation. It is a safe harbor that is designed to provide you and your investment predictability. Because what happens when you're putting together your loan agreement, when you're putting together your equity, you are representing, you are warranting, and then you're giving a covenant that you have done everything possible and you have checked every regulatory box possible. But what if you have this contingent liability, even after you've gone through CFIUS, that a politically elected Attorney General can investigate you? It creates business risk, okay? And I'll just offer you a quick scenario that is not very far-fetched, okay? CFIUS, of course, is composed of very serious people. It's the Department of Treasury, and that's where it's housed, and the chair is the chair of the Committee on Foreign Investment. You have the Department of Justice, Department of Homeland Security, Department of Commerce, Department of Defense, Department of State, Energy, USTR, the Office of Science and Technology, and then you're joined by members of the White House, which is OMB, the Council of Economic Advisors, the National Security Council, the National Economic Council, and the Homeland Security Council. That is who reviews the transaction. Once you go through that very rigorous process, you will be able to avoid the Attorney General re-review of that process. Why is this important? Because all of those are career and very serious people. They are looking at the transaction, they're reviewing the transaction from perspective of science and technology, national security, etc. Imagine if you had a Republican administration and you had a Democratic Attorney General here in Texas, all right? That Attorney General will be political in nature. Even if your investment will have gone through CFIUS, an Attorney General from the opposite party of the administration, what is your incentive to sign off on that? You will have none. Political people will act politically. And they will, of course, open up an investigation. And what does that do to regulatory certainty in the state?
Mr. Speaker.
What does it do to your transaction?
Mr. Busey, for what purpose?
I'll wait a second.
It blows up your deal, right? We have a company that is facing, a company in Texas that is facing this very issue. They are a world leader in general aviation. They're based in McKinney, Texas. All the American labor is 100%. The supply chain, 96% American, 4% European. They've invested $10 million in Texas, and they're set to invest $15 million more. They just went through the National Security Review at CFIUS with very serious people, and their transaction was approved. Why would we want to layer on top of that a political review? It makes no sense. And just put aside for a moment that the federal government has a lot more resources at the Homeland Security Council, at the National Economic Council, at the National Security Council, the Council of Economic Advisors, to actually do the work of reviewing the transaction. Put that aside for a minute. But let's just think about what a political process would do injected in this situation. So if the political winds are moving in one direction, guess what? I'm the elected Attorney General here. I may, in fact, act politically. We've had an Attorney General that says their job was to wake up in the morning and sue the president. What if that shoe was on the other foot? That negatively impacts the business climate in this state, members. So I would please ask you to consider those factors. If a transaction has already been approved by CFIUS, we are not going to subject it to a process by an elected official that might act politically in this state because it hurts regulatory certainty.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Busey, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
I think our colleagues need to understand that if we don't pass this amendment, as you just outlined for everyone here, that we could have political interference on the Texas economy. Can you explain the economic impact of foreign investment in the state of Texas, the 8th largest economy in the world?
So look, yes, we are the 8th largest economy in the world. We're one of the leading destinations. I think I misspoke earlier. I think we're number 2 in the United States for foreign direct investment. We're one of the leading destinations for foreign-owned companies. They employ nearly 700,000 workers across the state. And according to, according to the governor's office, we are number 1.
Yeah, I think Governor Greg Abbott says we're number 1.
Yep. The governor correctly points out that we are number 1 in foreign direct investment. And in the last 10 years, we've attracted almost 2,000, about 1,850 new foreign direct investment projects. And that's expected to raise almost $200 billion in economic activity.
Representative, are you aware that in 2022, Governor Abbott's office said thanks to trading and investment partners like China, Texas upholds its reputation as a leader in the global economy?
Yes.
The Committee on Foreign Investments in the United States is responsible for reviewing certain transactions to determine impacts national security. Isn't that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
And you're trying to make sure that if that thorough process goes through, we don't allow whatever political party we have, the AG, interfere with a important project for our economy. And we can protect that by passing your amendment. Wouldn't that be correct?
Representative Busey, I'll put even a finer point on it. The people at the NSC, at the NSA, have trained their entire careers to do this work. And we are going to let them get second-guessed here?
I think our colleagues are tuning out, and I want them to understand this process, because in the layout, not by you, but of the bill author, we were led to believe that this was maybe not a thorough process. So I've written down the process, and I want to walk us through. As part of these reviews, they look at classified and unclassified intelligence reports, law enforcement databases, public records and financial disclosures, international sanctions and export control databases. They go on to review ties to foreign governments, military, intelligence services, criminal records, sanctions, export control violations, and foreign investment history. CFIUS uses classified assessments from the Department of Defense, the Department of Homeland Security, the intelligence community, including the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the NSA, and the CIA. And they specifically evaluate things as they're going through that thorough process, such as whether the land is near a military base, port, or a defense facility, if the transaction could allow espionage, surveillance, or disruption, and the risk of foreign control over critical infrastructure or technologies. And in doing these evaluations, they also take into consideration if the home country's relationship to the United States. So if we don't pass your amendment, we are to believe that that process is inadequate, and since this has to be a question from the back mic, are we to believe then that if we don't pass your amendment, the people of this body are saying that that's an inadequate process, but the political whims of an attorney general would be more adequate?
look, I'd like to think that attorney generals would act in non-political ways, but we see examples every day of politicians acting politically. And let's not discuss, you know, a position. But if you had people in two different parties, what is it going to do to regulatory certainty of the state? And let's assume for a minute that we were able to stand up the type of infrastructure. Let's assume for a minute that this body said, we're going to stand up that exact infrastructure, all that human capital, all that expertise in the Attorney General's office. You still have the problem of an elected official acting politically.
If we want the Texas economy to thrive, we need to pass this amendment. Thank you for bringing it. Let's not give in to the whims of the political
I
operators for the
appreciate
Attorney
that.
General. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative Busey, for those questions. This is, honestly, it's been a pretty discouraging process because even some very obvious things are not being adopted. This one should be very obvious to everybody.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate Representative Anchia. I don't want to have to depend on the federal government to decide who does business here safely and according to our law. The divestiture process is not a political process. There's an entire system of due process, and you could very much have political influence from the CFIUS process because they're all appointed by politicians and elected officials. So, with respect, move to table the amendment.
Mr. Anchia.
Will the gentleman yield for a few questions?
The gentleman has moved to table. The gentleman temporarily withdraws his motion to table. Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you for taking my questions, Representative. I wanted to ask you about a statement you made during your layout where you said CFIUS has some holes in it. You know, those were your words. I wrote them down. Can you describe those holes for the body?
Look, CFIUS is something that was created, you know, a long time ago in the 50s. It's a federal process. You know, I don't want to have the state to have to depend on or wait on or refer to the federal government. I want Texas to be able to take care of Texas.
Okay. Can you describe the holes in the process that you described?
I'm not an expert on the CFIUS process, on the
you
step-by-step
said,
process.
hey, it's federal.
I know that
We don't want to
had-
rely on them, but what are the holes in the existing process that would not catch things that you would want the Attorney General to catch?
Well, it's a voluntary process. We've had some large land purchases in the country and in this state that went around the CFIUS process. And
Are your-
so, yeah, whether or not, whatever the process looks like, I don't want us to have to depend on that process. It is going to be a political process no matter what because those people that are on the CFIUS committee are appointed by elected officials.
Okay. Are your concerns or are the holes in the process that exist? Sorry, exist before or after FIRMA?
My concerns with the CFIUS process is my sincere distrust of the federal government.
Are you familiar with FIRMA?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay. FIRMA is the Foreign Investment Risk Review Modernization Act that was passed by Congress and signed in 2010 by President Trump. Okay?
It was designed by President Trump?
I apologize. I misread that. 2018 by President Trump. And it was the update to the CFIUS process, right? And it expanded the scope of covered transactions. All right? And then there's been quite a bit of rulemaking done as a result of that places additional scrutiny on military bases where real property is purchased. You don't want to depend on the federal government. Are you concerned that there are holes in this law that was signed by President Trump in 2018?
I'm concerned with my distrust and the dysfunction of the federal government, and Trump's not always going to be in office, whether we like him or not. That's going to change in 4 years, and I want Texas to be able to take care of Texas and not have to depend on what happens in Washington.
So that includes you know, in 2018 when CFIUS was modernized by President Trump, you distrust that. You distrust the system currently in place. Is that correct?
I distrust the federal government. I'm not aware
Period.
of
Period. Okay.
Yeah, sure, of course. Don't you?
Okay. Let me ask you about how your bill deals with standing up the different components of the Attorney General's office so that it can do this work. What additional FTEs are going to be required in the Attorney General's office to do investigations?
You know, my staff met with employees of the Attorney General's office. They currently have systems for other types of reports, and they would just simply set up a portal for this. We were not advised of any additional FTEs.
Do you know how many
required.
investigators they have on foreign investment?
I'm not advised.
Do you know how many lawyers they have on foreign investment?
I'm not advised. This law is not
Do
in
you
effect, so they
believe-
may not have any on this specific issue.
Right,
But they
but do you
have lawyers
believe-
that are fully capable. I have
You
full faith
believe
and
that they
trust in them.
have the capabilities, the same kind of capabilities as the National Economic Council or Homeland Security Council, the Council of Economic Advisors? You're confident of that?
I do believe, and I'm confident that we have lawyers and those in the Attorney General's office that are fully capable of carrying out these investigations and enforcing this law.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Of course.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Hefner, the point of this legislation is about national security and the security of the state, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you recognize that there's many things involved in national security that are probably classified. Is that fair?
Yes.
Intelligence reports, whether secret, top secret, or higher levels?
I would assume.
Okay. And you have to have national security level access to those.
If they're classified, yes.
Does anything in your bill grant the state of Texas, an employee of the state of Texas, whether it's the Attorney General, one of his people, grant them access, to grant them national security access?
Well, my bill does it. It calls on the Attorney General's office to set in place processes for investigation of these types of instances. It gives them pretty broad authority, and that's on purpose.
I'm sorry, I worded that badly. Does anything in your bill give the Attorney General access to national security or classified information?
We're not talking about the state accessing top secret information or classified information. We're talking about us doing our own investigation and making our own determination based on the facts that the investigation spells out.
Does your bill give access to the Attorney General, give them access to national security intelligence?
My bill equips the Attorney General's office to set up the practices and the processes that he sees fit to thoroughly investigate violations of this law.
Is any of that access to national security information?
Maybe. I don't know.
You don't know if your bill says that you get a national security access or not?
The bill gives him broad authority and broad permission to set up processes.
And that's what I'm
for these
asking about.
investigations.
Does that broad authority include national security access?
I'm not advised. I don't know. We're not
You
talking
don't
about-
know if your bill
This is the state of Texas. This isn't
gives
the federal
access?
government. We're talking about the state of Texas, the state attorney general,
Does anything
and
in
the
your
Texas
bill-
House of Representatives passing a bill to protect Texas.
Does
so
your-
I'm
the-
not an expert on national security and classified information. I don't have to be.
Absolutely, that's kind of the point, right?
Whose point?
That people in the state levels don't have access to national security unless you have a national security clearance.
Okay.
Would you agree that much of the information about foreign adversaries, about foreign nations, about people that we're concerned about, that kind of information is included in data, in analysis, in intelligence that is at the national level, national security level?
Sure, and there's also a lot of information that's going to be in property records and business records and business filings and LLCs and LPs and all these things. So the Attorney General will have the authority and the permission to set up processes to fully investigate these instances. Plain and simple. It's not that complicated.
Do you believe that county property records are more illustrative of national security risks than national security intelligence.
You said county who?
County property records that you just mentioned.
County property records? Or they?
Does that tell us more about a risk to our nation or our state than national intelligence?
I guess it would depend on the investigation and what we were looking at.
What would the Attorney General be looking at?
He'll be looking for evidence that these people are acting on behalf of foreign adversaries.
So
if a complaint is filed and if an investigation is open and if the evidence leads to this process.
Do you think the county property records would give information about what someone was doing in another country?
I think everything will be at the disposal that is appropriate to be investigated. That could be county property records, that could be state records. I don't know. That's not for me to decide. That's for the Attorney General, who are experts in investigations.
You don't know if county property records will tell you about people's activities in other countries?
They could be a piece of the investigation. I don't know what you're trying. I don't know what this gotcha
The
you're trying to
gentleman's
do.
time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, I ask to extend the time.
Is there objection to the extension of time? The extension is granted.
Right.
Mr. Hefner.
Yes, sir.
On one hand, we have an organization made up of all of the concerned national level departments and agencies who have in their prerogative national security. And they are looking at this information with access to national intelligence.
Okay.
Do you believe
they can still do that, by the way?
I'm sorry?
They can still do everything they do. They can do all that. That doesn't mean we can't take care of Texas.
And so
by
what
God,
you're
that's
saying,
what we're going to do.
What you're saying is the Attorney General, without access to national security data, without access to what people were doing in other countries, are going to make judgments about those people based on their records here, local records.
You keep hung up on local records. There's many other facets to an investigation.
Please
and
tell
I don't
us.
know what the Attorney General is going to be looking at. He's going to be looking at whatever he can to make the case if there's a case. And if there's not, he'll move on.
Look at state traffic records, traffic tickets. Right?
I don't know. Maybe.
Does the Attorney General have any access to investigate overseas?
He'll have broad authority to set up processes to investigate these instances to the fullest extent of the law.
I understand you don't know if your bill grants
I'm
him
not
access.
the Attorney General,
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Williams. Maybe
Can
you
I
should ask
finish
the
my
Attorney
question?
General's office.
Please allow me to finish my question. I understand that you don't know whether your bill grants national security access to the Attorney General. Do you know or not know whether your bill grants authority to the Texas Attorney General to act in another country?
My bill authorizes the Attorney General to act within his constitutional duties for the state of Texas.
Does that include
I'm not
activities in
advised.
other nations?
It's whatever his authorities are under the Constitution of this state and the United States. It's whatever that is.
So you're saying that even though somebody has gone through a rigorous process involving our national government, involving agencies that are involved, whose tasks and duties are national security, after they have been cleared by that group, you're saying Texas can still find something better with your property records?
Possibly, yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Morgan,
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
would you yield, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Hefner? He will, Mr. Morgan.
So we just heard a lot about the federal government. Isn't it true the federal government let 10 million illegal aliens into our state?
I'm not advised on the exact number. It could be higher than that.
Could be higher than that, right? So doesn't this bill help address that those people that entered this country illegally aren't buying land in our state from hostile nations?
It could affect some of those people purchasing properties. The bill could.
Mr. Morgan, would you please keep your questions to the amendment that's before us?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Well, I thank you for bringing this bill and the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Move to table. Move to table.
Mr. Anchia to close.
Hold on, I get to close. Hold on a second. Thank you, members. That was an enlightening exchange that we just had, and I just want to recap it for you. I appreciate the bill author pointing out that he is not an expert in CFIUS. I will not. I stipulate that I am not either, but I've spent a lot of time studying it. And the Trump administration updated CFIUS in 2018 because of concerns about threats, right? And they passed the they signed the Foreign Investment Risk Review Modernization Act that expanded the jurisdiction of the Committee on Foreign Investment of the United States to address growing national security concerns over foreign exploitation of certain investment structures, which traditionally had fallen outside of CFIUS jurisdiction. So the covered transactions included proximity to sensitive government facilities, change in foreign investors' rights resulting in foreign control of a U.S. business or other business, etc. Pretty thorough. And the people who are on CFIUS, and I think you heard the debate, are very serious. So let me give you a hypothetical that I think is very relevant to all of us. Your Chamber of Commerce is working with a company to set up manufacturing in your community. They're going to spend tens of millions of dollars. That company has gone through the CFIUS process, has submitted the 800 to 1,000 pages worth of documents. It's been reviewed by Department of Treasury, Department of Justice, Homeland Security, Commerce, National Security Council, National Economic Council, Homeland Security Council, among others. And you've got the investors of this manufacturing plant have their equity together. They've put their financing, their debt financing together, and they're going to break ground. The Attorney General says, I, under this bill, am initiating an investigation. And I just need to have a reason to believe. The Attorney General has a reason to believe whether this transaction is a problem. There's no time frame in here on when they need to finish the investigation. That investment is dead. It's not coming to your community. It's ball game. And that's why states like North Dakota have provisions. North Dakota and Tennessee have both included provisions just like this to make sure that there's regulatory certainty for foreign investors in one's community.
Mr. McLaughlin, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a
Would
question?
you yield, Mr. Anchia?
I would.
He'll
I
be
would to my
happy to.
esteemed colleague, Representative McLaughlin.
The question I want to ask is, you talk about our government doing a real good job. Not far from me, a Chinese national has bought 140,000 acres of land that surround Laughlin Air Force Base, and is also trying to build an electrical system to get on our grid system. I don't think our federal government
Did that investment go through CFIUS? Do you know?
I do not know.
Okay.
But I mean, our federal government is.
But
let that slip through
conceivably,
through
the example
cracks.
you just brought up had gone through a rigorous CFIUS review and was approved.
Well, I know all the federal government, Senator Corn, Cruz, all of them now don't want that project
You're
to
making
go
my
on.
point, I guess, that if they had gone through a very rigorous review and it was approved by the NSA, by way of example, by Treasury, by Commerce, right? Political people will do political things if there's an outcry, right?
But if you use shell companies to buy this, then you circumvent.
Are you familiar with FIRMA?
Huh?
Are you familiar with FIRMA?
I'm not.
Okay. That is I was just discussing it, the Foreign Investment Risk Review Modernization Act of 2018, okay? And the provisions it was signed by President Trump. The provisions of FIRMA deal with purchase, lease, concessions. They deal with other investments, including investments in U.S. businesses, to your point, shell companies, in proximity to sensitive government facilities, that gives you access to sensitive material non-public technical information, so like trade secrets, and also covers any change in a foreign investor's rights resulting from foreign control in a third-party company or a U.S. company, okay? And it also covers any other transfer, transaction, agreement, or arrangement that circumvents the jurisdiction of CFIUS, like a shell company. Okay, so that is covered by federal law that was signed by President Trump.
Well, I understand it may have been signed by President Trump, but under the last administration, we didn't do anything to stop any of this. Whether we use this deal or not, we didn't.
That may be your opinion, but you also have acknowledged from the back microphone that you do not know whether this particular investment went through the CFIUS process.
I don't.
I don't either. I don't either.
Well, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. So members, I will end it there, but just ask you to vote for regulatory certainty, for a very rigorous process that already vets these investments, and really for continued foreign direct investment in the state of Texas. Thank you for your time today. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes.
I'm sorry. I ask that you oppose the motion to table. I apologize.
A record vote has been requested on the motion to table. Vote aye if you're in favor of the motion to table. Vote nay if you're opposed. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. You're right. That got you. Show Mr. Hefner voting aye. Show Mr. Troxler voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 81 ayes, 60 nays, the motion to table passes.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of SB 17 against under Rule 11, Section 2 of the House rules on grounds that the committee substitute is not germane to the original bill.
Bring your point of order forward, please, sir. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action.
Mr. Messenger, how many of those are bluebacks?
The
point of order has been withdrawn. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Reynolds.
Chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill will have an enormous impact on our economy if passed. It will hurt our real estate transactions, investments, jobs, and have negative adverse impacts that will harm our business environment that Texas has been proud to build. Yet as written, this bill makes no effort to track those consequences. Members, this amendment is simple. That requires the comptroller to publish an annual detailing the economic impact of this law. It is a basic call for transparency and accountability. Every Texan deserves the right to know the price we will pay for these sweeping restrictions. We have a simple choice here. You can vote against this amendment if you rather remain ignorant and blind to the potential harm this bill could inflict upon our great Texas economy, or we can choose transparency and vote this amendment to show your commitment to fiscal responsibility and understanding the real impact that this law will have on our Texas economy. I move adoption.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some
Would
questions?
you yield, Mr.
Yes, I'll
Reynolds?
yield for questions.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Representative Reynolds. Did you know that Asian households in the United States have a median net worth of over $500,000, higher than any other racial group, yet also experience the greatest wealth inequality?
Yes, Representative Goodwin. I represent Fort Bend County. We have a large percentage of Asian Americans. I have a large number of Asian constituents, and yes, I was aware of that.
Are you aware that Asian and Pacific Islander households in Texas contributed more than $14.9 billion in federal taxes and $5.7 billion in state and local taxes in 2023 alone?
No, but that sounds about right. Thank you for sharing that information.
Did you know that API households in Texas collectively held over $226 billion in property value, making up 8.6% of all owner-occupied homes in the state?
I have heard something similar to that. Thank you for sharing.
Are you aware that Chinese origin households in Texas alone paid over $1.5 billion in combined federal and state taxes and held $30.6 billion in property value in 2023?
No, I wasn't advised about that.
Did you know how many, or do you know how many Chinese origin residents in Texas are U.S. citizens or naturalized immigrants, and how many are eligible voters and contribute actively to our democracy?
No, I would love to know that.
712,000 naturalized API citizens and 1.1 million eligible voters in 2023. Did you know that nearly 90,000 API immigrants in Texas are entrepreneurs, employing and generating local revenue across our state in 2023?
Representative Goodwin, I was aware that there's a large number of Asian Americans and Asians that are small business owners, that are the economic engines that drive our economy. Many are successful entrepreneurs, greatly contributing to our robust Texas economy, but I was not aware of those statistics. Mr. Boo.
Are you aware that in the Houston metro area alone, AAPI households held over $76 billion in property value and paid more than $1.2 billion in rent, representing over 11% of the entire region's property holdings?
I wasn't aware of those exact statistics, but I do know that the number was large, but you just really brought it home of why we should have an economic fiscal impact from our comptroller. So those numbers don't surprise me.
Are you aware that AAPI Texans earned over $100 billion in 2023 and kept more than $73 billion in spending power circulating through our local economies?
I was not, but that's very impressive.
And are you concerned that this legislation will hinder AAPI Texans' ability to support their families and contribute to our economy?
Absolutely. I'm very concerned and I'm very disappointed that we're even debating Senate Bill 17. I think this is a solution in search of a problem.
Do you believe AAPI immigrants demonstrate a commitment to and strong connection with the state of Texas?
Absolutely. We are a nation of immigrants, and many of these immigrants come here seeking the American dream. Many of them make significant contributions to our economy, to all facets. Many, like our colleague Representative Hubert Vo, who have made significant economic contributions. So absolutely.
How do we justify targeting foreign nationals in this bill when over 80% of AAPI immigrants in Texas have lived here for more than 5 years, and the majority are either U.S. citizens or on legal immigration pathways?
Well, Representative Goodwin, that begs the question. I think that this is unnecessary and unjustified. I don't think this bill is something that we should be focusing our resources on in Texas. We should be embracing our diversity. Our diversity is our strength. Texas is among the most diverse states in the entire United States of America. Based on the 2020 census, 90% of the growth was based on minorities. And the fastest growing population was Asian Americans. And so we should be embracing our Asian American brothers and sisters, and that is why I filed this amendment so that our comptroller could track and we could have accountability regarding fiscal responsibility and the potential negative economic impact that this will have on our Texas economy. We've already heard it before. Our economy is something we're proud of. We've had one of the fastest growing economies in the United States of America. We're the 8th largest economy in the world. But what we're doing here, we're gonna probably, more than likely, I'm no economist, but we're gonna lose significant revenue from our state. As Representative Barbara Gervin Hawkins stated earlier, based on athletes, we're gonna lose based on real estate transactions and so much more. Jobs, you name it. This is gonna have a negative fiscal economic impact. For all those fiscal conservatives, this is a bad bill for this state.
I agree with you, Representative, and I appreciate your amendment, which would make this at least allow us some transparency and to understand the impact through the study that the controller would do. So I hope that the author of this bill will accept your amendment.
Thank you, Representative Goodwin.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for
Will the
what
gentleman
purpose?
yield for questions?
Would you yield, Mr. Reynolds?
I would gladly yield to Madam
Ms.
Chair.
Gervin Hawkins, go ahead.
So, Representative Reynolds, when we talk about the economic impact, because I think that's so important, you know, right now Texas sits on, we'll call it a reserve, a surplus, right?
Absolutely.
So when we combine all the efforts we're doing, i.e. the tax exemption, okay, when we combine all the things that we're doing to help people, now we're saying we're going to destroy some of our economy through our foreign folks that are here making money. Would you agree that that's happening?
Absolutely, that's what's happening.
And so when we look at how we move forward and your amendment, talk to us a little bit about what your amendment does and how it can help that and strengthen this bill.
Well, I don't know if the author of this bill, I accept the premise that they have a genuine concern that they're trying to address. I don't think anybody in this chamber wants to have a negative fiscal impact on our economy, right? So that we can keep our Texas miracle growing, right? And so this amendment would allow the comptroller to give us an annual report and track how this amendment is impacting our state's economy. So then, if there were unintended consequences, we could come back the next legislative session, we could look at it during the interim and make changes during the 90th legislative session. So that's what this amendment does. This is about accountability, transparency, so that we understand Right now, we're speculating. We don't know what kind of fiscal impact that this is going to have on our economy, but this would allow the comptroller to give us that data and crunch those numbers so that we can make informed decisions on how we wanted to maybe tweak this bill.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask for an extension?
Is there any objection to the extension of time? There is an objection. Members, vote aye, vote no on the extension. If you're in favor of the extension, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote no. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Vote aye if you're in favor of the extension, vote no if you're not. There being 73 ayes, 67 nays, the motion for extension passes.
Thank you so much, colleagues. This is such an important issue. We want to be serious about this. Think about it. When our economy is impacted, that's going to impact our educational system. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. Our economy impacts everything. The way that we protect, build roads and bridges, for infrastructure, for education, for healthcare, it impacts every facet of our day-to-day living in this state. And I would add that when you're fiscally conservative, then you want to know the fiscal impact of a bill that could potentially harm our great Texas economy.
Right, and if we don't have the money to put in our schools, think about it. You know, Representative, one of the things I think is so important that our colleagues need to understand, everything we do has impact on generations to come.
Absolutely.
When we got rid of vocational training in schools, it hurt what? Our construction industry, didn't it?
It absolutely did.
Okay, somebody came up with an idea to say everybody's going to go to college and we don't need blue-collar workers, and it destroyed our industry, right?
Absolutely.
This is a similar situation when we're looking at and not knowing the numbers, the dollars that are impacted. We're now talking about not having enough money to continue to give our schools for inflation.
That's correct.
And for other things that they may need.
Absolutely, Representative. And that is why this amendment simply is about transparency and accountability. How can we not want to know? We don't want to have willful ignorance, right? We don't want to be blind and say, well, I don't want to know. All of us should want to know so that we can make informed, intelligent decisions to protect our great Texas economy. And obviously, this is going to have an economic impact on jobs. You're talking about real estate and real estate investment, commercial, residential. It will have a substantial potential impact, and I think all of us should know that so that we can make better informed, prudent, economic, fiscally sound decisions.
Yes, Representative Reynolds, one of the things I think as our colleagues understand that when we know the answer to some of these unanswerable questions right now, we can make the best decision possible. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. We have a fiduciary duty as state representatives on behalf of our constituents to understand the fiscal impact that it will have on our Texas economy. We're not making decisions just for each and every one of us. We're making them for nearly 200,000 constituents that each one of us represents in our districts, businesses, small business owners, entrepreneurs. We need to know, and we need to make the best decisions so that we can continue to make great decisions for all stakeholders.
And you know what? I'm glad you say all stakeholders, because our universities,
yes,
which was shared earlier, are going to be majorly impacted when they don't have those research scientists.
Absolutely,
okay?
No question about it.
And your transparency bill amendment allows us to understand that if we get rid of that talent, and we get rid of those resources and potentially those students, my God, it could be horrible. Would you agree?
Absolutely. And I would add that I believe that the comptroller they have the resources internally to be able to do this data. And so this would be another function of their office. So why wouldn't we want to support this amendment to allow the comptroller to produce this data so that when we come back and after, hopefully this bill doesn't pass, but assuming it is passed, that we could then have the comptroller as part of their annual reporting to give this data to us.
And you know, Representative Reynolds, as you were saying that, because knowledge is power. I'm a big believer of that, right?
You're a small business owner, of course, you understand.
I do, and knowing the facts help us today and into the future. And you know, when I brought up the fact it hurts generations to come, we're talking about now, without having your amendment on there, with that transparency amendment, impacting almost every part of our society. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
And so when we talk about housing, and when we talk about education, when we talk about not having the small businesses that do exist that we enjoy, okay, we're talking a major, major impact that we have to be able to study first. Wouldn't you agree?
I agree, because not only will it impact those directly, but it's going to impact indirectly, other small businesses, because these people that we're going to be barring from making these investments, they're not going to be purchasing goods and services and other commodities as well. So that is why it's so important that we have our comptroller to do this fiscal reporting so that we understand the total impact and the gravity of this proposed legislation.
I think you've got a great amendment. And you know what I want to reference? My colleagues here gave us a stitching of time so they could understand this amendment a little better and possibly this bill. Would you agree?
Absolutely, Representative.
And do you think we've changed any hearts and minds at all?
I certainly hope so. We'll know pretty soon when we have a record vote.
And so when we're part of a common sense caucus, it really helps us make those best decisions. Would you agree with that?
I would agree, Representative, that you and I, based on this conversation, are fiscally conservative. And I know many of our colleagues in this room are very conservative. So if they're conservative, especially fiscally conservative, there's no reason why they won't support this transparency amendment.
So transparency, knowing the numbers, and planning for our future is key. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Representative Reynolds. Let's vote yes on this amendment.
Thank you. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner against the amendment.
Thank you. I don't think we need to put a price on the safety of our Texans. I move to table.
Chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds to close.
Members, this is a simple amendment. Even if you're in favor of the bill, this amendment only enhances the bill. I ask you to vote against the motion to table. Vote 2.
Members, the record vote's been requested. A record vote is granted. If you're in favor of the motion to table, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye, Ms. Weiner voting no. Have all members voted? Being 84 ayes, 55 nays, the motion to table passes. Rosenthal. I got it. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Rosenthal.
Chair recognizes Mr. Rosenthal to explain the amendment. Members, if you have amendments, please be ready to lay them out.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Rosenthal.
Speaker. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill gives sweeping new powers for the Attorney General to wield without any transparency or accountability to the public or even this legislature. How can Texans or this body understand the impacts of these new powers and the Attorney General and how the Attorney General chooses to wield them if there's no reporting requirement or tracking of their use? This amendment corrects this gap in the legislation by requiring the Attorney General to provide this body with an annual detailed report noting every violation alleged and every enforcement action taken under the law. It would ensure that we can call the Attorney General before this body to explain his actions in implementing this law so that we can fully understand its impact. This should not be controversial, members. It's basic oversight. The body must have tools to see who is being targeted and ensure it's being done justly and effectively. Vote in favor of this amendment and protect accountability, oversight, and transparency in how this bill is implemented. I move adoption.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions?
Mr. Rosenthal, would you yield for questions?
I will.
He will, Mr. Wu. Go ahead.
Is the purpose of this amendment to deal with the fact that the bill, as it's written, has very loose provisions about what the Attorney General can or cannot do? Gives them very broad powers, correct?
Very broad powers, no guardrails at all, and if you know me at all, you know that I'm data-driven. And so having accountability, taking measurements so that we can understand where it's working and where it's not, vitally important to our ability to be effective.
And so I'm not sure if you knew this, but the original bill that was filed in this, that came over from the Senate, the bill said that the standard of proof in order for the Attorney General to investigate was reasonable suspicion. I'm not sure you knew that, but that's what the original bill said.
I did know that, yeah.
And except now, the bill that's on the floor, the standard is nothing. There is no legal standard in this bill at all, right?
It seems unusual that we would want to pass legislation that has no way to measure it, no guardrails, and no standard for effectiveness or legality.
And in fact, I know while Mr. Hefner says that there's due process, there's absolutely nothing in this bill that someone has a right to a jury trial. That someone has what kind of standard does the court determine whether somebody actually did this or not when the Attorney General brings it? Nothing in this bill says that it's a preponderance of the evidence, beyond a reasonable doubt, clear and convincing evidence. What is it? There's nothing in this bill that says what they have to find and how well they have to find it. You know that?
I do know that, and that's part of what makes this bill so dangerous. And for the membership here, it's part of the reason that we are so animate about opposing it and modifying it to make it less bad. This is truly egregious legislation.
And so if we are to pass a law that grants very broad powers and there are no legal standards to judge it by, should we not have some kind of accountability or report of what actually took place?
So first, I agree with you, and second, I would point to the history around these type of issues. When government bodies work unchecked, bad things can happen, and there's nothing you can do about it. And I promise you, your people and my people know that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for this amendment.
Thank you. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, move to table.
Chair recognizes Mr. Rosenthal to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is so important that we have accountability. It is so important that we measure what we're doing so that we know when it's working and when it's not. Please oppose the motion to table. Thank you.
Members, the vote is on a motion to table. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. Vote aye if you're in favor of the motion to table. Vote nay if you are opposed. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Weiner voting no. Mr. Hunter voting aye. Ms. Luther voting aye, please. Have all members voted? Being 86 ayes, 58 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Rosenthal.
Chair recognizes Mr. Rosenthal to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm ready right away. Members, while this bill is fundamentally flawed, it's attacking freedom and liberty we hold so dear in Texas. There's a prohibition on being able to own commercial property, which would strip one of being able to live the Texas dream to invest in their own community. This means a talented entrepreneur on a work visa can't open a restaurant. A family seeking asylum and working towards stability can't buy the storefront where they sell their goods. The bill outright strikes the provision in our law where an immigrant family can move here, build their business on Main Street, and contribute to their community. If punishing small business owners simply because of where they are born isn't un-American and un-Texan, I don't know what is. And members, I can tell you in my district, we have many, many immigrant-driven businesses, small businesses, privately owned, that enrich our communities, the restaurants, the shops, the stores. I would hate to see us erode that culture and community. So this amendment would protect those seeking the Texas dream by striking the inclusion of commercial property and the bill's definition of real property. So let's protect the right to own a business, create jobs, and be a contributing member of our Texas communities and our Texas economy. We should not allow this bill to shut down the dreams of honest, hardworking people building a better life for themselves and for our state. It's particularly important for House District 135. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, motion to table.
Chair recognizes Mr. Rosenthal to close on the amendment.
Vote for our local entrepreneurs and business owners. Please vote no on the motion to table.
Members, a record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. This is a motion to table. If you're in favor, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote no. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Weiner voting no. Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 86 ayes, 58 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Schatzline.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schatzline to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment allows the governor to designate additional countries and transnational criminal organizations to the DNI designated country list. I move adoption.
We got to wait for just a second while the system pulls up the amendment. Go ahead.
Move adoption.
The amendment is acceptable to the author. There's a record vote. The clerk, excuse me, I'm sorry. Mr. Wu against the amendment. I apologize, Mr. Wu.
I'm not sure what people understand, whether people understand what this amendment does. This gives the governor unfeathered power to add whatever country he wants to in this bill. This was originally in the bill and was taken out for the House bill because it's kind of dangerous to say one person can decide whatever country he or she wants to add to this list without any oversight, without really any controls. This is the very definition of overreach. This is putting an extremely large amount of power. So governor wants to add in Mexico tomorrow, depending on whatever President Trump's mood is. Maybe we add Canada in there. You know, it's all possible, and it doesn't have to go through this body. You don't have to approve it, and it's done. So I would urge everyone to vote no, to not give the governor unfeathered power with no oversight.
Mr. Turner. Mr. Schatzline to close.
And
Mr.
I close.
Speaker.
Mr. Turner. For
Would
what
the gentleman yield
purpose?
some questions?
Would you yield, Mr. Schatzline?
Yes, I will.
He will, Mr. Turner. Go ahead.
Thank you, Representative. I'm just now seeing your amendment because my device wasn't working correctly. But you basically are amending the bill to allow the governor to designate any country he sees fit to be subject to the provisions of this bill?
Or transnational criminal organization.
Okay. But any country. Let's just focus on that for the moment.
I do trust our governor to make a good decision on these types of decisions.
So my question, Representative, is we've heard a lot today about specific countries as defined in the bill. And we went through a discussion earlier, a lengthy amendment that Mr. Little offered with respect to reasons those countries should be included in the bill. But it seems like your amendment is opening the bill up far beyond the scope of what the stated purpose of it is, to basically say any country in the world could be now included in this barrier to buying property in the state of Texas. So I'm just wondering why you think that's a good idea.
Well, what we're attempting to do here, and this is why we had it in the House bill as well, was to make sure that when transnational criminal organizations such as Trinidad and Aragua, or if a threat to Texas comes in, our governor can act swiftly rather than waiting for a year for that to be added into the DNI designated country list. And so that's our attempt that we're doing right now.
Okay, well, but your amendment does two things. So you talk about a transnational criminal organization, which I think is what you just referenced in your last answer. But then you also say a country designated by the governor. So it seems like I'll wait till you're done with your conversation.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. So you have two sweeping provisions in this amendment that I can see. One is any country designated by the governor, as well as transnational criminal organizations, which I think is what you just referenced. But let's just focus on the country aspect for a second. So,
right. It would not be any country. It's a country designated by the governor under Section 5.254.
okay, and I don't have the bill in front of me. What is Section 5.254?
That references state agencies, Homeland Security Council.
Well, the text of the amendment reads, a country designated by the governor under Section 5.254. So 5.254.
Yeah, that references the Homeland Security Council.
Where do you see that in 5.254?
Let me pull it up. Okay. So Section 5254, investigation and enforcement by Attorney General, law enforcement referral.
drafted for the right bill?
Well, I think it is.
Refer the matter to the appropriate Yep.
Hey, Tony. But how do you start numbering this? And then that doesn't make any sense. Page 3.
I know, but I don't have
No,
an
no,
answer.
no, I'm just, you want me to tell you this one?
Underline. And just replace this with a country designated by the governor?
No, he keeps line 1.
What? I'm sorry.
No, it's on page 3, line 2.
3?
Yeah, so it's my understanding, just, would you repeat your question so I can answer it properly?
Okay. My question focused on line 9 and 10 of the amendment, a country designated by the governor under section 5.254. And I'm
Okay.
trying to understand what the parameters are of, the implications are of that language.
Yep,
So-
it's the sole discretion of the governor in consultation with the Homeland Security Council.
Okay, so there's no limitation on the countries that could be designated as such by the governor. Is that correct?
It will be in consultation with the Homeland Security Council.
With the Homeland Security Council, at the federal level?
State level. At the state level.
Okay, remind me who the Homeland Security Council is at the state level.
Attorney General. Comptroller. Yeah, it's a multitude of state agencies that are involved.
Okay, I'm just not familiar with the entity, so I think that's important to know for the amendment. So,
Sure, I mean,
what are the state agencies that make up the Homeland Security Council
All
of
right.
Texas?
Let me gather all of them real quick.
Thank you.
Okay, Department of Agriculture, Office of the Attorney General, General Land Office, Public Utility Commission of Texas, Department of State Health Services, Department of Information Resources, Department of Public Safety of the State of Texas, Texas Division of Emergency Management, Texas Military Department, Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, Railroad Commission of Texas, Texas Military Preparedness Commission. Do you want me to go through every one of them?
So TCEQ and DISHES and the Railroad Commission are going to advise the governor on which countries pose a threat?
I trust that our
Texas?
governor is going to advise with the correct state agencies that are going to be able to tell what that threat could be and assess it properly.
Okay. Okay, so going to the second part of the amendment, starting on line 13, which you referenced earlier, transnational criminal organization.
Yep.
How is the governor, well, if the governor designates such an organization to be subject to this legislation, how would that be enforced? Because unlike country of origin, unlike nationality, I presume there's not
It's going to have to be investigated, right?
official document that shows that someone's a member of such an organization. So how would that be
The
determined?
gentleman's time has expired.
Move adoption.
The amendment is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The vote is on the accepting the amendment. Vote aye if you're in favor. Vote nay if you're not. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Mr. Hefner voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 80 ayes and 60 nays, the amendment adopts. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Money.
Chair recognizes Mr. Money to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment restores the criminal offense and civil financial penalty that were the language supported by Chairman Hefner in the original bill. And the offense for intentionally and knowingly purchasing or acquiring real property by a prohibited entity will be a state jail felony. Also establishes a financial civil penalty. Without these, move adoption. Thank you.
The amendment is acceptable to the author. Record vote has been requested. The record vote is granted. Vote aye if you're in favor. Vote nay if you are not. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 88 ayes and 53 nays, the amendment adopts. Does anyone want to speak on, for, or against the bill? Please come forward so we can get everyone's names.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wu in opposition.
Thank you, members. Happy AAPI Heritage Month. I've been dreading this day for about 3 years now. I knew it would come one day. In the past 12 years in this body, we've fought against attacks on the Latino community, the Black community, Muslim community, LGBTQ community, and I had told my community, one day it will be us. I just didn't think it would be this soon. And I told my community that they needed to speak up. They had to get active, they had to get loud, and I think they tried. They came to y'all and told you that this stuff didn't make a whole lot of sense. That if you're concerned about national security, what does somebody buying a first home have anything to do with it? If you're worried about national security, if somebody's buying a little noodle shop as their first business, what does that have to do with national security? If somebody wants to buy a half-acre farmland so they can have a little ranch, how does that hurt anyone? Because those are the same things that my family did when we came here. I wanted to show you the picture of my house, my first house, the house my mom and dad bought for $60,000. It was a junker then, it's still a junker now. But it was our house. It was a little house, but it was our house. And we got that before we became citizens. While we were in the process of becoming Americans, we built that home. If we had not been allowed to have that home, probably wouldn't be here today. And our people from our community came and told you that this targets refugees, targets people who are lawfully here, and it would cover stuff that is already being done at the national level. Every visa holder that comes into this country is vetted. They are run through the process. Visas are denied all the time. And they came and they told you how this would hurt them personally. There were many people who were scientists, who were researchers, who were students, who were people who were here to make our state better, who told you this would directly affect me, that this would take away their ability to settle in this state and make a home here and start their pathway to citizenship. And they told you that again and again and again. But I guess maybe that was the point of this bill. Maybe that's the point of all the legislation like this that's being passed around the country. It is a loud and clear message that Asians don't belong in this country. What hurts us the most is that this has been done before. Why my community is so angry is that this exact thing has been done before. Done for the same reasons, using the same rhetoric, passing the same laws, and against the exact same communities. Back when this was the first alien land law, because that's what they titled it, the Alien Land Law. Back when this was first passed, they didn't say it about Chinese, they said it about Japanese. They said, oh, everybody knows if you're Japanese, even a drop of blood, then you can only be loyal to the emperor. Everybody knew that, it's common sense. And they started saying that just like every community that has been under attack, stuff is made up and people are demonized and confusion or misunderstanding about things are blown out of proportion. And we start attributing characteristics that you believe about some people to the entire community. So that in World War II, while we rounded up about 10,000 German nationals and Italian nationals, we rounded up 120,000 Japanese Americans. And I say Japanese Americans because 2/3 of them were American-born citizens. It didn't matter then, and it won't matter now. Back then, General John DeWitt famously said, a Jap's a Jap. It doesn't matter if he's a citizen or not. They're all suspect. They're all traitors and spies. And that is the way that our community is being viewed. People like my family who fled here to escape oppression, to escape starvation, to seek the American dream. You would take those families who want nothing to do with the home country and say, you're a spy for them. That's what this language says. That's what this legislation says. It says that every single person from one of these countries, just like Mr. Money said from the back, every single person is suspect no matter who they are. Every single person is a potential spy. Every single person is dangerous. There's a word for that. There's a word we use when we attribute to an entire population one characteristic, whether they actually have that characteristic or not. It's called racism. And some of you may be hearing people from my community using that word, because my community doesn't use that word very often. But they're using it now. Because now they see. Because in the past, I told them that they should go support African Americans, support Latinos, support other communities who are under attack. And they say, oh, well, we don't understand racism. We don't get what the big deal is. They get it now. This bill, by the way, Mr. Money, you were asking me earlier why I was upset. This bill has no due process either. Mr. Hefner says that it has due process, but when you blanketly say an entire group of people do not have the same rights as others simply because of where they're from, there is no due process. Okay? When you create an in rem jurisdiction for this bill that I know you guys haven't read in the bill, it allows the Attorney General to attack the property, not go after the person who bought the property, but the property itself. Property doesn't hire lawyers. And you created a process where the Attorney General can just simply state that we believe that they are working with the government. In this bill, there is no standard of proof. Normally, in most civil actions, there is something that says what is the standard of proof for this case. There's nothing in here. There's nothing that says how much you have to prove it up, how reliable the evidence has to be, nothing. It's just, as Mr. Hefner said, the word of the Attorney General. The Attorney General in this case has extremely, extremely broad discretion. The fear isn't just about this legislation. For me, the fear is about the community as a whole. Notice I don't say Chinese American. I say Asian American because this will affect us all. The Taiwanese people who are up here that you eagerly clap for, their community would be under attack by this bill too. Because every time one of these bills passes, it says to the community, these people are a problem. These people are dangerous. You should watch out for these people. But the thing is, nobody around here knows the difference between Chinese and Taiwanese or Japanese and Vietnamese. When the attacks come, when the hate crimes start, it will be against all Asian, everybody with Asian face. Because we've seen it during COVID, when people are shouting anti-Chinese things, but they're beating up an old Vietnamese lady. They sucker punch the Korean man.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I urge you to vote no and vote against racism and discrimination.
Ms. Plessa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this evening to express my deep opposition to Senate Bill 17. As the representative of one of the most diverse districts in Texas, a district that includes one of the largest and fastest growing Asian communities in the state, I must tell you plainly, this bill sends the wrong message. It carries dangerous unintended consequences and undermines the values that have made Texas the economic engine of this nation and the friendly state. SB 17 claims to address concerns about foreign land ownership and national security, but in its broad sweep, it fails to distinguish between foreign governments and the countless individuals and families, many from Asia, who have chosen Texas as their home, who have invested in our communities, who have opened businesses, created jobs, paid taxes, and raised their families here. Collin County is thriving today, not in spite of, but because of these families. Whether they come from India, China, Korea, Vietnam, Pakistan, Romania, or beyond, they came to Texas because we offered opportunity and freedom. Today, they are our doctors, right, Representative Shelley Luther? Our engineers, our teachers, our small business owners, our neighbors. Yet this bill risks casting a shadow over their presence, their investments, and their very belongings. Make no mistake, the language of SB 17 will not just be read in the pages of law books. It will echo across immigrant communities like mine. And what will they hear? You are not fully welcome here. You are not fully trusted here. We should be clear-eyed about what it means for Texas. It means a chilling effect on international investment, particularly from our allies in Asia, the allies we honored just this morning on this dais. It means families questioning whether their hard-earned dollars are safe here. It means young people wondering if Texas still values their dreams and contributions. I want to remind this body that our strength as Texans has always come from our ability to open doors, not slam them shut. If there are legitimate national security concerns, let's address them surgically. Let's focus on hostile foreign governments or strategic assets. But let's not paint with such a broad brush that we harm the very communities who have helped build the Texas miracle. Members, my constituents are watching. Asian American Texans across the state are watching, and they are hoping that we, their elected leaders, will stand up not for fear and suspicion, but for fairness and inclusion, and for the promise of Texas, the Texas miracle. Colleagues, I urge you to vote no on Senate Bill 17. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Hopper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, for the second session in a row, this body was charged by our voters to do one simple thing. Don't allow the enemies of our country to systematically buy up our most precious natural resource, the land under our feet that was bought by the blood of Texas patriots. I'm going to vote for this bill because it gets us closer to that goal than what we had when we walked into this room this morning. What I am not going to do is go back to my district and tell my constituents that we have stopped Chinese, Iranian, or North Korean nationals from buying up land in Texas, because that would not be true. The intent of this House version of the Senate bill that we took up today kept persons from enemy countries from buying land here. With that bill, if you're from China, North Korea, or Iran and move to Texas, you would not be able to buy land here. In contrast, the amended bill only keeps persons from enemy nations who are here in the U.S. illegally or who are foreign agents from buying land in Texas. But that's not what the Republican Party and our voters charge us with. They asked us to keep our enemies from those countries who have not attained U.S. citizenship or permanent legal status from buying land in Texas. That is a very different thing from the bill what this bill will achieve. We were told that this isn't a real issue because foreign agents would still be covered specifically by the bill. However, unless you are a really incompetent foreign agent, we probably don't know that you are one. And the state of Texas has no real apparatus to determine if you are a foreign agent at all. We would have to rely on the federal intelligence apparatus to make that determination. And I don't know if you all are aware, the federal intelligence apparatus doesn't care much about developing a good working relationship with state governments. I'm going to vote for this bill because it's a step in the right direction. But once again, this body has had a golden opportunity to pass exactly what our voters wanted, and once again, we passed something slightly less. Many of you all will go back to your districts and tell your voters that you checked off this legislative priority. But I strongly suggest you do not, because many of us will also go back and tell the truth about this bill to the good people of Texas.
Mr. Harrison, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a quick
Does
question?
the gentleman yield for questions?
I just want to make sure I understood something.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I understood something I heard in your statement, Representative Hopper. Does this bill, as amended / gutted, does this bill fully satisfy the directions of the Republican Party of Texas as detailed in their legislative priorities for us to do this session?
It does not.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I rise today to stand boldly, unapologetically, and unwaveringly against Senate Bill 17, with all the Republican-only amendments, a xenophobic, fear-fueled, freedom-crunching piece of legislation disguised as protection. Let's stop pretending. This isn't about national security. This is about scapegoating, silencing, and shutting out people who weren't born here, no matter how much they sacrificed to be here. This bill is a foreigner's forbidden, freedom-fearing, fact-free fantasy. It's nothing more than a red meat, right-wing, restriction-wrapped rejection of what this country actually stands for. Let me remind you, this country was founded on immigration. Immigrants didn't just build America, they are America. We're a nation of newcomers, and now we want to act brand new. Let's not rewrite history because it's convenient. The first settlers, many would argue, were hostile occupiers, not heroes. They didn't buy the land, they stole it. They didn't flee persecution, they brought it with them. So let's not get holier than thou about who's allowed to own that and who's allowed to own what. Now here we are, centuries later, passing bills that would let the government take land from someone who legally bought it just because of their immigration paperwork. That's not bold, that's bigoted. That's not strong, that's shameful. That's not Texas, that's tyranny. This bill creates a bureaucratic border wall around property ownership. It weaponizes where you're born. It punishes people for their passport. It targets them for their time zone. It makes your birthplace more important than your behavior. And let me break it down for you. If you're from a so-called hostile nation, even if you came here legally, even if you fled tyranny, even if you're teaching medical students, curing cancer, launching small businesses, or playing college athletics, you could still be banned from buying a home. That's madness. That's cruelty and committee substitute and Republican amendment clothing. And let's talk about home, Houston. Southwest Houston was saved by immigrants, saved when nobody else wanted to invest. Immigrants stepped in. They opened stores. They cleaned up blight. They created jobs. They gave loans when banks slammed the door. Now it's vibrant, vital, tax-generating treasure trove of culture, commerce, and community. And we're going to slap those same people in the face. We're going to say, thanks for saving our city, but you can't stay. We're going to say, thanks for paying taxes, but we'll take your land now. And now I found out this isn't just any bill. This is the governor's #1 priority. And wouldn't you know it, only Republican amendments are being accepted. This isn't a coincidence. This is coordinated. This is the ends justifies the means. This is silencing the opposition. This is tyranny dressed up in legislative language. This is not the kind of government America was founded for. This is the exact kind of government that the people on the Mayflower were trying to escape. And now we've become it. History is repeating itself. And it gets worse. This bill says if you're from the wrong country, you can't even own property. And at most, you can lease for 1 year. 1 year. Then what? Where are they supposed to go? Do they have to move to another apartment, another condo? Do they have to leave the state, the country? What happens when that lease runs out? You are leaving people in legal limbo. That's not order. That's chaos in policy form. This bill is a homeowner-hating, Houston-hurting, humanity-hallowing policy disaster. And while we're at it, let's talk about athletes. Let's talk about the college stars on NIL deals who came here from other countries to compete. Let's talk about international pros, tennis players, soccer players, Olympic hopefuls who train and live right here in Texas. Are we really going to tell them, you can play for our teams, make us money, win us championships, but you can't buy a home here? That's oxymoronic. Because when it comes to sports, Texas loves diversity. Texas accepts foreign talent. Texas profits from international excellence. Sports is the one place where y'all celebrate DEI. But now you want to pass a bill that blocks the very athletes who boost your brand. We're going to get left behind. The best won't come here. They'll go elsewhere where they're welcome, not where they were walled out. It's not just about who buys the land. It's about what kind of state we want to be. Do we want to be a state that says, show me your spirit, your sweat, your sacrifice, and we'll welcome you? Or do we want to say, show me your birthplace or else? This is the United States of America, not the segregated states of suspicion. We cannot claim to be the land of the free while legislating freedom away. We are not protecting Texas. We are persecuting immigrants and prosecuting them. We are not securing land. We are ceding lawsuits. We are not being patriotic. We are being petty. We've seen this movie before. We've heard these dog whistles before. And I, for one, am not going to sit quietly and go back to the days of coded exclusion and legalized discrimination and redlining. You can't chat Texas tough and then crumble under the pressure of xenophobic fear. You can't brag about being pro-business while blocking property rights for law-abiding people. And you definitely can't wrap your bigotry in the flag and call it patriotism. And let me make this plain. You can't spell land of the free with laws that lock people out. You can't say we welcome innovation while turning away innovators. We can't say we stand for families while making them homeless. This bill is not just policy. It's personal. It tells people that no matter how hard they work, how much they contribute, or how much they love this country, they'll never be good enough. Not because of what they've done, but because of where they came from. Well, let me tell you where I come from. I come from a city that thrives because of immigrants. I come from a district that was built by the hands of people who spoke 10 different languages and more than that, but dreamed the same American dream. And I will not vote for a bill that tells people they don't belong. So that every scientist, every student, every survivor, every athlete, collegiate or professional, and every soul who came here looking for freedom, I see you, I fight for you, and I will vote no for you on this bill. I proudly oppose this bill. So please, please, please vote against SB 17 and all those Republican amendments. Please, it's just a fair and American thing to do. Let's stop this bill. Let's stop this madness. Let's stop this hypocrisy before history repeats itself again. Thank you.
Mr. Vo.
Mr. Speaker and members, this bill harms innocent individuals who come to Texas seeking opportunity and safety. Those who come here to work or go to school, and those who are here granted refuge are caught in the crossfire of this bill. Let's be clear, these people are not enemies of the state. They came to Texas seeking the freedom and liberty this bill supposedly tries to protect. In fact, refugees and athletes have literally fled the oppressive regime this bill supposedly combats. I know, because I was one of them. It was only a week ago when all of you stood behind me as I spoke about how my family escaped a tyrannical regime in Vietnam, one that was no doubt considered a threat to America at the time. If SB 17 was law when I came to these shores, I fear that I would not have been able to buy the home that I raised my kids in. I would not have been able to buy the building where I started my first business. I would not have been able to live my American dream. Members, Texas should proudly welcome those who play by the rules, not brand them as traitors. That is why I urge you to vote against SB 17. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Button.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I wasn't planning to come out to speak. That's why I don't have a printed script I just scribbled down some thoughts I want to share with you. I am for the bill. I am for the bill. Like whenever I heard somebody say that they are the 5th generation of Texans, and I always remind myself, I wasn't that lucky. America, Texas, is not my motherland. I'm an immigrant, but the America and the Texas, this is my chosen land. So I do understand why it is so important. We need to have national security and all those things to protect our freedom and democracy. This morning, Chairman Charlie Geren said that to me, Angie, you are probably the most diligent state representative. And I was laughing. I said, well, then I bet that somebody else works harder than I am. But I have to take this pride. I usually come here early to prepare myself because I know in this country you have given me so much, and I have to work harder than everybody else to prove, well, not really to prove, to demonstrate I am a proud American and proud Texan. But I do have to warn everybody, share the thought with everyone. 16 years ago, when I first started to run for the seat, because Senator Florence Shapiro called me up, she shared with me her experience being a Jewish, and her parents are the Holocaust survivors, and they have those tattoos on their hands. And she said, Angie, no matter how far you're going to go, how high you're going to climb, if you don't have a political influence, you are nothing. The freedom, liberty, everything can be taken away from you. But I said, not in this country. This country is made of good people. This country is not perfect, but it would be kind of boring if everything is perfect. But I tell you, every day I just full of appreciation to serve and to be here. But I'm not going to blindfolded and tell you everything is perfect. 16 years ago, when I first knocked upon the doors, doing the block walking, I had people shut the door and say, I don't want to talk to communist Chinese. That was 16 years ago. But you know what? Even last campaign, at the early voting time, somebody drove through where I stood in front of the church and backed off the car, rolled down the window. I said, oh, sir, you have a question for me? And he says, Angie Chen Button, Chinese communist. And I'm a lady, so I don't say that word, but it starts with a B, okay? Go back home. I just kind of smiled because we have several other people over there doing the early voting campaign. I said, I guess he didn't vote for me. Everybody just laughed. But you know what? This bill, our community, our Asian American community, do have a lot of concerns of unintended consequences. That's why my dear colleague, I call him my cousin, you know, Representative Matt Shaheen, because a lot of Asian Americans in my district, they made more money, they all moved to his district. And that's why he and I were standing here working on the amendment. I know not everyone has been supported, but majority of the Republicans, as long as the Democrats all supported, and I'm so appreciative. And some people say, well, they still have some concerns. And actually, earlier, my dear friend, Representative Chairman James Frank dropped by my desk. I said, I'm still worried about the unintended consequences. He said, well, don't worry about that. Russians, Americans, don't worry. And I look at him, I said, Russian Americans might look like you, but a Taiwanese American, a Chinese American, I don't look like you. Isn't that true? So I am supporting this bill because it is to protect our country's freedom, liberty, national security. But I do have to say that, please bear in mind, a lot of people still have that fear in their heart. So this morning, when I introduced the delegates from Taiwan, I was so happy and so proud of many of the colleagues from both sides came to shake their hands, like Ms. T visited Taiwan before. You know, that's all wonderful. But is this world perfect? No. We have to make choice. Once again, this is not my motherland, but this is my chosen land, and I'm here to protect the liberty and freedom of my chosen land. I'm for this bill.
Chair recognizes Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I moved today to speak because this bill isn't just about today. What we're doing and what we're authorizing in the future has the potential to be very dangerous. And I recall when the committee was created over the interim, Chairman Hefner was assigned to chair that, to look into this issue. And I watched it. There was a great discussion about this last session. Had more discussion over the interim, so I kept an eye on it. Because the core principle of it, security, making sure foreign enemies don't take root in our state, that principle is something that we can all agree on. So I watched and heard the dialogue. And then this session, watched the bill get filed, committees formed, watched the hearing in full, a very long hearing. And I remember looking at one provision of the bill. The bill that gave untethered permission to add any country to this list. And I didn't make note of it other than to my staff in my office. I said, that's probably the most dangerous provision in there. I hope that comes out. And I just thought about where I come from. I live in the largest binational community in the world. El Paso and its sister city, Ciudad Juarez, sister city. Right? We call it that for a reason. I've heard it described by a poet as the two cities are lungs breathing in the same body. They rise and they fall together. There are 80, 90,000 people that live and work in El Paso, that live in El Paso that go work across in Juarez every day, and vice versa. There are Mexicans that own property in El Paso. They're business partners of the people in El Paso. They make our community thrive. $273 billion of Texas trade
with Mexico every year, our #1 trading partner. But I also know the rhetoric about Mexico that is spread across this state and this nation. And it is dangerous. And it encapsulates the entire country. Our sister city, our friends, our neighbors, our families. And I said, that's the most dangerous provision, because I can see a political world where Mexico gets added to this list because of the rhetoric that we've seen. And I was really glad that that provision wasn't in the bill as it came to the floor today. But not too long ago, it went back in. And maybe in Fort Worth, they don't see the neighbors that I see. They don't see the business partners that I see. They don't see the lifeblood of these communities working together. Maybe that's a foreign thing to people in Fort Worth, but it's not for me. That's my family and that's my home. And I believe in security. And I believe that foreign enemies shouldn't be able to buy Texas land. That's real, and that's very fair. But when you make that distinction, you need to be laser focused. Because the second you cross that line, you're not dealing with foreign enemies anymore. You're dealing with your neighbors. And that shouldn't be acceptable. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Dr. Lalani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I will not make a big speech because you have heard both sides talk about for and against. But when I got elected last session, I was told by one of our senior members that whenever you vote, be very clear in your mind whom is going to be helping. But also think about if anybody is going to get hurt by this. So I'm going to ask people, this bill may have written in a good intent, but it's not going to help people, but it's going to hurt many people. So please vote your conscience and vote no. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Diallo.
A couple of things I like about this bill. I love the debate that we've had today and in the weeks and months prior, and all it took and all the input to get the bill to where it is right now. We have the blessing to live in a free society. And when you live in a free society, it makes it easier for your enemies to do things. This bill is trying to do something meaningful, substantive, with a net to catch these bad fish. And we've worked hard to make sure that we don't catch any good fish in this net. A little story. As I looked at this bill, I looked at my family. I'm the youngest of 5 boys. My parents and my 2 older brothers fled communist Cuba in 1960. My dad connected with the CIA, fought in the Bay of Pigs invasion. That didn't turn out so good. He finally made it home 6 months later and realized this isn't a temporary place, this is a permanent place. This is our home. Within 2 years, Russia, Cuba, remember, was pointing nuclear missiles at the U.S. In that time, Cuba would have been on this designated list. In that time, as this bill was written earlier on, my parents likely wouldn't have been able to own a home in this country because it took them until 1972 to obtain their citizenship. And the fact that we took the steps in this body to make sure that this net didn't catch those people, I take my hat off to each of y'all for doing that. This is a good bill, probably the strongest in the country. I ask that you vote for it, and thank you for your time.
Mr. Hefner to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I know it's been a long day. I'm reminded of how blessed we are and how grateful I am to live in a place where we can all participate in this process. We can all have our voices heard, and we can have the voices of our constituents heard. People don't get to do this all over the world, and most of the world, they don't get to choose their elected representatives. They don't have this debate. And I know it's messy and it's hard and it's long nights. And it's a messed up system a lot of times, but it's the best one in the world. I truly believe that. Members, this bill is not about the immutable characteristics of individuals. This bill is about the actions and the affiliations of individuals. Texas has always been a land of opportunity, welcoming those who want to contribute to our state, who want to build a future, and who want to call this place home. Senate Bill 17 upholds that legacy while ensuring our land remains secure in the hands of those who share our values and commitment to this great state. Members, this is the strongest bill in the country to protect our Texas people from hostile foreign adversaries. I move passage.
Mr. Bell, for what purpose?
Just a quick question for legislative intent.
Gentleman yield for questions.
I yield.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Chairman Hefner. Home builders and other entities have expressed some concern that this bill could be interpreted to prevent Texas businesses from doing business with passive partners and joint ventures who have no control or ability to be involved in planning, design, or physical construction of projects, and who lack the ability to possess or control the property. My question to you is it the intent of this bill to prevent passive partners and joint ventures where those partners have no ability to purchase, acquire, or control the property?
No, this bill is only focused on those folks who may be, have a controlling interest or full ownership of an entity that may be controlled by a hostile adversary.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Wu voting no. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 85 ayes and 60 nays, Senate Bill 17 passes to third reading. Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion to reduce to writing all the debate tonight on SB 17 and place in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Wu, do you want an announcement? Announcement? No, I won't. Mr. Wu for an announcement.
Hi, HTC is going to meet in the back after we adjourn, just for like a 10-minute meeting. Thank you.
Chair lays out House Bill 4944 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4944 by Moody, relating to the establishment of a grant program to provide financial assistance to counties for transportation assistance to indigent litigants.
Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill deals with grant programs to provide transportation to court settings for indigent litigants. There was an issue with some of the types of litigation that were included in it that Mr. Schofield raised to me, and so we do have an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Schofield.
Ms. Schofield.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill will take out folks that are suing you and reduce the bill back to what it was originally intended, criminal defendants, juveniles, and people in family law cases, and I believe it is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Schofield sends out amendments accepted with the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Moody.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 91 ayes, 50 nays. House Bill 4944 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out House Bill 2284 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2284 by Johnson, relating to the licensing and regulation of music therapists, requiring an occupational license, authorizing fees.
Chair goes Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. First off, I'd like to thank the joint authors on the bill, Dr. Lalani and Representative Schaffner, who heard this out of public health. There is a legitimate accreditation for somebody in music therapy, and music therapy is something that can be used as a tool in recovery for mental health or traumatic brain injury or other conditions. You may have seen where people are shot and they go through the recovery, or they have a stroke, and they actually get a qualified music therapist to work with them. To get a degree, it's 1,200 hours of professional training. There is a national certification, and there are schools here like Sam Houston State University and University of Houston, West Texas A&M, and Texas Women's University who actually provide the training for this degree. However, we don't have an enforcement mechanism in Texas to determine who's actually qualified to be a music therapist and who is not. And so what you can have is people that suggest that they're a music therapist and play the guitar or something else or put something on the radio, and that is not a medically qualified music therapist. And so all this bill says is that we're allowing the Texas Department of License and Regulation to be able to tell your constituents that this person is medically qualified to do this work and this person is not.
Morgan, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Gentlelady for questions?
I do.
She yields for questions.
So isn't it true that people that can't talk can actually sing when they get correct musical therapy?
That's a great example. If you're having trouble because you've had a traumatic brain injury or a stroke or anything like that, and you are unable to talk, yes, music therapy can be a way in which they can get somebody to sing and begin part of that physical rehab and recovery. And you need a qualified person to walk them through that, because if you just have somebody else that says, well, let's just sing, and they don't understand the medical dynamics and it's not part of the plan with the treatment plan, it can actually do harm to that individual.
And the same goes for those that can't actually walk, can dance. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So these are things I learned in college from a roommate that actually majored in this, that this can actually be effective form of treatment. So thank you for bringing this bill.
I appreciate it, and I appreciate your support on the bill, Matt. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Mr. Alder's voting no. 96 ayes and 46 nays. House Bill 2284 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out House Bill 4506 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4506 by Bonin, relating to electronic delivery of notice for certain municipal zoning changes.
Mr. Bonham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation amends the local government code to authorize a municipality to deliver notice of public hearings regarding municipal zoning changes electronically by email or text message, but only if the recipient elects to receive such notice electronically. The bill requires a municipality that intends to deliver notice electronically to establish an online portal on the municipality's website through which a notice recipient may elect to receive notice electronically and manage preferences for the electronic receipt.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield for some questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Chairman Bonin. So is this only for specific types of zoning changes? I know you had, there's non-conforming uses brought up a couple of times here. So is this only for those types of changes or non-conforming use, or is this for all types of zoning changes?
I don't want to misspeak, but I believe that it is more broad for zoning changes in general. It was brought to me by my municipalities. They currently have to send this by mail, snail mail, if you will, and it's a significant cost in addition to an inconvenience for a lot of their residents.
And on page 1, on line 22, it says that the notice, not only the size, but it says the municipality name is holding a hearing that will determine whether you may lose the right to continue using your property for its current use. Please read this notice carefully. That leads me to believe that this is only for non-conforming uses, and even going as far as to saying that this might be something that's initiated by the city. Is it your intent then that this is something that's where the city has an intent to change the use of the property to a non-conforming use? I'm really confused by the bill, Chairman Bonin. I'm not trying to ask you a stupid
Well,
question.
I'd be happy to visit with you about it, and we can postpone it. That's not a problem. So if you want to come on down, we can talk about it. I mean, it's late, and we can do this tomorrow or the next day.
Okay, I think that'd be a wise
Sure,
thing to do.
no problem.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay.
Your mic's on. Dr. Bonin for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 4506 until 10 a.m. Friday.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out House Bill 3317 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3317 by Hefner relating to the relationship between pharmacists or pharmacies and health benefit plan issuers or pharmacy benefit managers.
Mr. Hefner. For a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3317 until 10 a.m. Monday, May the 12th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out House Bill 4166 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 4166 by Guillen relating to an exemption for certain property owners from regulatory requirements for residential mortgage loan originators.
Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this reaffirms a longstanding interpretation that allows sellers of real estate who owner finance to operate through subsidiaries while keeping existing consumer protections in place and maintaining affordability. And there is an amendment.
Following amendment. Clerk, read the amendment.
Amendment by Holt.
Ms. Holt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is derived from discussions with Representative Guillen yesterday afternoon, and I believe is favorable to him. It just puts up some safeguards in the bill, and I appreciate his willingness to work with me on that and made the bill better. Thank you.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Would the lady yield for questions?
Generally yield for questions.
Yes, sir. Yes, please.
Generally yields.
I apologize. This came up kind of slowly. This is a 1, 2, 3 page amendment. Could you tell us? I mean, this is a lot of stuff. Could you explain what this is and why it's different from the bill?
Yes, sir. What this does, and basically you'll see it why it's a 3-page amendment is because it's in two separate sections of the bill. It's the same language in two different places. One of them says that if you are, that you cannot make these transactions if you are under indictment or under known investigation by any law enforcement agency, prosecuting attorney, or the Attorney General for any crime involving the marketing, sale, or transfer of residential real estate. That's in there twice. The second one that is also in there twice, if you'll notice on page 1 in line 25, it references another section, and basically that part of it says, make sure I'm reading the right thing, where it talks about the purchaser of the property against which the mortgage is secured may not use multiple legal entities to escape regulatory requirements. In other words, can't set up an LLC for different entities and then be able to sell property under multiple LLCs. Did that answer your question?
So, I'm sorry, on page 2, line 10, starting on line 10, owner of a real estate is not eligible for an exemption under this if the owner is or is an employee or contractor of an entity that is under indictment for crimes involving marketing or sales. That's a pretty, is that something that's new to the bill?
Yes, sir, and if you'll notice, it is on page 1 also. It's in
Okay.
two separate
All right.
sections of the bill. Same language.
How is that different from what's in the bill now?
It's adding that section.
Okay. Why?
Safeguards, protections.
What-
I'm not sure, were you in here when I was questioning Mr. Representative Gilliland yesterday?
I don't know.
Okay, okay.
We went through like, I think, 100 and something bills in the last few days. So.
Absolutely, I know, and we're all a little brain dead right now. So let me just real quickly review. In my district is an area known as Colony Ridge, and in this Colony Ridge, the developer, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Please, this is about as quiet as it gets, trust me.
Okay. All right. And in this area, the developer has taken advantage of a lot of people in my area. And this is just a section that was added in order that if he is under indictment right now for some of the things that he has done in his development. And so this section here just says that someone, an employee or the contractor who's under indictment or is under investigation by law enforcement or a defendant to any civil or administrative action brought by the United States, so-and-so, you're reading it there, I'm sure, that he would not be able to do that. He or she would not be able to do that.
So on line 13, I understand what under indictment means, and it specifically has to be an indictment for a crime alleging some kind of criminal activity involving marketing, sale, or transfer, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So what does under investigation mean? Like, from a practical standpoint, I know under indictment is a like black and white kind of thing. Either you're indicted or you're not. Known investigation, what do you have to know to be barred from this?
Well, I'm not in law enforcement, but I believe it would be the beginning of an investigation, and they would have to have some sort of evidence at that point in order to begin an investigation.
So most of the times when the police start investigating someone, they don't tell them. How would a person who's being restricted by this know that they're under investigation if the investigation is confidential?
Well, it's under known investigation, so that it would be known. It's not an unknown investigation, it's known.
So, and I would assume the investigation occurs before the indictment. What is, I'm just, as a legislative intent, what does known legally mean? Like, do they have to receive a letter? Do they have to be told in person? Is it like a cop just like whispers to them, hey, we're looking at you?
The developer would have to know that they were under investigation. That's the intent of this.
Okay.
Whether or not they're notified. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield? for
Does the
some
gentlelady
questions?
yield?
Yes.
She yields
All
for
right,
question.
So the underlying Guillen bill, I just want to understand how your amendment works with it. That relates to exemptions for certain property owners from regulatory requirements for residential loan mortgage originators. Okay, these are the people who originate the loan mortgages. How does your, what is the additional requirements you are putting on the loan originators?
There's two sections, two pieces of this, although it's duplicated in the amendment, it's duplicated twice, but it's the same thing. One has to do with whether they are under investigation, whether they are
And
under
this
indictment.
is for the, sorry, just.
I'm sorry.
A clarification. This is for the originator of the loans?
Is that the contractor and the developer, yes, sir.
Okay.
Is that what you're asking? I want to make sure I'm answering what you're
I
asking.
think a mortgage loan originator, I think, is, for example, could be a mortgage broker, right?
Someone who's carrying the loan.
Could be a bank, right? Could be a private equity company. I'm trying to understand what additional requirements you are putting on the mortgage loan originators, because that's what the underlying bill is about.
I do not want, what this attempts to do is that to stop someone who is under investigation for shady practices from being able to continue making these loans.
Okay, got it. So, but specifically, you want to target the mortgage loan originator, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The one who is hurting people, hurting innocent people.
But your amendment speaks in terms of an owner of residential real estate is not eligible for an exemption, even though the bill is about mortgage loan originators. So I want to understand how the two work together. Your people have left.
Brent.
Can you answer your question about your amendment?
I am not a lawyer, okay? So my intent was if there is an unscrupulous developer who is taking advantage of people, this is something that is happening right now in my district, and this is why I am bringing this to us here today.
Okay, is it bracketed to your district?
No, it is not, because this is going to happen all across the state of Texas, all across the country, honestly. When you have these gaps in these situations where an unscrupulous developer can take advantage of people. I do not want to stop.
So the underlying bill deals with mortgage loan originators, not developers. So I'm just confused by your answer.
Let me finish my sentence, and maybe I've misspoke on term and terminology, but what I'm wanting to do is make sure that I want good developers to do what good developers do. And mortgage loan, to take care, and if they want to have because this developer is writing loans, floating these loans for people. And I want him in what he's doing.
I'm listening.
In what he's doing, I am trying to stop what he's doing happening throughout the state of Texas.
Okay. This is, I think your amendment, what you're saying is that you want to deal with developers. The bill talks about mortgage loan originators. Your amendment talks about owners of residential real estate. Those are three separate things, so it's really confusing to follow you. And I understand you're not a lawyer, but you're a lawmaker, and you are trying to make a statewide law here, and I'm not sure it's making sense to me.
Okay, so a mortgage loan an owner of residential real estate who makes a first lien mortgage loan to a purchaser of the property against which the mortgage is secured, that's the developer. And that's in Representative Guillen's bill.
Okay, can you pull down your amendment so
Gentlelady's
that we
yield
can
time has
take a look
expired.
at it? Because I understand you're trying to solve something in your district, but this is statewide.
The gentlelady's time has expired. Hold on. Mr. Guillen for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 4166 until 10:50 p.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3913. Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading SB 1968. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1968 by Schwartner, relating to the licensing and regulation of certain real estate professionals by the Texas Real Estate Commission.
Mr. Harless.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Senate Bill 1968 enhances transparency in the real estate transaction process by three factors. This bill includes three main provisions. First, it removes subagency. Second, it addresses the common scenario in which prospective buyers want to view a home before entering into a formal relationship with the agent. Third, it clarifies a formal buyer representation agreement needs to be signed at minimum before the agent submits an offer to purchase the home. Finally, the bill makes language updates regarding qualifying real estate courses to better encourage the educational requirements for the Texas Real Estate Commission, and it also adds further technical updates regarding the Texas Real Estate Commission. And I do have an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Harless.
Mr. Harless on the amendment.
Thank you. This amendment simply cleans up the written agreement that you enter into before you tour the home, before you enter into a formal agreement. It says it is not exclusive and that it cannot exceed more than 14 days.
Mr. Harless sends out amendments acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Harless on the bill.
I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 137 ayes and 3 nays. Senate Bill 1968 is passed to third reading. Mr. Harless moves to lay House Bill 3913 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. Motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 1768. Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading SB 2351. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2351 by Alvarado relating to the construction, expansion, or modification of certain concrete plants under a standard permit.
Mr. Wally.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 2351 gives TCEQ the discretion to require concrete batch plant permit holders that have requested an extension for construction to update their permit to meet the requirements of the most recent version of the standard air permit. It also clarifies that the provision and codifies it in statute by explicitly giving TCEQ the ability to require a plant requesting an extension to meet the requirements of a standard air permit if the agency amended the standard air permit. And I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 116 ayes and 24 nays. Senate Bill 2351 is passed to third reading. Mr. Wally moves to lay House Bill 1768 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4603. Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading SB 2544. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2544 by Hancock relating to the eligibility for mediation of certain out-of-network health benefit claims.
Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, this is a small bill. We're just making a change, update to something, a fix, and I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Morgan.
Mr. Morgan on the amendment.
The amendment just changes the time in it from 90 days to 180 days, giving a little more time to negotiate.
Members, Mr. Morgan sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is it any objection? Chair is none. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Morgan on the bill.
Move adoption.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 135 ayes and 3 nays. Senate Bill 2544 is passed third reading. Mr. Morgan moves to lay House Bill 4603 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is done. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out House Bill 2494 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2494 by Craddock relating to disannexation of certain areas of a municipality for failure to provide services.
Craddock for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2494 until 9 a.m. Saturday, May the 10th. We did it first, and the bill's over from the Senate, but it didn't get through the process.
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
I had a question for the gentleman.
He's made a motion to postpone. Is the question on the motion to postpone?
No, sir.
Okay.
Why is he postponing?
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3099. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading SB 1490. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1490 by Betancourt relating to adult high school charter program funding.
Mr. Gerdes.
SB 1490 is a cleanup bill for adult charter schools, aligning the adult charter school funding model with the original legislative intent from the 87th legislature. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Mr. Alders voting aye. Have all members voted? 123 ayes and 18 nays. Senate Bill 1490 is passed to third reading. Mr. Gerties moves to lay House Bill 3099 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out HJR 138 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. Clerk will read the resolution.
HJR number 138 by Alders, proposing a constitutional amendment prohibiting the imposition of a carbon tax.
Mr. Alders for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of HJR 138 until Monday at 2 p.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 133, Senate Companions over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading SP 1349. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1349 by Hughes, related to creating the criminal offenses of transnational repression and unauthorized enforcement of foreign law, and to a study and law enforcement training regarding transnational repression.
Ms. Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1349 is designed to protect the sovereignty of our state and the safety of our citizens by addressing the growing threat of transnational repression, a form of political persecution carried out by foreign governments. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage's third reading. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 135 ayes and 4 nays. Senate Bill 1349 is passed to third reading. Ms. Lopez of Cameron moves to lay House Bill 133 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3832. Senate Companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading SB 1568. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1568 by Zaffarini, relating to the issuance of animal-friendly specialty license plates.
Mr. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill promotes consumer choice and helps combat pet overpopulation by funding spay and neuter initiatives. By voting for this, you can now put your dog or cat on your license plate. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage's third reading. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 93 ayes and 47 nays, Senate Bill 1568 is passed to third reading. Mr. Curry moves to lay House Bill 3832 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 1988. Senate Companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading SB 2776. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 2776 by Hinojosa Nueces, relating to the disclosure of certain information by the Texas Juvenile Justice Department.
Mr. Lujan.
Mr. Speaker and members, Senate Bill 2776 amends the Human Resource Code to allow the voluntary disclosure of information concerning a person who was committed to the Juvenile Justice Department. The reason for this is due to a current issue the Credible Messengers program is having in their ability to serve in TJJD facilities. This bill simply allows the program to grow by giving the agency and its partners greater flexibility. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage's third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 139 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 2776 passed to third reading. Mr. Lujan moves to lay House Bill 1988 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HCR 34. Senate Companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on committee report SCR 4. The clerk will read the resolution.
SCR number 4 by Eckhart, designating Pflugerville as the official trail capital of Texas for a 10-year period ending in 2035.
Ms. Cole.
Speaker, members, this bill designates Pflugerville as the official trail capital of Texas for a 10-year period. Thank you. Move package. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage's third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Jones, Dallas voting aye. Have all members voted? 125 ayes and 13 nays. SCR 4 is adopted. Ms. Cole moves to lay HCR 34 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out House Bill 3421 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3421 by Hayes, relating to a decedent's estates and other matters involving probate courts.
Mr. Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This bill is a cleanup bill in the Estates Code, primarily has to do with transferring will from one county to another. When the proceeding is transferred, move approval and adoption.
Question occurs on passage third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 141 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 3421 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out House Bill 3892 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3892 by Bella Montgomery relating to county regulation of subdivision setbacks.
Mr. Bell.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3892 until 3 p.m. Friday, May 9th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out House Bill 5339 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5339 by Wilson relating to the advancing research for agricultural sustainability and pesticide harm reduction in institutions of higher education.
Mr. Wilson.
Research funds for regenerative agriculture, and I have an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wilson.
Mr. Wilson on the amendment.
Can only be done if funding is appropriated. Move adoption.
Mr. Wilson sends up amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair has none. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Wilson on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 113 ayes and 25 nays. House Bill 5339 is finally passed. They're good with the amendment. Everything's now blessed. Okay. I'm going to lay back out 4166. Say Ms. Holt's back on the amendment. I'm going to say that in. Members, the chair lays out House Bill 4166 as a matter of postponed business. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 4166 by Guillen relating to an exemption from certain property owners from regulatory requirements for residential mortgage loan originators.
Members, we're back on the amendment by Ms. Holt.
Move adoption.
Ms. Holt sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to Mr. Guillen. Is there objection? Chair has none. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Guillen?
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 63 ayes and 78 nays, House Bill 4166 fails. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5138. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 5138 by Shaheen, relating to the duty of the Attorney General to prosecute criminal offenses prescribed by the election laws of the state.
Mr. Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 5138 restores the authority of the Office of Attorney General to prosecute election-related crimes. There continues to be concern over voter fraud across the nation as well in the state of Texas. And late last year, it was discovered that thousands of non-citizens were found to have illegally registered to vote in Texas. Additionally, after the December 2021 State v. Stevens opinion, taking the power to prosecute election crime away from the Office of the Attorney General, the number of election cases handled by the AG dropped by over 250. District attorneys have faced scrutiny and accusations of not prosecuting crimes, including election fraud, leading to a debate about prosecutorial discretion and the role of election prosecutors. So in the State versus Stevens, the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals reasoned that the Office of Attorney General and local prosecutors cannot both independently prosecute criminal matters without violating the separation of powers. HB 5138 allows the Office of Attorney General to prosecute after giving local prosecutors 6 months to bring their own case, and by using the term shall versus may to address the issues of concurrent jurisdiction in the opinion. By creating a protected time when only local prosecutors may bring charges, HB 5138 addresses the court's requirement that there be a separation of powers. These provisions satisfy the concerns brought to light by the Stevens opinion.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
The gentleman yield for some questions.
The gentleman yield for questions.
Sure.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Shaheen. I have several questions about your bill, but first you said something as you were starting your layout about a certain number of cases. I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat that again?
Late last year, it was reported that there were thousands of individuals who are non-citizens that were registered to vote. Actually, in addition to that, they also found 6,000 additional individuals who were convicted of felons that were registered to vote.
So, what is the source of that report, Mr. Shaheen?
There's been several articles. One of them was the New York Post.
So I think I recall what you're referring to, and that was, I believe that was a press release that was initially put out by the governor's office. Was that right?
I can only refer you to the New York Post article that I read. There was covered in a couple of different news sources.
It was covered. I think the source of that information was the governor's office, and then subsequently it was reported that a lot of that information was erroneous, and the numbers were dramatically overstated.
I don't think that's accurate at all.
Well, I think
the Attorney General by himself saw a reduction of 250 cases when the prosecutorial power was taken away.
You're right. You're right about that, Mr. Shaheen. Since the Court of Criminal Appeals ruled that the Attorney General does not have the power to prosecute these cases under the state constitution, you're correct. They're no longer prosecuting those cases.
That's right.
So
there were 250 cases that probably should have been prosecuted that weren't. So the fact that there's another article saying that there's 6,500 non-U.S. citizens
let's get into why that is, Mr. Shaheen.
Members, please refrain from talking over one another during the debate. Also, please take your conversations outside the rails.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right, Mr. Shaheen. So, in our state's constitution, the Office of Attorney General belongs to the executive branch of government. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And locally elected county attorneys and district attorneys are within the judicial branch of government under the Texas Constitution. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And so are you familiar with the separation of powers provision in the Texas Constitution?
Do I what?
Are you familiar with the separation of powers provision in the Texas Constitution?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. So would you agree that the separation of powers provision of our Constitution prohibits one department of government from interfering with or assuming the duties of another department of government unless expressly authorized by the Constitution itself? Would you agree with that?
That's one scenario. There's also a scenario that there could be different time periods where different parties can prosecute.
Is that in the Constitution somewhere, that there's different time periods for different parties to prosecute?
No, those words aren't in the Constitution, no.
Okay, I
But
didn't.
it does say in the Constitution under Article 5 where we designate the AG's power, and in Article 4 we designate the district attorneys, that the legislature has the authority to give them additional powers.
So you agree the constitutional duties assigned to locally elected district attorneys and county attorneys, and that's in the Constitution, Article 5, Section 21, that their duties are to represent the state in all cases in the district and inferior courts in their respective counties, correct? That's what that says.
That's accurate, yep.
Okay. All right. Does the Texas Constitution expressly permit the office of the Attorney General to undertake the constitutional duties assigned to locally elected district and county attorneys to represent the state in all cases in district and in inferior courts?
Say that again. I'm one following.
Does the Constitution expressly permit the Attorney General to undertake those constitutional duties assigned to locally elected district attorneys and county attorneys to represent the state?
So specifically, what it says is Article 4, Section 22 of the Texas Constitution outlines the duties of the Attorney General and states perform such other duties as may be required by law. So this body here can give the Attorney General other duties, which we have.
I completely agree. I think this legislature has given the Attorney General a lot of other duties, some of which I agree with, some of which I don't. But it doesn't say that the legislature can assign other duties to the Attorney General if they conflict with the Constitution. It doesn't say that, does it?
I'm not familiar with where the Constitution makes a comment about conflicting with itself.
Well, it doesn't, but the Constitution says what the Attorney General's powers are. It says what the district attorney's powers are, and that gets to the heart of the Stevens case, does it not? I mean, you referenced the Stevens case, so let's...
But the Constitution also does say that the Attorney General is to perform such other duties as may be required by law. This body here can prescribe those other duties, and like I said before, we have done those in the past.
Well, I hear that you said that, but that's not what the Stevens decision says. The Stevens decision found that the Constitution does not allow the Attorney General to prosecute criminal election cases unless specifically invited in by the county attorney or the district attorney.
Let's be a little
That's
bit,
what they found.
So let's be a little bit more specific. Well, let's be a little bit more specific about the Stevens case. So in page 16, what it says is you couldn't have concurrent jurisdiction. So you couldn't have a situation at the same period of time where you had the district attorney that was prosecuting and then the AG prosecuting. On page 19, it also pointed out that the statute that originally gave the Attorney General the power said that he may prosecute. So what this legislation does is it addresses the concerns that were brought up by the Stevens case. So that's why you have the provision that says the Attorney General cannot prosecute an election crime until 6 months has elapsed, and then also the Attorney General can't prosecute an election crime unless they've been provided a report of the proposed or the alleged offense.
Mr. Shaheen.
So which addresses the issues in the Stevens case.
Well, let me just quote to you from the Stevens case.
Okay.
Stevens, presents the following question. May the Texas legislature delegate to the Attorney General, a member of the executive department, the prosecution of election law violations in district and inferior courts? No. No, period. Because Texas Election Code Section 273.021 delegates to the Attorney General a power more properly assigned to the judicial department, we conclude that that statute is unconstitutional. So the proposed statute that you've laid before the House right now is going to run into the same fatal flaw that Election Code 273.021 did in the Stevens case, because you're delegating a power to the Attorney General that is, quote, more properly assigned to the Judicial Department. And the court was very, very clear about this. They didn't address concurrent jurisdictions and lag times
Yes,
and
it
what
did.
period. So,
Page 16
in this
specifically
excerpt I'm
called out-
reading to you is
Page
very,
six-
very clear.
Page 16 of the opinion specifically called out concurrent jurisdictions. And I will tell you, in defending the Attorney General's power, they reference the Brady case. And when you say that the Stevens case overturned the statute, that was a statute that was passed several sessions ago. This piece of legislation addresses the flaws that are pointed out in the opinion by, like I said, there's a 6-month period where the local DA can prosecute, and not until after that time period can the Attorney General step in. And then there's the case where the Attorney General has to receive a report that alleged election crime has been, may have been conducted.
So you referenced page 16 of the opinion, and I agree it addresses concurrent jurisdiction. I think I have a slightly different interpretation of that than you do. But if you turn the page to page 17.
Well, let me read it to you. On page 16, the State versus Stevens opinion calls out an issue with the law that was passed by the legislature, stating, a plain reading of the statute reveals that the legislature drafted the statute using the words may prosecute, and may appears. Under the ordinary meaning of the words, may is permissive, while shall is mandatory, creating a concurrent jurisdiction. So what this House bill does is it doesn't use the term may, it uses the term shall, addressing the item which I think you were about to point out on page 16.
Right. Well, I was going to go to page 17. I agree with you. That's what it says. But so what you just read is part of 2A of the opinion. 2B, do you see 2B in front of you on page 17?
Yes.
What is 2B? What's the header of 2B?
It's an item we mentioned before. It says the Texas Constitution requires county and district attorney consent.
Exactly.
That's right.
Exactly. Which is what we have today, right? If the county and district attorney, county or district attorney, says we would like the assistance of the Office of the Attorney General to look into a case, they can do that. And then the Attorney General can do that if requested. I mean, that's the case today, is it not?
Well, if you continue to read the opinion, it gets to the point where it says any attempt to overlap the Attorney General's constitutional duties with county and district's constitutional duties is unconstitutional. So that's why you have the bifurcation of the time so that you don't have an overlap. So if you take where you are in page 17 and read the conclusion of that section, what you'll find is where this House bill also addressed this issue with overlapping jurisdiction. So again, having the 6-month time period where the district attorney can choose whether to prosecute or not, and if they don't, then the Attorney General can step in. That addresses the item that you just brought up on page 17.
Well, I don't think it does, because I think the fundamental underpinning of the Stevens case that the court ruled is that the powers to prosecute lie solely in the state of Texas with county attorneys and district attorneys. The Attorney General is in the executive branch of government. Those offices are housed in the judicial branch of government, which is where the framers of our Constitution intended matters of criminal law to be housed. And so again, I think that we have a very clear ruling from the Court of Criminal Appeals just a couple of years ago, and your bill, I fear, is going to be a clear violation of that ruling and ultimately found to be unconstitutional.
Well, I can ease your fears because we had the Stevens opinion in mind when we wrote this bill, so I want to ease your concerns.
Well, I have no doubt you took the opinion into account, but I still think it has the same fatal flaw, because fundamentally, the Attorney General simply does not have the power in the state of Texas to prosecute criminal cases without
Sure he does.
without the consent and the invitation of the local prosecutor.
That's inaccurate. If you go to the Attorney General's website, there's actually a site that says if
Well, I'm
you
looking at the Constitution, not the Attorney General's
Well,
website.
it's based on his constitutional authority. So there's a website that says if there's a cyber attack, and the state statute does say that the Attorney General can prosecute cybercrime. So if you go to a website and there is a data breach that impacts 250 Texans or more, you can go directly to the Attorney General.
So let me ask you just a couple more questions.
Sure.
So let's say this bill passes and OAG assumes jurisdiction over prosecution of an election offense, and then OAG later decides that they'd rather not prosecute the case for whatever reason.
Yep.
And then they want the local prosecutor to prosecute the case instead. Can the OAG force the local prosecutor to take the case back?
I don't know if he's in a position to force, but clearly the two entities can talk and determine what's the best course of action. That happens quite often in law enforcement.
But wouldn't the local prosecutor have already forfeited their jurisdiction?
Yeah, but the Attorney General and local prosecutors work all the time. I mean, think about an instance where we have multiple counties where a crime's been committed, right? There's multiple scenarios in law enforcement where you have different jurisdictions that work together, and clearly the Attorney General can talk to a district attorney to take a course of action and determine what's the best way to serve the community.
And I agree with you that does happen all the time, and that's a good thing when you have different agencies and different levels of government coordinating with one another.
Yeah.
But when there's a conflict, and sometimes there is a conflict, and perhaps just an honest disagreement about whether there's a case, whether it arises to the level of prosecution, can the OAG in a situation like that force a local prosecutor to take it back up?
The way the statute is written, after 6 months, the case is the Attorney General's.
So cannot send it back to the local prosecutor then?
I don't think the Attorney General has the power to force a district attorney to do something. I don't think that's in the Constitution.
Okay. Okay, so the Attorney General, your belief is, could recommend perhaps that a prosecutor take it back up, but does not have the power to compel a local prosecutor.
I don't believe that the Attorney General has the power to force a district attorney to take action.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Sheen.
Sure.
Mr. Busey, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a few
Does
questions?
the gentleman yield for questions?
Sure.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative. In your layout, you referenced, would you give us the stat again? For the predicate for why we needed this bill, you laid out 6,500 or something referenced by the governor?
Well, there's three different areas where I believe this bill is required. First of all, there's district attorneys that face scrutiny of accusations of not persecuting crimes.
Well, the reason I jumped up on,
but you're asking me why I'm laying this bill out,
I was
right?
asking the number you laid out and what it was. That's specific in your opening sentence, I believe.
Yeah, but the justification for this piece of legislation, there's three of them. If you would allow me, I would really like to answer those. So the first issue is district attorneys have faced scrutiny and accusations of not prosecuting crimes, including election crimes, and quite frankly, this legislative body debated that extensively last session.
Sure.
There was also, if you look at the stats of the Attorney General in the election cases that they've been prosecuting, that number dropped drastically when the power to prosecute election crimes was taken away. And then I think the item you're talking about is a August 2024 article that stated, actually the number is 6,500 non-citizens were found to have illegally registered in the state of Texas.
Yes.
Now on top of those 6,500, there was another 6,000 felons that were found to not be permitted to vote.
Okay, so you referenced the 6,500.
Yeah.
I have here in my possession, which we've had many times in Elections Committee just this session, the actual stats from the Secretary of State. And I've seen the articles that reference that 6,500. That the governor's office put that out. I don't know if they did it to just intentionally mislead or if they couldn't read the Secretary of State's documents themselves. But the number is not 6,500, it's 687. The 6,500 comes from people that clearly just did not respond. And I know you and I have seen these in committee.
Yeah.
These are Secretary of State documents that I have copies of right here. These aren't news articles that have the actual numbers. And so I just think it's important, if we're going to have a conversation, that we don't use what has been proven to be a misleading number by the governor.
I don't think the governor did mislead
Well,
people.
he may have been
I don't agree with that. And let me just tell you this. Just yesterday, a half.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker,
Used for what purpose?
request to extend the time.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered.
Just yesterday, half a dozen people were indicted on election fraud. One of them was a county judge. Two of them were city councilmen. And I'm just telling you, there's an issue with voter fraud, and there's a concern across the state of Texas and the nation.
Mr. Chairman,
just yesterday, this happened.
Mr. Chairman, my point isn't that nothing ever bad happens. It's that I want us to have an honest conversation back and forth about the numbers.
I think the governor is
and
honest and did not mislead, and I believe his number of 6,500.
Well, but the Secretary of State's office right here has the number at 687
Yeah, but
at that same
those
time.
numbers could be based on different things. This was 6,500 non-citizens that were found to be
No, it
illegal
was 60
registered. Or 6,500.
With
yeah.
all due respect, it was 6,500 people that were sent a letter, and the vast majority just didn't respond, which is common. We all get mail all the time. We've talked about this all the time in committee. In fact,
Well,
we've
that
had
doesn't mean
bills
they're-
that try to modernize things, even from the right, because people don't check their mail. So that number, as we
So
know
you're
and have
saying
discussed,
all 6,500 were legally registered to vote because they didn't respond to their
no,
mail?
they just didn't respond. It was never proven. In fact, when we went in and dug in the numbers, when reporters dug in the numbers, they started going and checking these, and almost all of it was wrong.
But if they're calling
600
out
I would give you 687 as Secretary of State has, but not 6,500.
But if you call out 6,500 non-citizens, right, they went through a process to try to confirm that they were citizens, and they were unable to. And then to your point, all 6,500 received a notification that there was some kind of issue with their registration. And I think what I hear you're saying is because they didn't respond to that notification, they're legal. And I respectfully disagree with that.
What
And I
I'm
also
saying is because
disagree
they didn't
with
respond, we
and
don't
I-
have all the facts to make a statement like we do. Let me
and,
ask you one more question, and,
yeah.
and I know your bill is dealing with changing the jurisdiction about how these cases work.
Yeah.
How many cases in the last 20 years, while in that same time frame, we have cast 150 million votes in Texas, how many cases have been found for a non-citizen casting a vote?
Well, we
talked about it in committee.
Well, we have district attorneys that apparently are refusing to prosecute, and you took the power away from the attorney general, or the criminal court of appeals took the power away.
Yeah.
So I would imagine the number is
I would've voted
artificially
against
low.
it too, but the number is 4, Mr. Chairman, 4 times, and the system worked, and it caught them, and it punished them 4 times out of 150 million votes cast. I understand we have a disagreement on how this should work, but I guess my frustration is I just want to make sure the whole body understands that we are talking about a problem that statistically does not exist in this state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for answering my question.
Yeah, you bet.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail. The gentleman yields. Members, please take your conversations outside the rails.
I yielded if you
Mr.
wanna-
Romero, the gentleman yields.
Chairman, do you find it interesting that you're talking about voter fraud, you're talking about election integrity, and the members of this body aren't even paying attention to your discussion?
Well, a lot of them are. A lot of them are seated and paying attention.
Do you think that this is clearly an important issue, that maybe more of the members should be paying attention to the discussion that was being had by 2 members of the Elections Committee on something as important as election integrity.
Again, I see a significant number of our members that are seated at their desk and they're paying attention to this riveting conversation.
Now, you bring up the 6,000 persons, undocumented people, and
You're illegally
illegals,
registered.
You call them illegally registered.
Illegally registered to vote, yes,
How do
sir.
you define illegally registered?
So what happens is the Department of Public Safety does a comparison of the voter files with different databases and try to make a determination. They're pretty accurate as far as determining whether that individual is a citizen or not. And then what happens is if they can't confirm that the individual is a citizen, then that individual is sent a notification. The county is actually the entity that sends the notification.
Would that
and
be
it gives
because-
that person, I'm sorry, what?
Would that be because they had a mistake in their voter registration form?
Well, the process of voter registration now, the number of errors are significantly lower than they have been in the past. There's a confirmation process that occurs when those individuals are entered into the database. But I mean, some errors do happen.
I'm trying to understand
But
how-
again, I mean, just put this in context then, though, but they're taking the data in the voter file and they're comparing it to other databases.
I'm sorry,
that
I can't hear you, Chairman.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
So Department of Public Safety has a process where they take the data that are in the voter files and they compare them to different databases that they subscribe to. And obviously a large number of those are confirmed as eligible voters.
Okay.
But the individuals that they're not able to confirm, they receive from their county elections department a notification that there's some type of issue with their voter registration, and can they provide information via mail or come into the
Chairman,
so that's how that number comes from.
respectfully, I think that when you started your layout, you said that 6,000 illegals registered to vote.
No, I said, specifically what I said is 6,500 non-citizens were found to have illegally registered to vote.
Okay, so because they couldn't prove that they were non-citizens, does that mean that they were non-citizens?
They went through a process and found...
that's not my question.
Well, if I can answer your...
No, I know, but I was asking...
You asked me a question and I'm attempting to answer it and you're interrupting me. So
Okay,
what do you want to do?
Just simply yes or no.
No, you don't get...
By the method...
Let me be
of
really
which-
clear.
Members, please do not talk over each
Let
other.
me be really clear. You get to ask me the questions. You do not get to tell me how to answer.
Oh, yeah.
That's up to me.
Okay, I'll rephrase my question.
Okay.
You said that there was 6,000 illegals. Let me finish my question. And my question is, because of whatever method you described, and you can say it 5 times over and over again, but it's not necessary.
Okay.
Because they couldn't prove, does it mean that they were illegal, or does it simply mean they couldn't prove?
So your statement's inaccurate. So let me read to you again what I said. I did not say...
Okay, do it for the 6th time.
Can I answer the question?
You're not answering the question.
I am. You just don't like the answer, but I am answering your question. I did not say 6,500 illegals. I said 6,500 non-citizens were found to have illegally registered to vote in Texas. And I've explained to you how that number came up, and you don't like my explanation.
Okay,
so
I'll ask you one more
can
time.
continue to ask me if you want, but I'm not going to change my answer.
You said 6,500 non-citizens. Based upon the questions that was the back and forth between you and Representative Busey.
Right.
You understood, and he understands, I imagine, because you're the chairman of elections, that there could be some other disqualifying factor, whether it was the wrong address and they couldn't reach them, whether they put in the wrong driver's license number, the last 4 numbers of whatever reason. Specifically, if the address was wrong, they reached back out to them, they didn't have communication back in return. That doesn't mean that person was a non-citizen. That just means that that person, could it be that simply by not returning the request for information from whether it be the Secretary of State or the DPS, that they simply just didn't reach them. So your statement is saying that there was 6,500 persons that were non-citizens is in fact not proof.
The reason why I keep explaining to you the process is any reasonable person would have to conclude if you go through that process, even part of your process is giving that individual the opportunity to make any type of correction. Any reasonable person would conclude that they're non-citizens and they should not be registered to vote.
Okay,
And I
so
think
then-
we have
so-
a disagreement
So
there.
then what you're stating is that there was communication back and forth between the department and that person that
So
filled out
again, you're saying something that I did
No, I'm
not
asking you
say.
a
So what
question. I'm
what-
asking you a question,
Specifically,
Chairman.
what I said was they receive a notification from the county elections department that there's some type of issue with the registration, and they are given the opportunity to rectify that, and they chose not to.
Gentleman's time has
Mr.
expired.
Speaker, could you extend? I'd like to have
Members,
my
you've
question
heard the
answered.
motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. Says that it.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to get you to tell me. Let's just start with the number 6,500. And you're telling me that there's a process by which they can confirm 100% unequivocally whether that's you're telling me that if somebody doesn't respond, that means they're a non-citizen? And because, I mean, you understand, Chairman, you and I are smart people. If somebody doesn't respond, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're non-citizens. But I'll move on. How many cases does the Attorney General prosecuted or indicted in the last, let's say, since he's been in office? Are you aware? Or if you'd like, since you and I came in the same class, in 2015.
So in 2020, there are 314 open cases for election fraud. When the Stevens case.
What year was that?
2020.
And in 2020, how many of those cases were brought to a conviction?
I don't have that data. I'm just telling you what
Okay.
the open cases were.
Okay, so
that
in-
number dropped over 250 when the Stevens case came out.
Okay, so in 2020, there were 314 cases, prosecutions, indictments.
Open cases.
Open cases. Can you tell me, since 2020, how many convictions has the Attorney General's office?
Well, the power to prosecute election crimes was taken away from the Attorney General, so the number dropped significantly.
Okay, so how many cases in total are you aware of that the Attorney General has taken and had a final conviction?
I'm not advised. I'm not aware of that number. I just
So
have the number
you're not
of
aware
cases.
as chairman of the Elections Committee?
Nope, the chairman of elections does not know how many successful cases the Attorney General has prosecuted in the last 10 years.
So what is the public, what are the people of Texas that are watching now and listening to you state that there's been 300 in that particular year and you're not aware of any conviction? Is it possible that there has not been a single conviction of all those 300 cases?
The only thing I know is, again, late last year, it was found to have 6,500 non-citizens on our voter rolls. And again, yesterday, there were indictments handed down to a county judge, 2 city council members, a former county elections
Are you making
administrator
a statement or are you
on
answering a
voter
question?
harvest. No, I'm answering your question.
I didn't talk about 6,500 again. I was asking you specifically about
I
indictments.
think the problem is I keep answering your question and you
No,
don't
I
like
didn't
my
ask you,
answers,
I didn't
guess.
ask you anything about 6,500 anything. I asked you
okay.
about cases. Can you answer?
And I've told you 3 times I don't have that information.
So in 2020, were there any convictions? In 2021, were there any convictions?
You can continue to ask me the
I
same
will.
question, but
In
I'm going to
20
give you the same response.
In 2022,
The same
are you aware-
response.
In 2022,
Same response.
Sir, I haven't finished answering my question.
Okay.
In 2022, Chairman Shaheen, elections chairman, were you aware of any convictions that came to or any prosecutions that finished in a conviction?
Same response.
In 2023, are you aware of any prosecutions by the Attorney General that came to a final?
Same response.
In 2024.
Same response. And if
So
you want to ask me about 25, 26.
I don't think that it's funny when you
I
start
actually,
talking about.
I actually do think it's funny.
So when someone is indicted, a citizen of Texas, is indicted, their life is changed, and the Attorney General or no one ever takes the case to final to get a conviction, is that something that you promote in the state of Texas? That there would be someone that's indicted for voter fraud, prosecuted, but never convicted.
These were cases that I was giving you.
Understood. But
Okay.
if it were you, Chairman, and someone indicted you accused you of voter fraud, changed your life by it, without a single intent of ever taking it to final conviction, would you be okay with that?
How do you know what the intent of the Attorney General was?
I'm sorry, sir. Are
you
you asking me questions from the front?
Yeah, and I'm allowed to ask you questions,
No,
actually.
you're not.
Nowhere in the rules does it say I can't ask you a question.
I'm asking you again, if you're a citizen of Texas here, you are okay with anybody, a DA or the Attorney General, beginning a prosecution on a U.S. citizen, a Texan, without ever having the intent of taking it to a final conviction?
How do you know what their intent is?
Are
you telling me there's district attorneys all over the state of Texas that are prosecuting people with no intent?
I'm telling you that
to carry out the case?
If you informed yourself,
Like, what point are you trying to make?
if you informed yourself, it's kind of hard to ask you a question about convictions if you don't know if any Attorney General's cases they've ever gone to conviction, Chairman. So I'm asking you, since you don't know what's happened, I'm asking you, how do you feel about Texans being prosecuted?
I'm not aware of district attorneys that are going out and randomly prosecuting
say
people
district
without the
attorneys.
intent.
You
said
okay?
district attorneys and the Attorney General.
The Attorney General in the state of Texas.
Okay, I'm not aware of the Attorney General going around and prosecuting people without the intent of carrying out the case.
You're not aware because you couldn't answer the question as to a single case by which the Attorney General has ever taken any of these accusations of voter fraud to a criminal conviction.
Do you want me to Google it for you? I mean,
No,
there's
you
AI,
should-
there's
you're-
ChatGPT. If you ask it, it'll give you the answer.
Members, please make sure you're not talking over each other so all the members can hear your debate.
Chairman Shaheen, do you, I would speak really slow. The Attorney General of Texas has filed cases against U.S. citizens and has had them for years and not ever taken them to a final conviction.
Then go to the House.
Are you okay with Are you okay with U.S. citizens' lives being held in limbo by false or weak claims of voter fraud and never being taken to court? That's a question. Yes or no?
Again, you're a member of the House of Representatives.
yes or
You
no,
can,
Chairman.
it's not a yes or no.
Are you
You're
okay
a member,
with that
excuse me,
situation?
I'm trying to answer your question. You're a member of the House of Representatives. Perhaps you can go to the committee that has jurisdiction over the AG and take up this issue if you're concerned with it.
I'll ask you again. Are you okay
Don't make me laugh.
with citizens of this country having an accusation of voter fraud in the court system for multiple years, and that case never coming to court?
Why didn't it come to court?
Are you going to answer the question? Why are you asking?
I don't even understand your
Speaker.
question or the context of your question.
Mr.
Why
Speaker.
did it?
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it correct for the speaker or the author of the bill at the front mic to continue to ask questions from the front mic rather than not answer the question that
I am
I've asked?
answering your questions.
Mr. Romero, that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it the norm of of the House of Representatives that when a speaker from the back mic asks questions of someone from the front mic, that the person at the front mic should answer the questions?
Mr. Romero, is not a proper parliamentary inquiry at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I am answering your questions.
I'll ask it again then.
I'll answer it again. It's only 11:30.
I've got all the time in the world.
So do I.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Motion to extend.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Do we have more time?
Mr. Romero, this would be the fourth extension of time. It requires unanimous consent. I do hear objection to it. Let's clear the well so we can continue the debate. Please take your seats, members. Members, please take your seats. Chair recognizes Mr. Vasut for an announcement, for a notice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Rule 7, Section 37C, I hereby give notice that I intend in at least 1 hour's time to move to reconsider the vote by which HB 4166 was defeated.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Moody.
Mr. Moody on the amendment.
Oh, you guys scan it.
They took away my amendment. Thank you, members. Now I have 2 copies. Both are good. I do want to walk through this, and I appreciate the conversation I had with Mr. Shaheen about this. You might recognize this language because I don't know, the days are bleeding into one another. Last week, maybe, we had a similar bill by Representative Hull talking about the Attorney General coming in and taking over cases on human trafficking. And there were things and it's the same mechanism that exists in the bill that's in front of us, just relating to a different class of offenses, election law. And so in the debate on that bill, and in the bill as it came to the floor, actually, there were differences in the mechanics of how this case gets removed from the local prosecutor and taken over by the Attorney General's office. It was all agreed upon. In fact, drafting of it was done in conjunction with the Office of the Attorney General itself. And it did two things. There is language in this bill that says initiated proceedings. This amendment would strike that and replace it with taken prosecutorial action. And so the clarity there was there are a lot of things that are categorized as prosecutorial action. Initiated proceedings was being read as the case is filed, it's been charged, it has been indicted, and so there could be a lot of work being done by a local prosecutor short of filing the official charges. And so what you see on lines 4 and 5 is making that same change that we made in Representative Hall's bill to this bill, using the same language. And then the rest of the amendment was in Representative Hall's bill as it came to the floor. And it does nothing to upend the 6-month mark. It does nothing to upend the ability of the Attorney General to take over and prosecute the case. What it says is, and it gives the local prosecuting attorney standing, because what would happen is the Attorney General would file an entry of appearance in a case where they felt like they needed to step in, and then the local prosecuting attorney could object to that representation, and there would be a determination. Did they comply or did they not? And if they did not, there is a final determination made. There's no conflict there in terms of jurisdiction, because the Attorney General has come in and made representation. The local prosecutor is just having the ability to say, I've been doing the stuff I'm supposed to have been doing, and we need a determination. I remember Mr. Vasut, even on third reading, clarified it further to make sure that he remembers, to make sure that there's a final disposition, and then we can move on. This was all agreed to language, and language that was drafted in part by the Office of the Attorney General to create a structure around how this process is going to work. And all I'm asking is that if we have it in a structure where the Attorney General is stepping in on this criminal offense, then it should be the identical process if they're stepping in another criminal process. To write things differently for the Attorney General stepping into a case for representation, then we should make them congruous. The process should be the same. To write the law differently for similar actions doesn't make sense. That's bad drafting, that's bad lawmaking. And so all this does is put the same process in place that in Ms. Hull's bill was there and then added to on the floor by her and Mr. Vasut. This language, it has my name on the amendment, but this language on the other bill was written by Ms. Hull and Mr. Vasut. That's what this language does not do anything to the base bill otherwise. It just creates a similar process.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield, Mr.
Does
Speaker?
the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Chairman Moody. I appreciate the calm spirit with which you raise these issues, and I appreciate you bringing the temperature down. I remember this language well from Chairman Hull's bill. I was up there defending it while all the questions were going on. Here's the question I have as a legal practitioner is I look at the amendment and you're changing the words initiated proceedings to something that to me is a little more nebulous and replacing those with the words taken prosecutorial. It's late.
I hear you.
Taken prosecutorial action. And the concern that I have, and maybe it's valid, maybe it's not, maybe other people share it, maybe they don't. The concern that I have is a lot of things can fall into that bucket of taken prosecutorial action from my perspective. So if you have a district attorney in a really corrupt county who doesn't want to prosecute voter fraud, the Attorney General says, it's been 6 months, I want to take the case. That district attorney in the corrupt county could theoretically say, you know what, Mr. Moody, I'm working on it. And we're investigating it. I've got many top people on this problem. I know we haven't filed a case yet. We haven't brought it before a grand jury, but we're thinking about it really hard in the back office. What is to prevent a court from sustaining an objection on the part of a district attorney to the attorney general taking over the case?
Well, and Mr. Little, I definitely appreciate the line of questioning because I think it is important to get this language right. And I struggled with it when we took this up before. And I'm happy that I would entertain an amendment to tighten this up because prosecutorial action should mean an affirmative step to make a decision on the case. It should be something more definitive. And so I'm happy to tinker with that language because I do think because we're crafting in a space that's never been crafted before, what the confusion, not the confusion, but I think what the concern was before was initiated proceedings. To me, as someone who sat in the intake department in the district attorney's office in El Paso, which was far from corrupt and a very good office to work in, we would get a stack of paper from PD, SO, whichever other law enforcement agency, and they bring that in. And if it was a misdemeanor case, right, that was up to you. They said they had probable cause, but I looked at it and I said, okay, I either agree or I don't, or I need more. I need to send this back out for investigation. All right? That's not initiating proceedings, in my opinion. When I sign that paper to say, file the complaint in this case, that's initiating proceedings.
Right.
And so if I'm sending stuff back and forth to PD, that's not going to be captured in that. And then in an indictment, you can go to the grand jury and they could want more information. So now you've got to issue a grand jury subpoena, get that information back. They might want to hear from witnesses. You haven't initiated proceedings because they haven't brought the indictment, in my opinion. And so I think that was the concern about initiated proceedings, is it was defined at a time where a lot of work could have been done, but you're going to step in and not have an opportunity to say, hey, we're making an affirmative attempt to prosecute this case and give some ability for someone to make that case. I do agree that if we want to tighten that up and say something different, I'm happy to entertain those things because we are talking about very nebulous terms. I think that was the word you used and I liked it, so I'm going to repeat it. And so if that's something that we want to tweak, I'm happy to look at it.
Yeah, and Speaker Moody, I don't know what the right language is, but I know that sometimes when we go fast, like we're doing now,
Agreed.
It doesn't always yield the best language.
Let's do this. I think that
Speaker Moody, I'm going to conclude. Thank you.
No, hold on one second. So here's what I want to do. And Mr. Shaheen has been gracious enough to accept this. I'll make this commitment to the body, specifically you raised the question. We can stay here as late as you want tonight, or we can come up early tomorrow. Let's work on that for a third reading amendment that we can all agree on. That looks a little bit tighter, that maybe captures some of the stuff we're talking about. I'm happy to work on it.
You're very kind to offer, Speaker Moody. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you all very much. I appreciate the time. I move adoption.
Mr. Moody sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Shaheen on the bill.
Thank you, members. I got a 20-minute speech, but I'll just say close.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Show Ms. Jones voting nay. Mr. Schatzline voting aye. Ms. Morales voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 85 ayes and 59 nays, House Bill 5138 passes to engrossment. Members, the Speaker's desk is clear. Mr. Wilson for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recommit House Bill 5629 to the Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Mr. Leach for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Judiciary and to permit the Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence in a public hearing on Monday, May 12th, 2025 at 9 a.m. in room E2036 to consider the following. Senate Bill 53 by Zaffarini relating to certain notice and filing requirements in court proceedings involving persons with mental illness. Senate Bill 311 by Hughes relating to the writ power of the Texas Supreme Court. Senate Bill 1164 by Zaffarini relating to emergency detention of certain persons evidencing mental illness and to court-ordered inpatient and extended mental health services. Senate Bill 2807 by Hagenbu relating to the considerations when determining whether an operator of a motor vehicle is an employee of a motor carrier or an independent contractor. Senate Bill 1574 by Zaffarini relating to a Centers of Excellence program developed by the Texas Judicial Council for certain justices and judges. And finally, SJR 27 by Huffman, proposing a constitutional amendment regarding the membership of the State Commission on Judicial Conduct and the authority of the Commission and the Texas Supreme Court to more effectively sanction judges and justices for judicial misconduct, and pending referred and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. The following bills on first reading referral, the clerk will read the bills.
SB 66 by Zaffarini relating to the authority to support or regarding legal proceedings granted under the support decision-making agreement for the Subcommittee on Family and Fiduciary Relationships. SB 456 by Middleton relating to the purchase for sale of human organs, increasing criminal penalty for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 614 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo relating to the authority of the Texas Forensic Science Commission to review and refer certain cases to the Office of Capital Forensic Writs for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 865 by Alvarado relating to the instruction of cardiopulmonary resuscitation and the use of automated external defibrillators and to use the cardiac emergency response plan to certain school employees and volunteers for the Committee on Public Education. SB 905 by Zaffarini relating to the licensing and regulation of speech-language pathologists and audiologists for the Committee on Public Health. SB 1015 by Zaffarini relating to the excess contributions and fees allocated to statutory probate courts for the Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. SB 1032 by Colcourse relating to eligibility of post-secondary educational institutions to participate in the Governor's University Research Initiative for the Committee on Higher Education. SB 1212 by Paxton relating to the prosecution and punishment for the offense of trafficking of persons, increasing criminal penalty for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 1241 by Middleton relating to the consideration of college entrance examinations for admissions to certain public institutions of higher education and a study by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board regarding those examinations for the Committee on Higher Education. SB 1525 by Menendez relating to prior authorization of prescription drug benefits related to the treatment of neurodegenerative diseases for the Committee on Insurance. SB 1588 by Hancock relating to the failure to report child abuse or neglect, increasing criminal penalty for the Committee on Human Services. SB 1660 by Huffman relating to the retention and preservation of toxicological evidence in certain intoxication offenses for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 1708 by Hinojosa Nueces relating to the exceptions of the county platting requirements for the Committee on Land and Resource Management. SB 1802 by Alvarado relating to the landlord's duty to repair or remedy certain conditions for the Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development. SB 1863 by Hughes relating to the conduct of randomized county election audits for the Committee on Elections. SB 1965 by King relating to requirements for the addition of non-contiguous territory for certain special districts for the Committee on Natural Resources. SB 2035 by Hughes relating to prohibiting contributions, expenditures, and related activities involving political committees that support or oppose a ballot measure and creating a criminal offense providing civil penalty for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 2119 by Sparks relating to an exemption from certain immunization requirements for medical and veterinary students for the Committee on Public Health. SB 2422 by Hall relating to investigations and disciplinary or punitive action by the Texas Medical Board regarding certain treatments or practices regarding COVID-19 into the required expungement of certain records for the Committee on Public Health. SB 2529 by Betancourt relating to the vote required of the governing body by a taxing unit to adopt an ad valorem tax rate that exceeds the voter approval tax rate or authorize the issuance of tax bonds for the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 2541 by Betancourt relating to the calculation of the unused incentive rate of a taxing unit for the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 2586 by Flores relating to the information that a property owners association must file with the Texas Real Estate Commission for the Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development. SB 2595 by Middleton relating to the creation for the criminal offense of harassing, intimidating, or threatening another person while concealing identity with a mask or other headgear for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 2675 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo relating to the conveyance of certain parkland owned by certain municipalities for the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. SB 2690 by Hancock relating to the solicitations for the retrieval of certain documents from the Secretary of State providing a civil penalty for the Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development. SB 2753 by Hall relating to the integration of early voting by personal appearance and election day voting, including the manner in which elections returns are processed and other related changes for the Committee on Elections. SB 2929 by Creighton relating to the removal of a spectator from certain school extracurricular athletic activities or competitions for the Committee on Public Education. SB 2933 by Menendez relating to judicial training requirements regarding elder abuse and neglect for the Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence.
All right, Mr. Frank moves the House adjourned until 10 a.m. Friday. Is there objection? Chair is none. The House stands adjourned.